Chapter 646, Giant Bamboo Country's Alchemy Garden. However, a person named Li Chia came out of nowhere and removed the need for the final competition to determine the participant. Despite their unhappiness, the Giant Bamboo Country still compensated them for the long journey. Moreover, Madame Zi Yan herself hosted this feast, so the alchemists were quite happy to attend. The reason was very simple: regardless of passing or failing the test, this was still a good opportunity for them because the alchemy garden of the Giant Bamboo Country was quite famous. Although Giant Bamboo was not an alchemy country, its garden was huge with large-scale plants of high-level spirit medicines and grasses. Although it couldn't be compared to the garden of a giant monster such as the Alchemy Kingdom, it carried its own distinguished reputation. It was much better than the gardens from the other great powers. Of course, there were reasons for its prosperity. For these alchemists, especially the younger ones, this was a rare chance for them to take a look at the alchemy garden, a chance to increase their knowledge by seeing many exceedingly rare herbs and plants. Poets and scholars loved to gaze at the moon to gain inspiration for new literary works. However, in the stone medicine world, the most wondrous thing for alchemists was to gaze at plants. Because of this, even before the feast had started, many young alchemists came early to the palace and were escorted into the garden by Giant Bamboo disciples. Meanwhile, Madame Zi Yan was personally presiding over the feast inside the garden. She didn't stay out to greet the arriving guests, but a demon king like her attending such a feast was already a grand and appreciable gesture to the young alchemists. She was well known for her hospitality to talents, and today was a clear example of her humble pursuit for talents. Clearly, she was not just fishing for compliments and fame. The alchemists were amazed once they entered the alchemy garden and looked around. Even though many of the youths were from alchemy clans, they still had to admit that Giant Bamboo's alchemy garden was worthy of its prestige. It was vast and occupied a huge location. Looking ahead, one could see the undulating waves of changes in sceneries, including different batches of fields, mountains, ponds, and even alchemy pools as red as fire. No matter what type of medicines these fields were cultivating, all of them were encompassed in a thick worldly energy. It could be said that this place was full of it, so it was not only an ideal place for plant cultivation, but also a great location for normal cultivation as well. Such a great place was something to be desired. After seeing the thick worldly energy, the participating youths finally understood why this alchemy garden was so famous. All kinds of spirit medicines and grasses of the highest level could be found inside. Such a garden was much better than the gardens from the other great powers. Why was it that the Giant Bamboo Country had such a good garden? Many alchemists and lineages had secretly debated this matter. Even the country's disciples gossiped about this. Some believed that this garden was blessed due to the deity tree's protection, that it was groomed by a divine essence so it was able to grow this many alchemy ingredients. Others stated that its excellence came from being built at the end of the elegant azure mountains where it was empowered by the worldly energy there. Many people, including experts from the country itself, thought that both of these speculations were logical. It was situated behind the palace, very close to the bamboo garden. One had to cross this alchemy garden before they could reach the bamboo garden and then the elegant azure mountains. Everyone in the stone medicine world knew about the giant bamboo tree of this country. Of course this alchemy garden would be blessed and a divine guardian was so close to strengthen it. The second theory was even more accepted. There was a saying in the stone medicine world, 3 ancestral veins, 8 grand veins. The 3 ancestral veins were the alchemy vein, stone vein, and beast vein. These ancestral veins were also called the corners of this world since these veins divided it into 3 great realms. These veins were named the alchemy realm, stone realm, and beast realm, and the inhabitants relied on them to exist. Inside these 3 realms were 8 grand veins. Although these 8 grand veins were not comparable to the 3 ancestral veins, they occupied this land like 8 monstrous dragons. The elegant azure mountains were one of the 8 grand veins. The mountain range spanned across several tens of millions of miles of territory. There were many clans and great powers built along this great mountain range. The giant bamboo country was situated at the tail of the elegant Azure Mountains, and the imperial palace was at the center of the back. Of course, it was needless to say where the alchemy garden was, it was at the tip of the vein. The three ancestral veins concentrated all the worldly energy in the stone medicine world, while the 8 grand veins were able to do the same for their respective realms. Since the elegant Azure Mountains were so large, its territory spanned for tens of millions of miles. It could be said that the vein condensed the widest area of worldly energy, causing the energy to be quite thick here. Due to its great location, it was not strange for the alchemy garden to be so fertile. The astounded young alchemists also learned a lot with the help of the giant bamboo disciples introducing them to everything here. They also noticed the bamboo garden very close to the alchemy garden. That must be the bamboo garden where the giant bamboo divine guardian resides. They couldn't enter the bamboo garden, but they were still able to see it. There were flickering tree shadows with rich vegetation, indicative of its great vitality. The giant bamboo tree was very famous in the stone medicine world, and the country was even named after it. Some people referred to it as an invincible deity. The party became very lively due to the high number of young participants. Many alchemists conversed with each other or were just gazing at the plants. At this time, there was a small uproar as one young alchemist spoke in a low voice. The main descendant of the Qin clan is here. A young man followed a giant bamboo disciple inside. He was dressed in an alchemist style as his body emitted a green light as well as an aroma of herbs. Anyone could smell these fragrances coming from his body. Several young alchemists who were familiar with him came to give their greetings. Brother Qin, you finally made it. This young alchemist was the Qin clan's descendant, Qin. The Qin clan was an alchemy clan. Although it had never produced an alchemy emperor, it had several legendary alchemists. Of course, its attainments in alchemy were not comparable to a monster like the Alchemy Kingdom or other alchemy emperors' lineages, but at the giant bamboo country, it was the #1 alchemy clan. Qin Yu did not shame his noble upbringing since he was quite talented in the Tao of alchemy. Despite his young age, he was already an alchemy grandmaster. A previous generation alchemist assessed that, in less than 2 years, he would become a profound alchemist. It was quite brilliant to be a grandmaster at such a young age, so this was why Qin Yu was called the #1 young alchemist in the giant bamboo country. His attendance at the party was overshadowed by an exasperated expression, but due to having to maintain cordiality with Madame Ziyan, he didn't dare to miss it. One young alchemist whispered after noticing the apparent dissatisfaction, "It seems that Qin Yu is very unhappy." Another responded, "How could he be happy? He has now lost his position. He was going to attend the conference and represent giant bamboo, but now he has nothing to do." Some other alchemists who passed the preliminary tests felt relieved after seeing Qin Yu lose his position as well. Even the #1 in the country was eliminated, so there was nothing else that they could do. One person asked, "Just who is the alchemist that will represent giant bamboo?" If Qin Yu was eliminated as well, then could the country have found a superior alchemist to him? A well-informed young alchemist said, "It is a person named Wuxia. His background is unknown, but I heard that he is very generous and throws money around like trash." Many of them had never heard of Wuxia, so they curiously asked, "Just who is this Wuxia? Could he be a lot better than Qin Yu?" Outsiders knew neither Wuxia's origin nor why the giant bamboo country thought so highly of him. After selecting Wuxia, they kicked Qin Yu out of the list without even giving him the chance to be a backup. However, a person named Wuxia came out of nowhere and removed the need for the final competition to determine the participant. Despite their unhappiness, the giant bamboo country still compensated them for the long journey. Moreover, Madame Ziyan herself hosted this feast, so the alchemists were quite happy to attend. The reason was very simple: regardless of passing or failing the test, this was still a good opportunity for them because the alchemy garden of the giant bamboo country was quite famous. Although giant bamboo was not an alchemy country, Its garden was huge with large-scale plants of high-level spirit medicines and grasses. Although it couldn't be compared to the garden of a giant monster such as the Alchemy Kingdom, it carried its own distinguished reputation. It was much better than the gardens from the other great powers. Of course, there were reasons for its prosperity. For these alchemists, especially the younger ones, this was a rare chance for them to take a look at the alchemy garden, a chance to increase their knowledge by seeing many exceedingly rare herbs and plants. Chapter 647, Huang Fu Hao. Although he received a grand reception from the giant bamboo country after entering the alchemy garden, he was still feeling very upset. He should have attended the conference for this country. This was already a done deal. He was full of ambition and wanted to show his alchemy skills at the conference to become renowned in the world. However, this set-in-stone matter suddenly changed as a saboteur jumped out of nowhere to steal his seat. He even lost his chance to be part of the reserve. If his spot was stolen by a renowned alchemist like the Four Prodigies, then Qin Yu would have no grievances. However, Li Qie, who stole his spot, was an alchemist no one had heard of before. How could Qin Yu, who people referred to as the #1 alchemist in giant bamboo, be happy when a nobody stole his spot? He didn't dare to reveal his anger in front of Demon King Zi Yan, but his expression said it all. Young noble Huangfu has arrived. A message came from outside of the door and rang across the alchemy garden. After hearing this message, many alchemists shuddered and turned around to look at the entrance. Some of them whispered, "Even the first young noble of the Huangfu clan is here." Many of their hearts thumped once. Even the more arrogant alchemists had to hang their heads low at the moment and let go of their pride. "We are extremely lucky to attend a party with Huangfu Hao," a group of alchemists cheerfully said. Huangfu Hao was very famous in the alchemy realm and even the entire stone medicine world. He was not only a genius at cultivation but a prodigy in the Tao of alchemy as well. As the first young noble of the Huangfu clan, he did not let his upbringing down since he was already a heavenly king at his young age. Although the difficult Tao era had already ended, it was still quite amazing for him to reach this realm and was indicative of his commendable talents. However, the accomplishment that was talked about the most was not his cultivation, but his skill at the Tao of alchemy. In this world, some people once said that if Huangfu Hao didn't spend so much effort on cultivation, then he would have had the chance to be part of the 4 alchemy prodigies. Even though his alchemy skills were vastly inferior to the 4 prodigies, people in the stone medicine world still called him the 5th prodigy. Many thought that he was only second to the 4 prodigies and others couldn't compare with him among the younger generation regarding alchemy. He was a golem, so as he stepped into the alchemy garden, his stout stature seemed impressive. This would be the case no matter the location. The divine rings pulsing around his body were even more shocking. At this time, he didn't try to hide his presence and seemed to want to suppress everyone. The divine rings made his already tall figure seem as omnipotent as a deity. Many young alchemists palpitated since they could feel the heavenly king aura coming from his approach. They all took a deep breath and didn't dare to compete with him. As the host, Madame Zi Yan came to greet him. "Your presence brightens this party. It seems that your majesty has been particularly busy. It has been a struggle to see you." Huangfu Hao was secretly annoyed. Recently, Madame Zi Yan had denied all of his requests to meet. Although the giant bamboo country didn't show a lack of formality with demon monarchs entertaining him, that was not what he wanted. Madame Zi Yan calmly replied, "A few trifling matters in the country had been a bit onerous, please excuse me." Huangfu Hao took a deep breath to calm his dissatisfaction and slowly spoke, "I have heard of your country's famous alchemy garden before. I wonder if I could have the honor of your majesty taking a walk around the garden with me." Madame Zi Yan looked at him and nodded her head, "If you are interested, then I do not mind." She led Huangfu Hao to look at the different plants in the garden. The truth was that Huangfu Hao was like a drunkard whose heart was not tempted by wine at the moment. He simply wanted to have a chance to be together, so he asked Madame Zi Yan to lead the way. One yearning alchemist couldn't help but say, "Fairy Ming is the #1 beauty, so if I could just see her face once, I don't mind losing a decade of my life. He wasn't the only alchemist who was a big fan of Fairy Ming. All the other alchemists inevitably longed to see the number one beauty. Ming Yeshue, the descendant of the alchemy kingdom, was very famous throughout the stone medicine world. Although very few people had seen her and she kept a very low profile, her fame didn't diminish one bit. An innocent alchemist from a smaller sect asked, "Didn't the Huangfu clan have a marriage alliance with the alchemy kingdom for several generations? How come Huangfu Hao isn't marrying Fairy Ming?" This naive comment annoyed the other alchemists. In the stone medicine world, cultivators and alchemists, especially the younger ones, all considered Ming Yeshue to be a goddess amidst the clouds. Thus, they all snorted at this comment and then glanced at Huangfu Hao standing in the distance with a contemptuous smile. They didn't dare to answer this question in front of Huangfu Hao. They waited for him to go far away, of course, before showing their disdain. One of them sneered in a low voice, "How could that be possible? The Huangfu clan isn't worthy of the alchemy kingdom." It is indeed impossible. Although the Huangfu clan had a marriage alliance with the kingdom for several generations, this was limited to the regional level. As for the main branch or the imperial family of the alchemy kingdom, it didn't need a marriage alliance to consolidate their position. One alchemist who was knowledgeable about the kingdom answered, "The Huangfu clan has no chance of a marriage with the kingdom's direct branch. Not to mention a male from the Huangfu clan wanting to marry a direct female disciple from the kingdom, it is already exceedingly difficult for their main daughter to marry a direct male disciple." This makes sense. The other young alchemists nodded their heads after hearing this explanation. There were very few existences comparable to the monster that is the alchemy kingdom in this world, so its descendant had no need for a marriage alliance. Then young noble Huangfu wants to marry Her Majesty Ziyan. Another alchemist was annoyed to see Huangfu Hao standing next to Madame Ziyan, but he had to admit that only someone like Huangfu Hao was worthy of a demon king like her. A young fan of hers coldly countered, "Humph. Not necessarily. The giant bamboo country is not weaker than the Huangfu clan. Plus, she is the ruler of a country, so she absolutely won't marry into the Huangfu clan." Another alchemist interjected, "But that is not certain. I heard that Fairy Ming and Huangfu Hao are relatives, and she is actually his little cousin. If this relationship is real, then maybe the giant bamboo country will use this to earn the kingdom's favor." Chapter 648, Qin Yu the knowledgeable alchemist spoke again, "Not necessarily. The rumors are right, Fairy Ming and Huangfu clan are indeed related, but it is a very distant relationship that has a gap of many generations. If Fairy Ming was Huangfu Hao's first cousin, then the Huangfu clan would have wagged its tail everywhere already." At this point, many alchemists were staring at Huangfu Hao, especially after Madame Ziyan had left his side. With his impressive aura, he was like a crane among a flock of chickens. Alchemists with humble upbringings didn't dare to start a conversation with him. Only an excellent talent like Qin Yu would strike up a conversation. At this time, a disciple ran over in a hurry and reported to Madame Ziyan, "Your Majesty, young noble Li is here." After hearing this news, Madame Ziyan's spirit suddenly became better and went out herself to greet him without the slightest delay. Even Huangfu Hao didn't enjoy such treatment. All the alchemists were glancing at each other after hearing about Li Qia's arrival. They became even more curious when they saw Madame Ziyan personally going to greet him. They all knew that the giant bamboo country erased all the alchemists from the list, even Qin Yu, just because of this unknown Li Qia. They were very interested while simultaneously shocked to see what kind of god Li Qia might be in order to be so highly regarded by the giant bamboo country. Qin Yu's expression sank after hearing about Li Qia. It would be strange if he was fine with it. Li Qia was the reason why Qin Yu lost the chance to show himself and become renowned throughout the world. If given the chance, he wouldn't mind killing this nobody, Li Qia. At the same time, Huangfu Hao's glare became cold with flashing glints akin to needles. He had this expression because even his treatment had been inferior. As the first young noble from the Huangfu clan, his nobility was without question, yet Madame Ziyan didn't go to the door to greet him. Alas, this was still reasonable because Madame Ziyan was at the highest position as the ruler of a country and a heavenly king. It was normal for her not to personally greet Huangfu Hao. But now, this nobody Li Qiye was enjoying this grand gesture, causing Huangfu Hao to hate Li Qiye even more. More important, there had already been a brewing feud between these two. Back at the Golem Square, Huangfu Hao had wanted to buy the heavenly cauldron from the Hundred-Grass Alchemy Emperor. With great difficulty, he managed to convince Jian Wushuang and had to pay an exorbitant price. He thought that he would be able to own the cauldron, but who would have thought that Li Qiye would bid even higher and paid several times the price, drowning out his beautiful dream of owning the cauldron. He wanted to kill Li Qiye due to this hatred since that cauldron was extremely rare. It was an opportunity for him to get closer to the imperial family of the Alchemy Kingdom as well as suck up to his little cousin, Ming Yeshua. However, Li Qiye's unexpected interference made him lose all hope of this. Li Qiye entered the garden with Madame Ziyan as his escort. He took a deep breath to feel the pure worldly energy from the alchemy garden. He couldn't help but become a bit sentimental once he stepped on this familiar land as he felt an intimate connection with it. It was as if this place had a beating heart and remained the same since the last time he had visited. Madame Ziyan, playing the role of escort, was very attentive. This is our giant bamboo's medicinal garden that contains a few spirit medicines. Our alchemist skills are limited, so I hope that young noble Li can teach us a thing or two. She didn't only lead him to see each plant, she also introduced them very carefully. Her goal was to take him throughout the entire garden and hope that he could give them some pointers. Although he was not as famous as Huangfu Hao, he was quite popular in the giant bamboo country and was referred to as its #1 young alchemist. Furthermore, his skill showed that this title was well deserved. Qin Yu coldly spoke, "Oh. You don't have the courage to admit who you are." Madame Ziyan's brows furrowed as she said, "Qin Yu, halt your impudence. Everyone in the alchemy garden is a respected guest of the giant bamboo country, do not overstep your bounds." Madame Ziyan's words were an explicit warning to Qin Yu. Although the Qin clan was quite large in the country, and sometimes, even the imperial palace required its existence, Madame Ziyan knew very clearly who was more important between Li Qiye and Qin Yu. Even the entire Qin clan was not comparable to Li Qiye. The madam was the demon king of an entire country, so she commanded respect even when displaying signs of anger. Everyone's hearts thumped after hearing her, her imperial aura was unstoppable. Others who wanted to challenge Li Qiye as well didn't have the same confidence as Qin Yu, so they stood to the side to watch. Huangfu Hao smirked on the sideline as well since he wanted to see what Li Qiye could do. He was going to test Li Qiye, but he was more than happy to watch Qin Yu try him first. At the same time, Madame Ziyan, who was emitting her imperial aura, caused Qin Yu to become nervous. Her clear partiality to Li Qiye made him even more annoyed. He took a deep breath and calmed his mind before biting his teeth and decided to take a risk. He didn't believe that the Qin clan's position in the giant bamboo country was not as great as this nobody. Although he knew that his actions were impinging on Madame Ziyan's prestige, he had great confidence in the Qin clan's influence. He trusted that this matter would eventually become no big deal. He prepared himself and placed his hands together to bow towards the madam before speaking in a stern manner, "Your Majesty, you are the ruler of our country and I did not intend on offending you. However, I am also an alchemist who follows the rules of alchemy. If Li Qiye is to participate and represent our country at the conference, this means that he is the most excellent young alchemist in giant bamboo and only he alone is qualified to participate. I am not questioning your Majesty's decision. Your Majesty is wise and brilliant, so this choice will naturally not be wrong. However, as an alchemist, if Li Qiye is the #1, then I wish to challenge him to see if he is qualified to be our candidate or not." Chapter 649, ominous star flower. Madame Ziyan grimaced and deepened her tone. Young noble Li's skill of alchemy is flawless. All of the monarchs had witnessed his supreme pill refinement ability. Qin Yu quickly said, I trust your majesty and all the demon monarchs. However, as an alchemist speaking on behalf of alchemy, discussing and exchanging alchemy arts is how it should be. Moreover, Li Qiye is here to represent our country, so everyone should see his alchemy Dao with their own eyes. What do you think, your majesty? The other alchemists all clamored, yes, your majesty. If Li Qiye's alchemy Dao is peerless, then let him broaden our horizons. It was only natural for the dissatisfied crowd to support Qin Yu. This was their chance to let out their dissatisfaction without truly offending Madame Ziyan's imperial prestige. Madame Ziyan's eyes became serious after seeing Qin Yu's refusal to yield. It was not difficult for her to chase him away, but she still wanted to see how Li Qiye wanted to deal with this situation. Li Qiye stopped looking at the spirit plants and glanced at Qin Yu. He smiled and said, Ah. You want to challenge my alchemy Dao? A flame lit up in Qin Yu's heart after seeing Li Qiye's attitude. He tried his best to contain his anger and coldly said, That's right. I want to challenge your alchemy Dao to see if you are qualified to participate in the conference or not. He was very confident since he didn't believe a nobody like Li Qiye was better than him. After all, the #1 alchemist of the giant bamboo country should be confident in his own abilities. Madame Ziyan was not happy with Qin Yu's aggressiveness, so she furrowed her brows and said, Qin Yu, how do you want to challenge young noble Li? Pill refinement. Qin Yu replied, full of confidence, we'll bet on our pill refinement skills, and the victor can do whatever he wants. I will accept any bet you make, so if you are confident enough and want to bet your life, I will take that on too. The losers will have to fuel their cauldron's fire source. These words shocked everyone. Alchemists might settle grievances with alchemy, but betting their lives and fueling their own fire source was too grave. Generally, unless if it was an irreconcilable feud, no one would make such a bet since it was too serious. Not only would the bet take the opponent's life, it would also humiliate them. A cauldron was a lifelong friend to an alchemist, so killing oneself using their own fire source was an extreme means of humiliation and much more brutal than a simple death. Madame Ziyan's expression sank as well after hearing this. She could understand Qin Yu's desire to challenge Li Qiye. After all, he suddenly lost his qualification to represent them, so his dissatisfaction was justified. A simple challenge was tolerable, but now, it was not just a challenge since Qin Yu's aim was to humiliate Li Qiye. Qin Yu, do not act rashly. Madame Ziyan raised her tone, do not mention this again lest you wish for a severe punishment. Even without any trace of anger in her voice, she still carried a mighty prestige worthy of a demon king. However, the moment her anger was ignited, her noble and powerful aura would be unstoppable and suppress all directions, rendering people breathless. Qin Yu's expression greatly changed as the imperial aura caused him to take several steps back. Although he was the #1 young alchemist of the country, he still couldn't withstand the madame's aura that caused him to turn pale. She didn't purposely want to suppress Qin Yu, but her anger was enough to deter him. Li Qiye only smiled and didn't bother caring about him as he walked forward. A person like Qin Yu was not worthy of consideration, so it was enough that Madame Ziyan chased him away. Li Qiye didn't want to make a move against such a trivial character unless Qin Yu ignorantly continued to jump and shout in front of him. Then, Li Qiye wouldn't mind personally taking care of him. The other young alchemists didn't dare to say anything else since Madame Ziyan's imperial aura was indubitable. They were not as strong as Qin Yu, so how could they challenge her aura? Huang Fu Hao became disappointed since he wanted to see Li Qiye's abilities. Who would have thought that Qin Yu would be swiftly dealt with by Madame Ziyan? Back in the Golem Square, he saw, with his own eyes, Li Qiye's generous spending and extremely arrogant attitude. He wanted to see just what type of person this human junior named Li Qiye was. As the first young noble of the Huangfu clan, Huang Fuhao had never been afraid of anyone. He still wanted to learn more about Li Qie. If Li Qie had no backing, then he was only a fish on a cutting board in Huang Fuhao's eyes. Li Qie went to another field and was surprised to see a particular spirit medicine here, ominous star flower. This field only had one large flower around the size of a table surface. It had the appearance of stars with its flashing petals akin to starlight. The huge flower had so many layers of petals that one couldn't see its pistil. In the center was a darkness that resembled a black hole. The flower was very bright and beautiful, but do not be fooled by the appearance of this flower. Its name was the ominous star flower. Outside of its star-like appearance, the most important word in its name was ominous. It was certainly vicious and would capture all existences close to it, not only animals, even other spirit plants would be devoured. Because of this, the plot where this flower grew was devoid of other plants. The older it was, the stronger it became. Once it reached a particular level, it could then even fly around. This flower was extremely malefic but also exceeding rare and precious with a sky-high price. Madame Ziyan explained after seeing Li Qie's interest in the flower, "We bought it several years ago from an auction. At that time, it was only a seedling, but it was quite vicious already." Li Qie only gave a passing glance at the flower and nodded his head approvingly. "It is growing well, it seems that your alchemists have a bit of skill." Others would think that Li Qie was arrogant without peer after hearing this. The imperial palace had many alchemists, but Li Qie said it as if they were not worth mentioning. Madame Ziyan didn't think anything of it. Since she had seen his pill refinement skill personally, she knew he was qualified to make such a statement. However, the other alchemists were very unhappy, especially Qin Yu, who responded with a scowl. Madame Ziyan smiled and said, "Young noble is too kind. This is only a display of insignificant skill and is not worthy of your approval. Moreover, the palace can't take all the credit for this. It was really difficult to grow this ominous star flower. After planting it, it would prey on the other spirit medicines, never settling down. Luckily, an elder alchemist from the Qin clan and Qin Yu researched and created a new fertilizing water meant for this flower. With it, we were able to calm it down and the flower was able to grow much better." Qin Yu's actions caused her displeasure, but she was a wise ruler and didn't want to bury a good talent, so she asserted his contributions to this matter. Qin Yu couldn't help but reveal a smug look after being praised by Madame Ziyan. This was one of his greatest achievements since mixing fertilizer was a test of skill. Even though it was not mixed by him alone, he indeed contributed greatly to its creation. Li Qie looked at the flower and shook his head to say, "This is only treating the symptoms and not addressing the root cause, it's only an illusion of wellness. This strain of fertilizing water can only hold on for 2 to 3 more years. Afterward, the flower will become even fiercer." Madame Ziyan's heart thumped upon hearing this, so she quickly inquired, "Does young noble have a way to save it?" Although she didn't understand the inner workings of this matter, she was very confident in Li Qie's alchemy skill. The smug Qin Yu's expression quickly changed after hearing Li Qie's critique. Li Qie belittling the unique recipe was the same as provoking him. "Humph! How arrogant!" Qin Yu coldly said, "Anyone can see that this ominous star flower is growing well, don't comment haphazardly and delude people with lies." This unique fertilizing strand was one of his proudest achievements, so he became furious when Li Qie put it down. He had previously viewed Li Qie as an enemy, but he became even more aggressive now. Initially, Li Qie was too lazy to bother with a little character like Qin Yu, but this ant jumped in front of him once again, so he had to teach him a lesson. He didn't bother to give a glimpse at the guy as he slowly spoke, "This fertilizing formula only has corruption ward sacred water, the other ingredients are not worth mentioning. The flower is calm because of this water." Chapter 650, The Tao of Cultivating Flower. Qin Yu was astounded when Li Qie quickly revealed the crux of his secret formula, but he recovered very quickly. Perhaps Li Qie was only lucky and guessed correctly. Qin Yu coldly spoke, so what? The ominous star flower is vicious by nature, but this is due to its environment. It usually grows up in nether and dangerous lands, so it has vicious tendencies. Coincidentally, the corruption ward sacred water is able to dispel the evil aura from these spirit plants. By dispelling the evil impulses from the flower as well as nurturing it with this fertilizer so that it could have a better growing environment, this would allow for it to calm down. Through time, its vicious nature will be erased, and one day, it will become a divine flower. Although Qin Yu and Li Qie were enemies, it had to be said that Qin Yu was indeed slightly capable with some knowledge regarding the Tao of alchemy. Young noble Qin, you definitely deserve to be called the #1 alchemist of the giant bamboo country. This solution truly is wonderful. After hearing what Qin Yu said, many of the surrounding alchemists couldn't help but voice their praise. It really is amazing, to be able to use this fertilizer to change the vicious habits of this flower. As long as we continue to use it, with the passage of time, this fierce flower will turn into a divine flower. Another young alchemist couldn't help but admire Qin Yu's method. Madame Ziyan was not an alchemist, but prior to this, she also appreciated Qin Yu's solution. She told Li Qie, Qin Yu's fertilizer was indeed effective. Ever since the ominous star flower was treated with it, it changed a lot and became very docile while exhibiting great growth. Li Qie looked at Qin Yu and smiled, this is only an illusion. The corruption ward sacred water has the effect of removing evil from ordinary spirit medicines, but what is an ominous star flower? It is an extremely precious and rare strand that has its own awareness. The water won't be able to remove the evil from it. In fact, it would only act as supreme nutrients for the flower. Li Qie nonchalantly continued on, a young ominous star flower would grow very quickly with the sacred water, so why would it need to catch other prey when this super nutritious water was being handed to it directly? It is only pretending to be docile since there is no reason for it not to. Humph. How can an alchemist speak such nonsense? Qin Yu coldly smiled, everyone knows of the evil deterring effect of the sacred water, so where is this nutrient nonsense? If it was extremely nutritious, then it would have been used by many alchemists as fertilizer. Huang Fuhao added, Brother Qin makes a lot of sense. I haven't heard of such a thing before. The usage of corruption ward sacred water is common knowledge to all alchemists. In my opinion, Brother Qin's special mix has great effects. When the flower's evil properties disappear, it will turn into a divine flower. Qin Yu became a lot more lively and proud and arched his chest after hearing Huang Fuhao. He stared intensely at Li Qie with a pressing momentum. Huang Fuhao was called the 5th young alchemy prodigy in the current generation, so no one dared to question his alchemy skills as his words carried a lot of weight. Thus, when Huang Fuhao voiced his support for Qin Yu, all the spectating alchemists looked towards Li Qie. Many of them were already unhappy with him, so a barrage of attacks came right after Huang Fuhao's comment, being good at pill refinement doesn't mean you know how to plant. The alchemy Tao is separated into these things for a reason. If you are no good at plant cultivation, then don't spout nonsense and try to destroy someone else's reputation. Another alchemist sneered, that's right, everyone knows that the sacred water is meant for dispelling evil, so young noble Qin Yu's application of it to grow the ominous star flower is perfect. It is an incredible formula. One more verbally assaulted Li Qie, it is not enough just knowing the basics. It would be completely humiliating to let someone like this participate in the alchemy conference. Complete garbage. At this time, Qin Yu was emboldened and coldly stared at Li Qie, if you don't have any evidence, then don't speak nonsense. Li Qie, your earlier words are blatant defamation towards my Qin clan's reputation. It is not too late for you to apologize. Otherwise, my clan will not go easy on someone who tried to maliciously stain our reputation. Earlier, Qin Yu was suppressed by Madame Ziyan's imperial aura and couldn't do anything about it, but now, he became much more aggressive after latching onto Li Qie's weakness. He would never let go of this rare chance and would take advantage of this opportunity for his counterattack. He would never let go until he completely defeated Li Qie. If the situation allowed it, he would even kill Li Qie. At this time, Huan Fuhao spoke, "The Tao of alchemy is a serious study, so one should conduct themselves carefully. Do not utter words carelessly without thought." Huan Fuhao's status and prestige were great. His showing of solidarity not only made Qin Yu bolder, it even caused the other alchemists who were initially unhappy with Li Qie to want to challenge him. Li Qie was now under attack by the crowd, causing Madame Ziyan's brows to furrow. How could she not understand what Qin Yu, Huan Fuhao, and the other young alchemists were trying to do? She wanted to back Li Qie up, but he waved his sleeve to signal her not to. He smiled and said, "My words are proof." "Your words are proof." Qin Yu sneered and said, "Your irresponsible defamation is proof." "Humph, this ominous star flower is now harmless thanks to the Qin clan's unique fertilizing strand. It has been growing here for several years. And not only has it been growing at an incredible speed, it hasn't even harmed a fly. All of this is proof that the ominous star flower has been dispelled of its evil affinity and is slowly growing into a divine flower. So now, how can you say that the flower is still the same? You are jealous of our Qin clan's unique mix and want to destroy our reputation. If you do not make this clear, our Qin clan will not let you off so easily." At this point, Qin Yu drew closer to Li Qie with a frightening momentum, wanting to push him to the very edge. This is true. With Huan Fuhao's support, all the other alchemists quickly rode the wave as well. One of them said, "Lacking even the most common of knowledge, yet you still dare to spew arrogant drivel and defame the Qin clan. A treacherous man like this should be punished." Li Qie only smiled and didn't mind the brigade branding against him. He asked, "Then you must be very confident with the Qin clan's unique mix?" Qin Yu smirked in response, "Humph. Actions speak louder than words. No matter how sly you might be with words, you cannot deny the truth that our Qin clan's mix has cured the flower of its vicious nature." Li Qie slowly replied, "If you want the truth, then I shall give it to you. In my knowledge, the ominous star flower is very sensitive to loud screams. Whether it has changed or not, you can give it a shot." Qin Yu's pupils narrowed while looking at Li Qie. He drily said, "Really now?" Li Qie smiled and waved his palm in the air back and forth to say, "This is the case as far as I know, but I suggest that you do not try it since it won't end well." "Is that so?" Qin Yu coldly sneered while gazing at Li Qie, "Since you put it that way, I want to try it even more. What would you do if your method fails?" Qin Yu clearly didn't want to let this go until Li Qie accepted defeat. "What do you want me to do?" Li Qie replied with a grin. Qin Yu suggested with a smirk, "Very simple, it'll be the same as before. If you are right about it being an act, then I deserve death from being attacked by the flower. It would be because my Tao of alchemy was insufficient. However, if you are wrong, not only did you stain our reputation, you also caused trouble and unfounded defamation, so you have to feed yourself to your cauldron's fire source." Madame Ziyan's expression sank after hearing this. Qin Yu's approach was taking things too far. It was apparent that he wanted to kill Li Qie. All the other alchemists held their breaths in anticipation. This was a life-or-death gamble and not something to be laughed about. Although many of them didn't like Li Qie, it wasn't to the extent where they would wish death upon him. They didn't say anything else to fuel the fire now that Qin Yu voiced his desire to kill Li Qie. Meanwhile, after voicing his support, Huan Fuhao only smiled while calmly watching things play out by the side. If necessary, he would interfere again to fan the flames. Li Qie narrowed his eyes and smiled in the face of the repeated attempts of Qin Yu wanting to kill him. People who were familiar with Li Qie would shudder with fear since this expression meant that Li Qie intended to kill. Li Qie smiled and waved his hands to say, "I'm afraid that's no good. In my opinion, this ominous star flower has flourished very well and it might take your life if this goes sour. Ha ha ha, I should thank you for your concern. Qin Yu sneered, but there is no need, I trust my Qin clan's unique mix. If you are afraid to die, then just say it. It is not too late to kneel and beg for forgiveness. This would still be much better than losing your life. Qin Yu was astounded when Li Qiye quickly revealed the crux of his secret formula, but he recovered very quickly. Perhaps Li Qiye was only lucky and guessed correctly. Qin Yu coldly spoke, so what? The ominous star flower is vicious by nature, but this is due to its environment. It usually grows up in nether and dangerous lands, so it has vicious tendencies. Coincidentally, the corruption ward sacred water is able to dispel the evil aura from these spirit plants. By dispelling the evil habit from the flower as well as nurturing it with this fertilizer so that it could have a better growing environment, this would allow for it to calm down. Through time, its vicious nature will be erased, and one day, it will become a divine flower. Although Qin Yu and Li Qiye were enemies, it had to be said that Qin Yu was indeed slightly capable with some knowledge regarding the Tao of alchemy. Chapter 651, Man-Eating Ominous Star Flower. Qin Yu became more and more unreasonable, to the disapproval of Madame Ziyan. Li Qiye was an honored guest of the country, yet Qin Yu was humiliating him like this. This was a deliberate act challenging her. If it wasn't for Li Qiye stopping her just a moment ago, she would have personally taken action. Li Qiye gently sighed and put on a helpless appearance, but the shots had been fired, so he let it go and said, "If you really want to bet, then I can't do anything about it. Let's do it and let it be up to fate." Qin Yu couldn't help but sneer after seeing Li Qiye's appearance. At this time, he felt his victory was assured, and Li Qiye was pretty much a dead man in his eyes. Don't worry, fueling a fire source isn't a painful death, you will be burnt into ashes in a split second. Qin Yu coldly said with a clear gloating look. Li Qiye said, "If this is how it has to be, then start. Just make a screaming sound." Qin Yu sneered while looking at Li Qiye to say, "Since you are anxiously waiting to reincarnate, I'll send you off." With that, he let out a long scream with a considerable sharpness. The moment the scream came out, there was no change in the dormant ominous star flower. Qin Yu then let out a loud laugh and pointed at Li Qiye to say, "Li, now it is your turn to fuel the fire source." Oh, but at this second, before Qin Yu could finish, the flower suddenly rushed forward. The pistil of the flower opened its mouth like a bowl of blood and swallowed half of Qin Yu's body in an instant. No! Qin Yu's wail came from inside the flower, but it was too late. The flower was like a hungry beast with a growing stomach and swallowed him entirely. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yu was nowhere to be found. The only thing that was left was the sound of chewing as the flower gorged on its hearty meal. After it finished chewing, the flower let out a popping sound like a belch. It didn't do anything afterward and acted just like before as if nothing had happened. This sudden development left all the alchemists present aghast since it happened too quickly. They were sure of Qin Yu's victory and how nothing would happen, so who would have thought that Qin Yu would be swallowed whole by the flower where not even his corpse would be left behind? Such a scary and unexpected scene would, of course, leave all the alchemists in fear. Oh God! Eventually, all the alchemists calmed down and retreated with horrified and blanched expressions as if they had just seen a ghost. Suddenly, all of them stayed far away from the ominous star flower. Even Qin Yu was swallowed in one gulp by this flower, so if they were close, perhaps they would be next and get devoured by the flower without leaving behind a body. Even Huangfu Hao was shocked by this development. Although he supported Qin Yu, he essentially didn't care for Qin Yu's outcome. Huangfu Hao only wanted to use him to test Li Qiye. He didn't expect for Li Qiye to be right, for the flower to swallow Qin Yu whole. Of course, he couldn't care less about Qin Yu, he only wanted to learn more about Li Qiye's abilities. As for a demon king like Madame Ziyan, she stood there unperturbed. With her power, she was definitely able to save Qin Yu. However, he was courting death, so why would she do so and offend Li Qie, causing him to be unhappy? Li Qie couldn't help but laugh a bit. How could anyone in this world be more knowledgeable about spirit medicines and grasses than him? The flower was extremely sensitive to shrieks. The moment someone screamed, it would immediately attack the creature that emitted the sound. There were alchemical reasonings behind this that someone of Qin Yu's level couldn't understand. A's, you got the worst out of it since you didn't listen to the wise. Like I said, it was better not to bet, but you didn't trust me. Look what happened now, you've even thrown your life away, a sad death with no burial. Li Qie smiled and calmly said while waving his hand dismissively. It would be strange if Li Qie would forgive Qin Yu after his malicious actions. Only death awaited him the moment he wanted to kill Li Qie. At this point, the alchemists present couldn't help but take in deep breaths while looking at the ominous star flower before them, overwhelmed by a creepy sensation. At this time, flashing starlight still came from the flower in a beautiful fashion as if nothing had happened. But now, none of the alchemists dared to approach it. They understood that its vicious nature had not changed and would still hunt its prey. Just like Li Qie had said, this was only an act, and the flower only wanted to absorb the sacred water for its nutritious properties. The other alchemists were not only anxious, they were also dumbfounded. Earlier, they thought that Qin Yu had won for sure and that his logic was sound since it was based on common knowledge privy to all alchemists. They didn't expect that the truth was far from it. At this moment, the common sense that they were used to had been shattered by Li Qie, leaving them in disbelief. The entire scene inside the alchemy garden was now silent besides the howl of the gentle breeze. Many alchemists here couldn't help but glance at Li Qie. Even if these alchemists were annoyed with Li Qie earlier, at this moment, they were aware that Li Qie was someone who was actually capable. Otherwise, the giant bamboo country wouldn't have chosen him so easily. Those who sneered at him earlier shuddered and felt fortunate to not have been the one who tested the waters. Otherwise, they would have taken Qin Yu's place and end up being devoured by the flower. The only person who was calm, perhaps, was Madame Ziyan since she saw Li Qie's peerless alchemy skill with her own eyes. Qin Yu couldn't compare to Li Qie, so his end was within expectations. One can only say that with such low alchemy standards, being eaten by the ominous star flower is no surprise. Li Qie smiled and looked at the seemingly calm flower while leisurely saying, "It seems that the flower won't need to eat for some time now." You tricked him. At this time, a cold voice came from Huangfu Hao. You already knew this would be the result, so you urged him to his death. Li Qie turned around to look at him with one eye and nonchalantly said, "So what? I only killed one person, what is there to be alarmed about? Those who provoke me should come to understand that they are being suicidal." Li Qie's domineering reply caused many alchemists to shudder, especially those who sneered at him earlier. They subconsciously took several steps back to create some distance between themselves and Li Qie. They didn't want to die a miserable death like Qin Yu. "You are too cruel." Huangfu Hao's expression sank as he coldly said, "Someone who kills their peers like this will not be tolerated by the world." Huangfu Hao's rhetoric carried an air of righteousness. He simply wanted to use this chance to propel his own agenda. At this time, Li Qie was too lazy to look at him again. He looked around the garden and slowly spoke, "Don't pretend to be a defender of justice in front of me. While my mood is still good, instantly scram back to your Huangfu clan with your tail tucked between your legs before I paint this paradise with blood. If you truly provoke me, then you won't be the only one dead, your entire Huangfu clan will disappear from this world." Everyone gasped after hearing this declaration. It was truly too bold and caused the alchemists here to glance at each other. They didn't expect for Li Qie to dare say such a thing to Huangfu Hao. Huangfu Hao wasn't only the fifth alchemy prodigy, he was also a brilliant cultivator. He had reached Heavenly King, allowing him to look down upon the younger generation. Moreover, he was also the first young noble of the Huangfu clan, thus his prestige rang far across the alchemy realm. But right now, Li Qiye didn't care for Huang Fu Hao and opened his mouth to declare his murderous intent. Moreover, he even announced his intention of eradicating the Huangfu clan to the roots. Such a claim was far too arrogant. A few alchemists here felt that Li Qiye didn't know the immensity of the heaven and earth and could even be described as ignorant. Of course, some alchemists also gloated with cold smiles. Li Qiye provoking Huangfu Hao in such a suicidal manner was a good thing for them. Even Madame Ziyan, standing by his side, had to smile helplessly. She herself thought that Li Qiye's words were too outrageous. Killing Huangfu Hao was not difficult, but wanting to destroy the entire Huangfu clan was far more challenging. Even their giant bamboo country couldn't do so. Huangfu Hao's expression quickly turned extremely ugly upon hearing this. He was the heaven's proud son of the alchemy realm, a prodigy respected by everyone no matter where he went. Their Huangfu clan was a top-ranked great power that had an alliance with the alchemy kingdom. Not too many existences dared to touch their clan in the alchemy realm. Well, Huangfu Hao was enraged and replied with a cold smile, "Naive fool, I want to see what you can do. Today, I will personally skin you and pull out your tendons." Having said that, he took a step forward. Earlier, he wanted to find an excuse to teach Li Qiye a lesson, but he didn't expect Li Qiye to be so bold and choose to meet the blade's edge head-on. This was actually perfect for Huangfu Hao. With a sneer, he raised his foot and instantly stepped over towards Li Qiye's direction. As a heavenly king, his stomp carried an untouchable momentum like a gigantic mountain crashing down. He wielded an attitude as if Li Qiye was an insignificant ant in his eyes that couldn't reach the apex. 1 foot alone was enough to crush Li Qiye to death. However, Li Qiye didn't even bat an eye. He slightly stomped on the ground with his foot and shouted, "Scram!" The moment his words came out, a series of rumbles appeared. It was as if there was a dragon underground. One could hear a crash, and suddenly, the muddy soil seemed to turn into a dragon that soared into the sky. In an instant, a shadow snapped forward like a long whip. Qin Yu became more and more unreasonable to the disapproval of Madame Ziyan. Li Qiye was an honored guest of the country, yet Qin Yu was humiliating him like this. This was a deliberate act challenging her. If it wasn't for Li Qiye stopping her just a moment ago, she would have personally taken action. Li Qiye gently sighed and put on a helpless appearance, but the shots had been fired so he let it go and said, "If you really want to bet, then I can't do anything about it. Let's do it and let it be up to fate." Qin Yu couldn't help but sneer after seeing Li Qiye's appearance. At this time, he felt his victory was assured, and Li Qiye was pretty much a dead man in his eyes. "Don't worry, fueling a fire source isn't a painful death, you will be burnt into ashes in a split second," Qin Yu coldly said with a clear gloating look. Li Qiye said, "If this is how it has to be, then start. Just make a screaming sound." Qin Yu sneered while looking at Li Qiye to say, "Since you are anxiously waiting to reincarnate, I'll send you off." Chapter 652, Green Bamboo, Pa. Huangfu Hao, who seemed to be a gigantic mountain stomping down, was suddenly smashed into a bloody pulp. Ah! Before he could react, his entire body was slapped away by this whip-like shadow. He was blown out of the capital and sent all the way towards the horizon before eventually disappearing in the farthest reaches of the sky. His shrill scream filled the sky after being whipped and blown away. Even if he didn't die, he would still be at death's door. After blowing Huangfu Hao away with one blow, both the dragon-shaped soil and the item that resembled a whip disappeared underground without a trace. That was, after seeing this whip-like item, Madame Ziyan was astounded. Amidst its action, she noticed that the whip was actually a bamboo root. To be more exact, it was a branch connected to the root. Madame Ziyan herself used to be a violet bamboo tree, so after seeing the bamboo root, she immediately thought about many things. The other alchemists didn't know what was going on since they were scared silly. They actually thought that there was a dragon hiding underground. They couldn't calm down as they shuddered at the thought of Huang Fu Hao, a heaven's proud son at the heavenly king realm, being swatted away like a fly by the shadow underground. How could they not be shocked by this development? Was there really a dragon underground? Of course, there was no dragon beneath the soil. This earth was personally sealed by Li Qie and strengthened by many wise sages, including god kings. An extremely formidable law suppressed the area below. After stepping into the garden, Li Qie seemed to be enjoying the spirit grasses, but the truth was that he was measuring this land and calculating the changes to once again take complete control of the gigantic seal underground. At this location, Huang Fu Hao causing trouble was akin to courting death. Li Qie didn't even have to do anything and could still easily kill him. Could that have been? Madame Ziyan regained her composure, but she still carried a shocked expression. She lifted her head up to look at the giant bamboo that pierced the firmament. You guessed correctly. At this time, while looking at the madam, Li Qie slightly raised his brows to say, that was a branch of the bamboo's root, just a tiny one. This answer left the madam frozen. Although the giant bamboo tree was their divine guardian, for millions of years, no one had seen it take action. From the time she became a disciple of the country, she had never witnessed any movement from the tree. The giant bamboo tree had always been the same, staying high above the clouds without any changes, as if it would forever be this way for many more millions of years to come. However, today, an outsider like Li Qie came and spurred the giant bamboo deity to take action. Under Li Qie's control, a small root actually came and swatted Huang Fu Hao away to the ends of the earth. This was simply unthinkable. While she was still in a daze, Li Qie moved forward and instantly crossed the alchemy garden. At this moment, he was standing at the end of the garden, and in front of him was the path towards the bamboo garden. Even though the two gardens were connected, the bamboo garden was currently full of rippling radiance. The giant bamboo in the sky poured down little specks of light that came together to form an extremely realistic ward and sealed off the entire bamboo garden. No one could cross this barrier to enter the garden. Li Qie looked at this barrier ahead and then the giant bamboo in the sky. He couldn't help but laugh as old scenes started to play out in his mind. At this time, the endless sea of memories in his forehead shot out a golden law. Bang! This law struck the barrier and dissolved it before swiftly turning these flashing runic lines into a door. The door opened as Li Qie stepped inside the barrier and into the bamboo garden. After he entered, the door disappeared while the barrier remained without any changes, prohibiting entry for anyone else. Impossible. After seeing this scene, Madame Ziyan was horrified and had to take several steps back from the shock. How could she not be shocked? This bamboo garden had always been a forbidden ground in her country. For millions of years, besides the progenitor, she had never heard of anyone else being able to enter the garden. However, an outsider like Li Qie could easily walk inside without using force. It was as if the bamboo garden specifically allowed him entry. It became even clearer to the madam after seeing the door formed on the barrier. This meant that the garden accepted Li Qie, and more importantly, the deity of her country accepted Li Qie. For tens of millions of years, the giant bamboo country had produced many brilliant geniuses along with wise rulers. However, outside of their progenitor, none of these people had been accepted by the garden and the deity. Despite all of this and to the dismay of the madam, an outsider like Li Qie was accepted. She even saw it with her own eyes. As for the other alchemists in the alchemy garden, they didn't know what was going on. They actually thought that Li Qie was a disciple of the giant bamboo country. Fellow guests, today was truly a grand event where everyone took the time to join us here. The madam composed herself and immediately told all the alchemists in the garden. However, some unexpected events happened and there was a misunderstanding, resulting in spilled blood, so we can't do anything except end the party before the appointed time. At this moment, she formally ended the party. After all, this sudden development caught even a royal lord like her unprepared. The alchemists here didn't dare to say anything else. Qing Yu was dead and Huanfu Hao's fate was unknown. They knew a storm was brewing after such a big event occurred, so at this time, many of them quickly left the party. After all the alchemists were sent out, Madame Zi Yan immediately went to the end of the alchemy garden and stood in front of the entrance, the barrier to the bamboo garden. She took a very deep breath and reached out towards the barrier. She wanted to see if she could enter the bamboo garden or not. Unfortunately, with a bang, she was immediately repelled by an extremely powerful force from the barrier. After she regained her balance, she took another deep breath and sent out a command, "Summon all 18 demon monarchs here without delay." Meanwhile, Li Qiye had entered the bamboo garden and only saw an indistinct scene. The entire garden was immersed in a worldly energy so thick that it had nearly condensed into fog. Such thick worldly energy was frightening. This level of density couldn't be found even in the ancestral grounds of the great powers. Anyone would feel relaxed in this place, all of their pores would open as if they were about to flutter away into the sky like an immortal. By standing in this location, even those with the most ordinary of talents would be able to feel the laws of this ground. Those who were more talented could resonate and become close with the Grand Tao, and the Tao would answer back. This place could only be described as a treasure ground, one great enough to be coveted by all great powers. So tens of millions of years of saturation could turn a regular location into a sacred ground. Li Qiye stood amidst this fog and felt the beat of the earth as well as the elegant azure grand vein beneath the ground. It was as if this earth was hiding a dragon, and it caused him to become sentimental. Long ago, this land was only an ordinary location, but after a certain era, Li Qiye planted a green bamboo here. At that time, the kings heeded his call, virtuous paragons and god-kings all gathered here just to strengthen this ground. Many invincible existences created a supreme seal at this place. In that year, Li Qiye used an extremely heaven-defying method to alter this land. He gathered the worldly energy from the elegant azure grand vein and moved it here so that the entire vein would cultivate the green bamboo planted by him. As he walked around the garden, it appeared to be a forest with splashing rivers. Many flickering shadows were cast from the tree. Flowers and grasses were silently blooming with new green sprouts growing everywhere. This place was full of life and vitality. Here was a scene of tranquility like a paradise amidst this vast world, an escape from the rowdy and mundane world. Walking in this place allowed one to be immersed in the worldly energy, giving birth to the illusion that this was a land of immortals. Li Qiye took a leisurely stroll through the garden and eventually found himself standing before a bamboo tree. This tree was beyond gigantic, and after millions of years, he had finally seen it once again. It had a lush green color like jade. At a glance, it had a green and glossy glow just like a supreme immortal piece of jade. As the flow of time raged on, this bamboo was still as shiny and moving as before. There was no sign of aging as if it could live for millions of more years without any problem. When one stood before this unreasonably large tree, they would feel that there was a gigantic wall before them. One couldn't calculate how many people it would take to surround such a huge tree. Li Qiye couldn't help but reach out with his hand to gently stroke the jade-like bamboo tree's trunk. He sighed before murmuring, "How many years have passed? When I brought you out from that ominous ground, you were only a seedling, but now you have become a deity." The bamboo tree's shadow swayed while rustling its leaves high in the sky. Its branches fluttered back and forth gently as if answering Li Qiye. Since Li Qiye used a law from his sea of memories to open the barrier, the bamboo tree that had turned into a deity naturally knew what had happened and who was coming. Chapter 653, Your Disappearing Fragrance. Li Qiye gently caressed the giant bamboo and couldn't help but gently sigh in his mind. He suddenly became sad for no reason and murmured, "Not everything in this world can be perfect. Although you can't turn your Tao into sentience, why is it not a good thing for you? Tens of millions of years would only be a blink of an eye. You can watch the seas turn into mulberry fields, and all the grievances and feuds in the mundane world are just ephemeral clouds and puffs of smoke. The green lights coming from the tree slightly shifted as if it was listening and responding to Li Qie. He gently leaned against the tree and closed his eyes. At this moment, he felt relaxed and carefree. At this second, his mind gained a rare moment of serenity. Many things had happened in the past millions of years. Although he could cause a storm in the 9 worlds with a simple sway of his hand, although a simple gesture from him could massacre myriad realms, although his anger had caused the world to tremble, although the state of his eyes could change day and night. For the past millions of years, he had too many things to do: kill, battle, scheme, venture, train talents. For millions of years, besides his deep slumbers, it was as if he had never slept before. His time seemed to pass by slowly as if each moment was an eternity. At this time, he was sitting comfortably with peace of mind. Here, he didn't need to think too much, he didn't need to be vigilant against anything. Although he had countless secrets, he was able to relax at this time. The giant bamboo seemed to be very quiet as well. Its green light became gentle as if it was quietly protecting Li Qie. After a long period of time, Li Qie opened his eyes and reorganized his thoughts. He couldn't help but smile while slowly walking around the bamboo tree. The moment he made it halfway around, he saw a pond before him, emitting a gentle light. Before one even got close, they would feel the approaching water vapor permeate deep into their body. The water in the pond was a collection of dew that dripped down from an old root of the tree. It took a very long time for this old root's dew to slowly accumulate into an entire pond. People in this world always talk about the immortal nectar, but how many of them have actually seen it? How many of them know that immortal nectar is merely a name? Li Qie chuckled after seeing the pond. This was the giant bamboo country's immortal nectar. For many generations, many people of the country had tried to find the legendary immortal nectar, but all had failed. Every single location in the country had been searched, but no one was able to find it. The immortal nectar was merely a name. Only those who were unaware would call this water immortal nectar. In fact, there were many types of immortal nectars, and the difference in rankings was quite great. Li Qie didn't linger by the pond. He continued to tread forward around the pond of nectar and finally stood before a small cabin. This cabin was not big and was also very simple. However, after millions of years, it was as if it hadn't changed at all, it was still as clean and bright as before. Countless images appeared in his mind while gazing at the little cabin ahead. The graceful and lively young girl that was as gentle as water and oh so considerate. As he found himself lost in this scene, it felt as if all of it happened just yesterday, even though millions of years had passed. Squeak. He opened the door and, amidst his daze, he could still hear the 2 words, "young master," being tenderly cried out just like that year. The 2 words, "young master," made his heart so happy. This room was still clean, and the table and chairs inside were still the same. The bookshelf by the wall was still stocked neatly with old scrolls and trunks of books. Yenner, you were not able to let go back then. Li Qie couldn't help but let out a light smile. In the end, he could only sigh softly with a sad and helpless sensation while saying, "Those years lasted for ages. I once ruled myriad worlds, and some people even said that there was nothing I couldn't do. However, the truth is, since time immemorial, frustration arose countless times. Countless people left my side, and I couldn't keep them even if I wanted to." In the quiet little cabin, Li Qie's eyes were like a flowing river running across each corner of the room. This place was once filled with his presence. Before he knew it, he was standing next to the bookshelf that housed many old scrolls. He couldn't help but open some of them. He easily read the words they contained as old scenes appeared right before his eyes. It was as if the past had struck him, as if it were yesterday, as if he was reliving past events. If Madame Ziyan saw these old scrolls, her soul would be scared away from her body because all of these things were secrets of the giant bamboo country that were never passed down. Some of them were merit laws and techniques that even her country didn't have. Li Qiye only casually flipped through these secrets, they were not much to him. The merit laws and techniques that belonged to the giant bamboo country mostly came from him. Only a small portion was created by its progenitor. Back in that time, its progenitor was only an ordinary girl. Li Qiye let her stay by his side and led her down the path of the Grand Tao while teaching her supreme arts. Due to various restraints, Li Qiye didn't train her as a potential immortal emperor. Nevertheless, she stayed by his side as his maid and took care of his daily needs. Li Qiye, at the same time, gave his all and taught her the best techniques. Although she couldn't become an immortal emperor, her life and skill were extremely frightening and completely heaven-defying. Li Qiye gently went through all of the scrolls on the shelf once before putting them back. By the window, a guqin could be found. The sight of it caused Li Qiye to gently sigh. He sat before it and took a deep breath to calm his emotions before lifting his hands to play a melodious song that carried a free and relaxed temperament. Outside the bamboo garden, Madame Ziyan summoned all 18 demon monarchs. The moment they received the urgent order, they immediately came running. At the same time, she ordered that besides her and the monarchs, no one else could enter the alchemy garden. It could be said that at this time, the entire garden was barricaded completely. That can't be real. After hearing the madame's words, the eagle demon monarch couldn't help but take a deep breath and display a shocked expression. In fact, all the other monarchs were aghast as well. To them, this was an impossible matter. How can this be? For millions of years, the legend stated that besides the progenitor, no one else has been able to enter the bamboo garden. Ancient Pine emotionally stated. Although they knew that Madame Ziyan was absolutely not lying, they still found such a matter hard to believe and couldn't accept it in a short period of time. For many generations, even invincible virtuous paragons from the giant bamboo country had tried to enter the bamboo garden, but they couldn't successfully do so. And yet, an outsider like Li Qiye, a nameless junior, was able to enter as easily as flipping one's palm. If such words didn't come from Madame Ziyan, then the monarchs would have never believed it. He didn't forcefully enter and instead went through a portal, this means that our deity has accepted him. Madame Ziyan said in a solemn tone. The monarchs glanced at each other in astonishment. One of them said, "This is incredible. Our country has produced many wise rulers and geniuses, but none were accepted by our bamboo deity. Yet now, an outsider was able to enter. I just can't believe it. Your Majesty, what should we do now?" Another monarch had to ask. At this point, all the monarchs looked at Madame Ziyan and awaited her orders. They felt a bit helpless when an outsider had been recognized by their bamboo deity. Madame Ziyan looked at the monarchs in a serious manner and said, "Do fellow monarchs have any opinions? Go ahead, voice them." Ancient Pine pondered for a bit before speaking. "Your Majesty, in my opinion, this is a good thing and is killing two birds with one stone. Young noble Li's Tao of alchemy is peerless, so it is extremely hard for us to keep him. But now, with the acceptance of the deity, maybe we can keep him here. Your Majesty, I feel Brother Ancient Pine's opinion is right." The alchemist monarch added, "Since no one from our country was able to obtain the deity's acceptance for so long while young noble Li was able to, this means that he has fateful ties with our giant bamboo country. Perhaps this is the will of the heavens. Perhaps our progenitor in the heavens is answering our call so that we can have a chance to stand proudly on top of all the races. Imagine young noble Li's alchemy skill on top of being recognized by our deity. Maybe this means that our country will be led by young noble Li to a new glorious peak. Your Majesty, in my opinion, this is an extremely good omen and a reason for our country to rejoice." Chapter 654, Which Path to Take. Regarding this affair, the alchemy monarch and Ancient Pine held an optimistic attitude. Another demon monarch also agreed, "Your Majesty, this is indeed an auspicious omen. Just think about it. If our country could have an alchemy emperor, then even the alchemy kingdom would respect us. Moreover, millions of years have gone by without anyone gaining the acceptance of our deity, so maybe young noble Li is the bringer of prosperity and the ruler of our giant bamboo. I'm afraid we need to be more careful about this matter. The eagle demon monarch pondered for a moment and said, if young noble Li agrees to stay in our country, then I will wholeheartedly agree to this. However, for him to act freely as the bringer of prosperity, this requires further consideration. We don't even know of his background. When the title, Bringer of Prosperity, came up again, the monarch who spoke earlier had to cough with a slightly embarrassed expression. He misspoke earlier because Madame Ziyan was the current royal lord of the country. If Li Qie becomes the new ruler of prosperity, then where would Madame Ziyan go? Brother Eagle is right, maybe young noble Li only came for our bamboo garden. A different monarch agreed with Eagle's view and said, it is not that we don't trust young noble Li, but we really know nothing about his origin. What if he came with a hidden agenda? Although the phrase, bringer of prosperity, is somewhat inappropriate, the ancient pine demon monarch quickly tried to defuse the situation. However, I think it is very unlikely for young noble to come with an agenda. Not to mention that his Tao of alchemy is beyond the reach of all the sects. We can take a step back and pretend that young noble came here for our bamboo garden. However, is this at all plausible? Let's forget about outsiders, even we don't know what is inside the garden outside of our deity. We'll take another step back and assume that young noble Li really came for our garden, but this in itself is impossible since everyone knows that outside of our progenitor, no one else had been able to enter before. Even our strongest virtuous paragon couldn't enter. Think about it, could young noble Li force his way in? We can all see that his entrance was permitted by our deity. Even though our deity hadn't taken any action for millions of years, as disciples of giant bamboo, each and every one of us know that it has always been protecting us. It can see through all things and understand them more clearly than all of us. It definitely has its reasons for accepting young noble Li. In this situation, ancient pine was still supporting Li Qie. Intuition told him that Li Qie would definitely bring about a miracle and become a great figure. At this time, the 18 monarchs were stuck in a dilemma as they couldn't make a decision. Putting aside Li Qie's mysterious background, it was difficult to make Li Qie stay. Ordinary conditions would not be able to tempt Li Qie, and perhaps only by handing over the reins of the country would he be willing to stay. However, this situation had its own problems. There would always be unease in the monarchs' minds by letting someone with an unknown origin become their ruler. There was another problem. If Li Qie were to become the ruler of prosperity for their country, then what would Madame Ziyan do? She was a wise ruler with many notable contributions. As long as she was still on the throne, they couldn't make her abdicate since it would be quite unfair. That's fine. Madame Ziyan revealed a calm and gentle smile. She was aware of the current deadlock, so she slightly nodded and said, if young noble Li truly wants to stay and take the reins, then I will happily abdicate for a better ruler. Until now, our giant bamboo country had always let the most capable become our ruler. This is our tradition. But, Your Majesty, after her words came out, the 18 monarchs couldn't help but become shocked. She was a wise and open-minded ruler who was always kind to her subjects. Up till this point, she had been adored and supported by the entire country, so if she had to resign under such a condition, then many loyal subjects as well as the 18 monarchs would feel ashamed for having done her wrong. This conversation might have seemed like a forced abdication, but the monarchs had no intent of doing so. However, if the only way to keep Li Qie was for her to abdicate, how would the monarchs choose? For our giant bamboo's grand plan, my abdication is acceptable. Madame Ziyan calmly spoke. She was indeed extraordinary and had a will that couldn't be found in others. What if young noble Li does not wish to stay? At this time, another monarch presented a different view. This question caused the monarchs to glance at each other while contemplating. Even the madam pondered for a moment. It seemed that everything was just one-sided and wishfully thinking on their part so far. They still didn't know if Li Qiye wanted to stay or not. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had come and gone. Inside the bamboo garden beneath the giant bamboo, Li Qiye withdrew his true fate treasure, the rock from the divine dragon mountain, back in the metal realm of the prime ominous grave. At this time, the stone itself had turned into Li Qiye's fate treasure. After undergoing continuous transformations, it had now turned into a grand seal. Li Qiye named his fate treasure World Seal. After some research, he had understood the mysticisms of his World Seal. At this moment, it was unclear to them whether Li Qiye was friend or foe. Perhaps under such a tense atmosphere, one wrong move would result in a fight. What is it? Do you wish to fight? Li Qiye stared at the madam along with the monarchs. He was still at ease since he didn't mind if they wanted to take action. The monarchs couldn't help but look at each other before shifting their gazes towards Madame Ziyan. At the moment, they still wanted to listen to the madam's orders. She took a deep breath and eventually calmed her mind. A pair of eyes as smooth as flowing water fell upon Li Qiye as she slowly spoke. Young noble Li, we do not wish to do so, we only hope that young noble Li can stay and lead our giant bamboo country. Young noble has obtained the recognition of our bamboo deity, this has immense significance to our country. Li Qiye only chuckled after hearing Madame Ziyan. He responded by casually throwing a bottle to her while lightly saying, "Take it." This is, Madame Ziyan caught the bottle and was taken aback. She couldn't help but look at Li Qiye since she didn't know what was inside. Li Qiye didn't say anything and only stood there, smiling. Madame Ziyan composed herself and quickly opened the bottle. The moment it was opened, a powerful aura rushed out. After recognizing what was inside, she began to shudder uncontrollably. She lifted her head and looked at Li Qiye, then emotionally asked, "Could this be? Is this the legendary immortal nectar of our country?" Immortal nectar. The 18 monarchs were astonished as well. They all had to take deep breaths. Even their country had never seen this nectar before, but now it appeared in Li Qiye's hands. This treasure is extremely hard to come by. It's a gift from the giant bamboo tree to the country. Be frugal since this bottle can last for several generations. Li Qiye said in a nonchalant manner. In this instance, the group couldn't help but look at each other in confusion. They became a bit silly since they didn't expect Li Qiye to give them something so precious. Although they had never seen it before, they knew that this was something even an alchemy emperor from the alchemy kingdom had tried to find. One could imagine just how precious and priceless it must be, and yet, Li Qiye had just casually thrown it to them as if it was not enough to reach the apex. While the rest of the group was in a daze, Li Qiye stretched his fatigued back and slowly said, "I'm tired, help me prepare a place to rest." The others calmed down and didn't dare to delay his request. Under Madame Ziyan's command, the most quiet and comfortable courtyard inside the imperial palace was prepared for Li Qiye. For the next few days, Li Qiye stayed in this courtyard. Outside of cultivation, he began to control the world seal. To a cultivator who wanted to reach the peak, their fate treasure was absolutely indispensable because this treasure could unleash their true capabilities as well as their strongest battle power. Many cultivators preferred to have stronger weapons. For example, nothing could be better than an immortal emperor true treasure to them. However, for the ones with extraordinary ambition, this was not the case. Even if they had extremely powerful weapons such as immortal emperor true treasures, at the end of the day, those still belonged to other people. This only created a sense of dependency and was not the correct path. For tens of millions of years, those who eventually became immortal emperors ultimately relied on their own weapons to sweep through the 9 worlds and obtain invincibility. It could be said that a qualified cultivator was one who could refine their own weapons so that they were capable of exerting their strongest fighting potential. The type of cultivator who depended on someone else's weapon would never be able to reach the apex. Regarding this affair, the alchemy monarch and ancient pine held an optimistic attitude. Another demon monarch also agreed, "Your Majesty, this is indeed an auspicious omen. Just think about it. If our country could have an alchemy emperor, then even the alchemy kingdom would respect us. Moreover, millions of years have gone by without anyone gaining the acceptance of our deity, so maybe young Noble Li is the bringer of prosperity and the ruler of our giant bamboo. I'm afraid we need to be more careful about this matter." The eagle demon monarch pondered for a moment and said, "If young Noble Li agrees to stay in our country, then I will wholeheartedly agree to this. However, for him to act freely as the bringer of prosperity, this requires further consideration. We don't even know of his background." When the title, Bringer of Prosperity, came up again, the monarch who spoke earlier had to cough with a slightly embarrassed expression. He misspoke earlier because Madame Ziyan was the current royal lord of the country. If Li Qiye becomes the new ruler of prosperity, then where would Madame Ziyan go? Brother Eagle is right, maybe young Noble Li only came for our bamboo garden. A different monarch agreed with Eagle's view and said, "It is not that we don't trust young Noble Li, but we really know nothing about his origin. What if he came with a hidden agenda?" Although the phrase, bringer of prosperity, is somewhat inappropriate, the ancient pine demon monarch quickly tried to defuse the situation, however. Chapter 655, Madame Ziyan's abdication. In the past few days, the 18 monarchs didn't dare to come bother Li Qiye. Meanwhile, Madame Ziyan came to see him every day. More often than not, she even personally took care of his daily accommodations. It didn't stop there. Whenever Li Qiye was free, she would explain the current situation of the world and the giant bamboo country to Li Qiye in great detail. Today, she came to see him like always. Noticing that he was deep in meditation, she slowly sat down by his side. A while later, Li Qiye opened his eyes and said with a smile, "Is there something else you want to tell me?" In the last 2 days, the Qin clan has caused quite a stir. They demand justice from the giant bamboo country for Qin Yu's death. They even swore that they would never let this go. Madame Ziyan explained to Li Qiye. "The truth is, you don't need to tell me these things." Li Qiye gently shook his head and said, "As the royal lord, I'm sure that you can deal with these matters in a satisfactory manner." Madame Ziyan wanted to say something, but she paused for a bit before continuing, "You have only been here for a short amount of time and aren't familiar with many issues. This is a transitional period for you, so after you become used to it," Li Qiye interrupted her. He chuckled while looking at the madam before speaking, "Madam, don't tell me you want me to become giant bamboo's ruler." Li Qiye's sudden interruption left her stunned for a bit. In fact, she had mentally prepared herself and was ready to hand over the giant bamboo country to Li Qiye. "I feel that you are right for it. For millions of years, outside of our progenitor, no one had ever been recognized by our divine guardian. Despite its inactivity, we all know that it has been shielding our country from war. There must be a reason why it chose you at this time. Besides, your Tao of alchemy is peerless. And it's not just me, all of the monarchs also feel that you can lead giant bamboo to the top of all the races." Madame Ziyan spoke in a serious manner. Her words were very sincere and came from her heart. She had plans to abdicate and was more than happy to do so as long as Li Qiye could lead the country down a more glorious path. After hearing this, Li Qiye couldn't help but smile. Then, he gently shook his head while saying, "Do you really think that I would become the royal lord of the country? Do you actually think that I came here just to take the reins?" This answer made the madam ponder for a moment before she was able to calm down and reply, "That is not what I meant. Although young Noble Li might not have come for the giant bamboo country's throne, the divine guardian chose you. I trust that no one else is more suitable than you to become our ruler. I also believe that with you taking the reins in the future, the country will naturally become even more prosperous." Li Qiye smiled and said, "Your words are correct, but also incorrect." Madame Ziyan always had a good temper, so she gently said, "Which parts are incorrect? Young noble Li, please point me in the right direction." Li Qie looked at this charming and beautiful woman ahead, a woman with an elegant and noble aura that didn't take away from her gentleness. He couldn't help but smile and say, "First, you are correct with regards to the country prospering in my hands. Under my control, the giant bamboo country would certainly stand at the top of the 9 worlds one day and look down with disdain upon all the other races. Anyone else would think Li Qie was being too arrogant and didn't understand the immensity of the heaven and earth. Across this world, not too many heaven's proud sons would dare to proclaim this." However, Madame Ziyan still attentively listened in a quiet and gentle manner. This aura of hers, an aura as soft as water, was quite pleasing and would make others feel relaxed. Chapter 656, The Huangfu Clan's Vengeance, So They Are Finally Here. Madame Ziyan's glare became serious as she tried to confirm the situation. Ancient Pine quickly responded, "They still haven't entered the capital and are staying on the outskirts. Their ancestor sent a message to Brother Eagle's group and wants our giant bamboo country to give an explanation regarding Huangfu Hao or face the consequences." It turned out that after being blown away from the capital, the Huangfu clan expended a lot of effort before finding him. Huangfu Hao was found on the verge of death. Although he managed to survive, his wounds were quite grave, so he would be bedstricken for some time. The Huangfu ancestor quickly brought Huangfu Hao back for treatment. After his wounds stabilized, the people from the Huangfu clan regained their calm and refocused their attention. How could the people from the Huangfu clan swallow this anger? Because of this, the ancestor brought a group of experts from the clan, demanding an explanation. Madame Ziyan's visage became cold as she stated, "So if we say no, they will massacre our capital." Ancient Pine had cold sweat running down his face as he said, "Most likely. It seems that the Huangfu clan won't give up unless we give them an explanation. If they actually attack, I'm afraid the Eagle Demon Monarchs group won't be able to withstand it." Madame Ziyan scowled while showing a cold glare. She knew very clearly that there were many great powers in the alchemy realm who had been eyeing their country. However, all of them had been living together peacefully. Nevertheless, with such a good excuse at the moment, how could the Huangfu clan let this great opportunity go? In addition to all of this, Huangfu Hao desired a marriage alliance with her, so their clan could use this as leverage as well after this event. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. "Your Majesty, what should we do?" Ancient Pine hastily asked. With a serious gaze, Madame Ziyan austerely declared, "If the Huangfu clan wants to play hard, then we shall entertain them. Our giant bamboo country is not so easily bullied. I'm only worried that behind the Huangfu clan is the alchemy kingdom. They had been in-laws for several generations." Ancient Pine couldn't help but worry. Madame Ziyan coldly replied, "When the soldiers come, let the generals deal with them, when the flood arrives, let the earth halt it." This was the most indifferent person they had ever met. Chapter 657, Critical Juncture. Right when they felt that Madame Ziyan's decision was crazy, the Huangfu ancestor outside of the capital spoke, "Royal Lord Ziyan, our Huangfu clan's descendant suffered a sneak attack and was gravely wounded inside your imperial palace. He was your guest, yet not only did you fail to protect him, you are also shielding his assailant. Does your country wish to oppose my Huangfu clan? I hope that you will be able to give us an explanation. Otherwise, I will have to personally take a trip to your palace." At this time, the huge figure of the Huangfu ancestor appeared. Although he had yet to step inside the capital, his mountainous shadow, along with the grand, majestic virtuous paragon's aura, was about to suppress the entire capital. A virtuous paragon's voice was able to reverberate throughout the capital so that every single inhabitant would be able to hear his words. The presence of a virtuous paragon was boundless. The moment his voice hovered around the capital, each of his words were like hammers nailing the hearts of everyone in the city. Countless people felt the pressure and couldn't help but stagger backward. A Huangfu clan ancestor, a heavenly sovereign from the previous generation, exclaimed while aghast after seeing the mighty figure outside of the capital. After knowing that the Huangfu ancestor was personally sieging the city, countless cultivators went pale from fear. There were even those who fled the capital overnight. It was understandable that they felt fear. After all, the one who appeared all of a sudden was a virtuous paragon. This was too much for weaker cultivators to bear. The sudden siege by the Huangfu clan left many citizens thinking that a disaster was approaching. What is going on? Don't we have a good relationship with the Huangfu clan? Why are they sieging us now? Many cultivators trembled before the anger of the Huangfu ancestor. One cultivator who knew a thing or two said, "I heard that something happened to their first young noble, Huangfu Hao, several days ago at the feast in the palace. I don't know what happened, but he was blown away from the capital. Although he is still alive, he was seriously wounded, so he can only stay in bed. He is currently unable to stand for even half a second." It wasn't just that Huangfu Hao was seriously wounded. Qin Yu from the Qin clan was killed inside the Imperial Alchemy Garden without even leaving behind a corpse. A cultivator who knew even more added. What exactly went wrong? The party resulted in one dead and one wounded. Moreover, they are both famous young geniuses. After hearing this information, many cultivators became aghast and felt that a storm was approaching. Sure enough, while the Huangfu ancestor was causing trouble outside of the capital, the Qin clan also sent their own words of intimidation. "Your Majesty, my son attended the royal feast and died a terrible death inside the alchemy garden, yet your Majesty didn't even send notice. His killer is still free and is still considered a guest by the court. For millions of years, even if my Qin clan had no notable contributions, the blood-spent effort was still there, but now, my son is dead. Your Majesty, however, continues to harbor the killer. This will sadden everyone's hearts and deter all the talents in this world. Your Majesty must give our Qin clan justice." The Qin clan revealed its stance. At this time, not only did they express their attitude to the court, they did so in an open manner as if they were going to inform the entire country. This indeed happened after the Qin clan's message came out. The entire country was sent into turmoil with rumors spreading everywhere. A wave was stirred in just a moment. Many messages were spread across all the counties. Moreover, most of them criticized the current royal lord of the country, Madame Ziyan. Her Majesty is famous for her righteousness and love for talents. People praised her as a wise ruler, but now, it turns out that she is harboring a killer. Wouldn't this negatively affect her reputation? All of a sudden, in all the streets and corners, all the inns and tea shops, everywhere was full of people discussing this issue. This news spread way too fast, and all kinds of rumors from all over the place eventually returned to the capital. "I heard that Her Majesty and the killer has a special relationship. Because of her protection, the killer dared to act so wantonly without a care for laws. Don't people say that Her Majesty is impartial and wise, a true virtuous ruler? How could Her Majesty protect the killer?" "Ha, because you don't know. These praises only act as a pretense for outsiders to see. From this matter, one can immediately conclude that it was all political posturing." The rumors became increasingly harsh. There were hidden helpers with unknown agendas pushing for chaos in the nation. One messenger sneered, "Madame Ziyan's love for talents, humility, and impartialness are only an act so that she could climb to the throne. Ha, in my opinion, she has already viewed the country as her own property, so right now, since her rule has been consolidated, she is beginning to reveal her true colors. At this moment, she basically sees human life as trash and will do whatever she wants with no consideration for Giant Bamboo's prosperity." All sorts of messages were sent. Another one stated, "Think about it, only the wise and virtuous rule the country. This was the order created by our progenitor and has been upheld for millions of years. Although the Qin clan is not considered her direct subject, the clan is absolutely loyal to the country and has commendable contributions. Every time the country was in danger, the Qin clan would rush to the front to protect it. Think about it, a family of heroes like this had to suffer the injustice of the death of their descendant. This is blatantly wanting the clan to end, so how could people not cry in pain from this grievance? Since our giant bamboo country has a tradition of wise and virtuous rulers, if our royal lord is not wise and uses her power for personal gains and also treats lives like trash, then the throne should change hands to a new wise ruler. At this time, the rumors were no longer simple, and their intentions were clear. It could be said that overnight, not only was it just the street of the capital, all the provinces of the country were full of these rumors. It was clear that the storm was quickly approaching and will bring great turbulence in tow. At this time, the informed cultivators realized that this matter was not so simple. It was the Huangfu clan who first laid siege, then the Qin clan cried out for justice. Now, rumors were circulating everywhere, stirring the hearts of people and causing them to become restless and uncertain. The smart cultivators realized that if this situation was dealt with inadequately, then the entire country would fall into turmoil. Even a long-lasting war was not out of the question. Sure enough, on the second day after the Qin clan's cry for justice, the Qin clan's leader brought many people to the capital. Before entering, he cried out, "My son had died a terrible death. Your Majesty, please hand over the culprit and punish anyone who was involved in this matter. Give our Qin clan justice. The Qin clan does need an answer." When the Qin clan's people made it to the capital, a few lineages in the country also voiced their opinions. Some even sent their disciples to the capital to declare, "The Qin clan deserves fair treatment." Boom! The moment the Qin clan's people made it to the capital, a cauldron's flame pierced all the way to the sky, illuminating an entire zone as if a fire god was emerging. What just happened? Even the distant border regions of the giant bamboo country could sense this huge commotion, especially when this endless flame shot through the sky like a violet aura from the east heading towards the capital. Such momentum caused all the cultivators inside the capital to feel its presence. I heard that the Qin clan's Pill King is about to come into being. Since the Qin descendant died a horrific death and the Qin clan suffered unfair treatment, the Pill King was enraged and didn't mind breaking his blood era stone to come into being. In a short period of time, this frightening news reached the capital as if this scenario had been prepared beforehand. The Pill King is about to appear. Another virtuous paragon is about to come to the capital. After hearing this ancient title, a few cultivators from the previous generations were startled. In the legends, the Pill King was a Qin ancestor, a brilliant alchemist. Word of mouth stated that the Pill King's cultivation stopped at the Heavenly King realm, but he was extremely well versed at pill refinement, so after gathering countless ingredients, he was able to refine one batch after another. After eating fate pills like meals, he finally broke through the Heavenly King realm and became a virtuous paragon. The arrival of the Huangfu ancestor and the coming of the Pill King along with some clans showing their support all happened within one short day. This caused many great characters inside the country to shudder. Is there going to be a revolt? One person murmured, "Is the throne of the giant bamboo country about to change owners?" Giant bamboo had been standing strong for millions of years. The royal succession established by the progenitor maintained a firm grasp on the country. No one had ever been able to shake its foundation. But now, the capital was under siege, causing people to have crazy thoughts. The Qin clan's sudden attitude was not simply a demand for justice for the death of their descendant. To bluntly put it, it was a forceful call for abdication. I wonder if Madame Ziyan is going to be able to handle it. At this time, a lot of gazes fell upon the imperial palace. Although the Qin clan had an aggressive momentum at this moment, the madam in the country still had a great reputation. Moreover, she was loved and supported by her subjects. However, it was precisely due to their love for her that many of them were left very worried at this moment. Even the Pill King is coming out. After this news reached the palace, many monarchs were both angry and shocked. In just a few days, too many ups and downs occurred. It was clear that there was an underlying scheme, and it resulted in a lot of stress for the 18 monarchs. At this point, they were counting on Li Qiye to take some sort of action because the madam had left everything to him. However, he did not do a single thing. It was as if he had not heard any news at all. Chapter 658, Forcing an Abdication. After hearing about the eventual appearance of the Pill King, even the Eagle Demon Monarch who was friends with the Qin clan was enraged. Normally, he would say a nice word or two for them or try to win them some advantages, but in the end, he still came from the court and was one of its disciple as well as a loyal subject. Thus, during this critical juncture, he was on the side of the court. What is the Qin clan trying to do? Are they intending to force the king to abdicate? One monarch angrily exclaimed, I hope they didn't forget that it is not up to their clan to do as it pleases with the country. The Eagle Demon Monarch was quite worried as well as he spoke, if the Pill King comes to the capital, I'm afraid we will be in danger. We will have no choice other than to invite the ancestor to come out in the face of two virtuous paragons. At this time, a disciple rushed over and reported, Young noble, the Qin clan wants to have an audience with Her Majesty. The monarchs couldn't help but turn to look at Li Qiye, who was leisurely sitting on the throne that originally belonged to Madame Ziyan. However, at this moment, he was half sitting there in a completely relaxed fashion as if nothing was happening. As for the madam, she was sitting on the other side. With a calm demeanor, she didn't say anything, at best, she would only reveal a smile. Eventually, Li Qiye came back to reality and lazily said, Since they are already here, how could we not see them? Go tell the Qin clan and the Huangfu clan. In fact, tell this to all the people in the capital, all the lineages, that have something to say or are demanding an answer. Li Qiye didn't make a single move in the last 2 days, he was still nonchalant towards all the new developments. Now, he finally took action, allowing the monarchs to heave a sigh of relief. At this moment, for the monarchs, it didn't matter whether Li Qiye's actions were right or wrong, it was still better than his attitude of indifference. At least he was doing something. This disciple immediately acknowledged Li Qiye's command and quickly carried it out. Young noble, we should have a discussion with the Qin clan and the Huangfu clan about this matter tomorrow. This is only a misunderstanding, so as long as young noble shows sincerity and relies on the reputation the giant bamboo country that has already been established, erasing this animosity shouldn't be a problem. The ancient pine demon monarch busily said. He thought very highly of Li Qiye, so he didn't hope for Li Qiye to ascend to the throne in a state of war before consolidating his power. The eagle demon monarch also pondered for a moment before speaking to Li Qiye, Young noble, I volunteer to talk to the Qin clan. We have some time and with my mediation, resolving this conflict shouldn't be a problem. The eagle demon monarch also didn't want to see the country fall into disarray, so he was willing to solve this side of the issue. Mediation and erasing this animosity with me showing sincerity? Li Qiye couldn't help but chuckle after hearing these two and slowly replied, Who said I wanted to mediate? Who said I wanted to resolve this conflict? This answer took the monarchs by surprise. Ancient Pine had to interject, Young noble, before we lose all sense of pretense, it is not too late to reconcile so that we can spare the country from war. Li Qiye laughed and lazily said, Spare from war. Demon monarchs, there will be war wherever I stand. Why should I try to reconcile? Very well, if you want peace, then I will think about it. Actually, my demand will be very simple. Tell the Huangfu ancestor and that whatever Pill King to prostrate and beg for forgiveness. Then, I will think about not bringing war to their door. The moment these words came out, all the monarchs were stunned and took passing glances at each other in order to read the situation. If Madame Ziyan handing this matter over to Li Qiye was crazy, then at this moment, Li Qiye's decision was truly insane. The ancient pine demon monarch hesitated for a bit and had to speak, Young noble. Ah. This will make it so that we will face the enemy from all sides. That would be bad. Li Qiye lazily said, Demon monarchs, now that all of you are here, I will let you know my creed. First, I will not negotiate. At least, not with my enemies, unless they prostrate before me. Second, the words admitting defeat are not in my vocabulary. Third, I will not let go of past grievances unless my enemies beg for forgiveness and accept their sentence. If their attitude is good, then I can think about it. Fourth, a very simple phrase, those who dare to halt my path shall be killed without mercy. Even immortal emperors are no exceptions. Li Qiye's lazy remark didn't carry an aggressive tone or oppressive momentum, but the contents were the most arrogant and overbearing words in the world. However, they came out of his mouth in such a nonchalant and confident manner as if all was within his grasp. The 18 monarchs were dumbfounded by this declaration. They looked at each other and felt that Li Qiye had turned mad. At the very least, he was the most insane person they had ever seen. Well, young noble, what will you do tomorrow then? One monarch couldn't help but ask. Li Qiye didn't even bat an eye as he slowly uttered, what else is there to do? If they do not prostrate before me, then I will kill all of them. The stone-paved path before the imperial palace has not been washed with blood in a very long time, so it is high time that some people learn that the imperial court is not something they can provoke. Speaking up to this point, Li Qiye paused for a moment. He had an indescribable air of gentleness as he softly continued, I adore peace and also wish for this place to be a tranquil paradise, but when the time comes, I don't mind washing this land with the blood of enemies. Even the gods won't be able to escape. Let the people of the 9 worlds and myriad realms know that those who offend the giant bamboo country, no matter their background or race, will be massacred by me. His eyes turned fierce at this point. The gentle expression was replaced by this fierce gaze. It wasn't only the madam, the 18 monarchs all quivered as an illusion appeared in their minds. At this moment, Li Qiye had become a fierce prehistoric beast. The moment he woke up would be when an ocean of blood forms and when corpses pile up into mountains. It was as if he was sharpening his fangs at the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Behind him was a scene of carnage where even the gods would wail. The people in the room had to shake off this creepy feeling. After finally calming down, they all took deep breaths. Inadvertently, they would feel a cold chill whenever they looked at Li Qiye. However, they found Li Qiye lazily seated in a leisurely posture. At this moment, he was but an ordinary and carefree young man, so where was the aura of a prehistoric beast devouring the world from earlier? This disparity, this contrast was hard to accept for the monarchs. However, we are about to face 2 virtuous paragons. The eagle demon monarch paused for a bit before speaking after finally calming down, essentially, we alone cannot deal with 2 virtuous paragons. Just one of them is more than enough to slay all of us. If we don't invite our ancestor, we simply can't resist their might. At this time, Li Qiye glanced at the eagle demon monarch and slightly shook his head to say, Eagle demon monarch, you are mistaken, it is not we, but you all have no part in this, I alone shall deal with them. This development silenced all the monarchs. Even Ancient Pine was quite skeptical as he repeated, just young noble alone. How could he not be skeptical? The enemy camp had 2 virtuous paragons, so how could Li Qiye do anything by himself? Even if he was a virtuous paragon, it would still be impossible. Demon monarch, what else must I say? If I say I want to do it alone, then that is that, there is no need to waste more breath. Li Qiye slightly raised his brows and added, also, spread this news. Tomorrow when I see them, those who want to spectate can come. This is something that I'm encouraging, so there is no need for an entrance fee. Of course, if people want to join the enemy, then I welcome that too. Killing 100 with one hand is not as shocking as killing tens of thousands. At this point, the monarchs had no words left for Li Qiye. Under such circumstances, others would be afraid of having too many enemies to handle, yet he was actually afraid of having too few enemies. What could the 18 monarchs say to a person who desired to have even more foes such as him? They became a bit helpless and had to look at Madame Ziyan. They hoped that she would come out and try to counsel him because Li Qia's approach was too crazy. However, the madam didn't say anything and only sat there quietly with a smile on her face. It was obvious that she had faith in Li Qia. Seeing as how even the madam was supporting Li Qia, the 18 monarchs didn't have anything else to say. They had no choice but to do as he said. Sure enough, the imperial court released a certain message overnight: tomorrow, the court will meet the Huangfu clan, the Qin clan, and any other lineage or sect that wants to support them. This news spread across the capital very quickly. After this news came out, all types of reactions ensued. Her Majesty has finally decided to show up. After hearing this news, there were those who were excited since they were confident in Madame Ziyan. They trusted that, with her appearance, she would be able to solve this problem. In fact, her popularity was very high in the country. Even though there were two virtuous paragons challenging them, there was still quite a lot of people who believed that the madam was capable of quelling this storm. However, there were also those who were shaken by this stormy situation. A few gazed towards the imperial court and murmured, "Will the court survive this disaster?" After hearing the eventual appearance of the Pill King, even the Eagle Demon Monarch who was friends with the Qin clan became enraged. Normally, he would say a nice word or two for them or try to win them some advantages, but in the end, he still came from the court and was one of its disciple as well as a loyal subject. Thus, during this critical juncture, he was on the side of the court. What is the Qin clan trying to do? Are they intending to force the king to abdicate? One monarch angrily exclaimed, "I hope they didn't forget that it is not up to their clan to do as it pleases with the country." The Eagle Demon Monarch was quite worried as well as he spoke, "If the Pill King comes to the capital, I'm afraid we will be in danger. We will have no choice other than to invite the ancestor to come out in the face of two virtuous paragons." At this time, a disciple rushed over and reported, "Young noble, the Qin clan wants to have an audience with Her Majesty." Chapter 659, Opening the Gates to Welcome the Enemy. I'm afraid both the Qin clan and Huangfu clan will not easily halt their troops. Any wise man was able to see this. The turmoil in the last 2 days and the rumors that spread everywhere allowed them to conclude that the Qin clan didn't just want justice, they wanted to force an abdication. A cultivator from the previous generation murmured, "If this isn't dealt with correctly, then the giant bamboo country will change. I think the Qin clan has had ambitions of ruling the court for a long time now." The sudden upheaval from the Qin clan was not strange at all. The Qin clan had been in the country for millions of years. Although they were not considered a great power and could only be considered a first-rate sect at best, they were deeply rooted in the country. Although the clan's biggest weakness was their lack of invincible experts since it was hard for them to produce a virtuous paragon, this was also their strength. The Qin clan was an alchemy clan that was famous for its medicines. For millions of years, many sects had asked for their medicines, and because of this, they had accumulated a great amount of wealth and had extensive connections. It was no exaggeration to say that the Qin clan had great relationships with many neighboring sections. Any sect would be happy to become friends with an alchemy clan. The Qin clan's descendant died a terrible death in the imperial court, so many of the sects outside either publicly or secretly showed their support for the Qin clan. Some even sent their disciples to help their cause. Therefore, this was ostensibly a cry for vengeance, but the truth was that this was a call for abdication. Any knowledgeable cultivator knew that the Qin clan had coveted the throne of the country for a long time now. This had always been the case, but until now, the imperial court had always held a firm grasp of the country's territories. Moreover, there was very little fighting in the country, so on top of having wise rulers, the Qin clan never had the chance despite its ambitions. Thus, the current development was a God-sent opportunity for them. The death of Qin Yu along with the uprising caused by the Huangfu clan, especially the arrival of its ancestor, allowed for circumstances where they could suppress the imperial court. In such a situation, the the Qin clan and the Huangfu clan were quite close. The Huangfu clan wanted to cause a storm in the country while the Qin clan wanted the royal power. Moreover, the Qin clan's Pill King, who had always been in seclusion, finally decided to show himself. This move could only be described as quite menacing. In fact, they were very optimistic about this situation. The imperial court was not very favored against the Huangfu clan, so now with the uprising from their Qin clan, this was definitely the best time to make a move. If they were successful, then they would seize control of the giant bamboo country. Even if we take a step back and assume that they couldn't seize it instantly, the imperial court would be too busy dealing with the Huangfu clan. At that time, the Qin clan would still be able to gain the greatest benefit. Moreover, the appearance of the Huangfu clan made even more sects decide to voice their support for the Qin clan. With their help, the Qin clan's momentum became quite strong and seemingly flooded the country. If Madame Ziyan made one wrong move, then the country would be fragmented. Will the court survive this disaster? Could it be that the court, which has ruled the country for millions of years, will finally come to an end? Some of the older generation couldn't help but worry. A great character looked into the night sky and slowly spoke, "Morning will soon come. At that time, we will quickly find out the outcome." For many sects in the country and cultivators in the capital, this night was very long and boring. It was nearly torture for many of them. They all knew that tonight would be peaceful, but this was merely the calm before the storm. With a single misstep, the entire country would undergo a massive change tomorrow. A ray of sunlight finally shone into the capital, waking up many people. At this time, many decided to withdraw, others wanted to watch, and some wanted to offer their support. As for which side they supported, only they themselves knew. The sun slowly rose and the capital became rowdy with people coming and going. However, compared to the usual bustling scene, the atmosphere was much more somber. Both the pedestrians on the ground and cultivators flying in the sky wore a heavy expression. At daylight, many cultivators attentively watched for any movement from the imperial court. As the sun was rising, cultivators could already be found standing outside the court in anticipation of the meeting between the two sides. Boom! Finally, it was time. The grand aura of a virtuous paragon instantly shot into the sky as if a deity was arriving at this moment. Under such an overbearing momentum, the entire capital seemed to shake. It was as if the person could crush the entire city with one stomp. The capital was just a tiny boat among the storm that was his aura and could be toppled at any time. This was the Huangfu ancestor. Although his hair was completely gray and his once monstrous blood energy had withered like a sun setting, he still emitted a thunderous aura as if he was riding the storm. This was a power capable of controlling myriad realms. The Huangfu ancestor was an extremely powerful existence and was absolutely capable of causing cultivators to tremble. It was as if a slight gesture from him could burn the sky and split the sea. Meanwhile, behind him was a group of experts that included heavenly kings, heavenly sovereigns, and ancient saints. Their blood energies soared to the sky as groups of divine rings pulsed around them. They came with their ancestor and held no one in their eyes as they traveled without any hesitation. They didn't bother hiding their auras at all. On the contrary, they released them without any scruple and in an extremely arrogant manner without any respect for the capital. Does the Huangfu clan want to go all out? An ancestor alone is one thing, but there are even 3 high elders and 5 elders as well, not to mention the other experts. Many experts took deep breaths and shuddered after seeing the Huangfu clan's lineup. It was apparent to them that the Huangfu clan didn't come for reconciliation. It was apparent that they had no intentions of sitting down for a talk. Even random passers-by knew that they wanted to fight. After the Huangfu people entered the city, the people from the Qin clan were next. This group was led by the Qin clan master, and it was made up of quite a few people, including high elders. Besides the people from the Qin clan, there were also a few accompanying experts from the other lineages that wanted to assist the Qin clan. Although this group was not as powerful as the Huangfu clan, they made up for it with numbers. They entered the capital one after another with an aggressive momentum as well. In an instant, the groups from the two clans were right outside of the palace. They were together and created a very powerful aura, causing many spectators to shiver nervously. At this time, a squeaking sound appeared as the two heavy gates in front of the palace eventually opened. Above the palace on top of a series of steps was a wooden armchair with a very ordinary-looking youth sitting on it. Behind this youth were 18 demon monarchs standing in a line while Madame Ziyan, the royal lord, was standing next to this ordinary youth. Who is that guy? When the cultivators standing far away from the palace saw this scene, they were startled by this unimaginable image. The 18 monarchs could be described as lords of their own domains, individuals with great prestige. Moreover, they were all heavenly sovereigns. But now, they were lining up behind this young man. It was even more astonishing for Madame Ziyan. A royal lord and a heavenly king like her could only stand beside this young man. A single glance could tell that this young man was the person in charge at the moment, and Madame Ziyan was only standing there to keep him company. This frightened and confused many cultivators as they tried to uncover the identity of the young man ahead. Just who was he to be able to command the 18 monarchs and even Madame Ziyan? He is an alchemist that recently appeared in the capital. I think his name is Wuxia, the one who spent some scary amount at the Golem Square. A cultivator knew who about Wuxia told the person next to him. At this point, many onlookers held their breaths while watching the confrontation between the two sides. It seemed that both sides had shown up with all their forces. All 18 demon monarchs of the giant bamboo country were here, so everyone knew that with one wrong turn, both sides would fight until the very end and bathe the palace in blood. At this time, the Huangfu ancestor stepped forward. At this level, each of his steps created an oppressive and terrifying aura. Anyone would have to shudder before this force. The 18 monarchs were intimidated and had to take a step back with shocked expressions plastered on their faces. Frankly, this was not shameful at all since the disparity between the two sides was too great. The monarchs were only sovereigns while the Huangfu ancestor was a true virtuous paragon. Even a heavenly king like the madam was in awe and unable to withstand the aura of a paragon, leaving her with a shaken expression. Only Wuxia remained as calm as water in a well. He remained leisurely seated in his chair as if he was at home and nothing was happening. It could even be said that the Huangfu ancestor before him was only a passerby, not enough to cause any trouble. A rare author's note in the chapter itself, which I think is at the right timing after reading some comments. I, of course, share the same sentiment as well for the long parts before the killing, but it is still demotivating to read the negative comments. However, I'm sure some Chinese readers were complaining at this time as well. After the big battle in the ancestral realm, the first part of the stone medicine world starts at a low point. As an author, I, of course, wish that it could always be exciting, but this is a very difficult thing to do. Each story must have their ups and downs. In short, the plot afterward will become even more brilliant and I will try to refine it even more in the future. Good night, sweet dreams. This caused many people to wonder what the madam and the monarchs wanted to accomplish by picking such an untrustworthy person like this. This was simply picking the wrong person for the task. Li. You already know full well, yet you still have the nerve to ask. You set my son up, you shameless wretch. The Qin clan master bitterly said. His eyes were burning with furious flames as he glared at his son's killer in front of him. He couldn't wait to rush forward to kill this brat. Oh, so you are talking about this matter. Wuxia gently waved his sleeve again and interrupted the clan master. He nodded his head and said, I already know about this, that means I have heard your grievances. With that, he ignored the clan master and turned his head towards the sects who were supporting the Qin clan. The Qin clan master was shaking with anger due to Wuxia's attitude and almost vomited blood. Both the Qin clan and the Huangfu clan were extremely outraged by the demeanor of this junior, Li Qie. Only the Huangfu ancestor remained indifferent. He wanted to see what ploy Li Qie would carry out. In fact, his only concern was the giant bamboo ancestor, so he stood there, waiting to see if the ancestor would come into being or not. What are your grievances? Did your sect master die at the capital? Or perhaps your sons were killed at the imperial palace? Li Qie slowly asked the lineages who were supporting the Qin clan. At this moment, these sects couldn't help but look at each other. They were not afraid of a nobody like Li Qie, but they were still quite apprehensive of the imperial court. In the end, an expert of one of the lineages came out and spoke. You murdered the Qin clan's young noble, you slew innocent and loyal subjects, you will be a disaster for the giant bamboo country with your treacherous words that confuse people, got it? Li Qie interrupted this expert and said, okay, so all of you want to be the harbingers of justice and defenders of the weak. When you see unfairness, you will unsheath your blades to lend a hand. This expert who was suddenly interrupted by Li Qie was quivering from anger as well while glaring at him. I have now understood all of your complaints. At this time, Li Qie still sat leisurely on his chair. He glanced at everyone in front and calmly declared, now, I represent the giant bamboo country and will give a satisfactory answer to all those who have complained. Here, Li Qie paused for a bit and cleared his throat before continuing, regarding the matter of the Qin clan's young noble, my answer is very simple, this was because of his lack of skill. As for Huang Fuhao who is bed-stricken, it is even clearer, it was his fault for provoking me, and I already showed mercy by not killing him. And as for all you heroes of justice, I will also give you an answer. If you scram right now, you will be able to hold on to your life. This type of answer from Li Qie astounded everyone. The Huangfu clan, the Qin clan, and all the other sects who came to help glared at Li Qie as their anger rose to new heights. You feel that this kind of answer will be able to solve everything? At this time, the Huangfu ancestor was still not angry. However, his aura was still oppressive, and a murderous glimmer could be found in his eyes. He was determined to kill Li Qie at this time. To existences like this virtuous paragon, even if they were angry at Li Qie, there was no need to shout and scream to release their dissatisfaction, they would rather just directly kill him instead. Oh. So you have an idea? Li Qie looked at the ancestor whose murderous intent was provoked and said, if you have one, then I am willing to listen. I have always been a humble person who accepts good advice and will not act so arbitrarily. I am happy to listen when others have complaints about me. Madame Ziyan, who was standing beside Li Qie, was out of words. If he was a humble person who listened to advice, then she would be a wise sage, a real ruler from the legends. She couldn't help but smile helplessly at Li Qie's self-boasting. Your giant bamboo country hurting my Howard is a great crime. This is challenging my clan's prestige, looking down on us with disdain, and also a declaration of war. At this time, the Huangfu ancestor coldly spoke, our clan gives you two choices. The first will be a war until one of us falls. Li Qie cheerfully chuckled after hearing this and asked, oh, then the other choice is not war. Seeing them talking like this, especially Li Qie's relaxed attitude, those who didn't know the current circumstances would think that they were only friends chattering. Li Qie's attitude caused many people to be speechless, in fact, it nearly drove them insane. This nonchalant rhetoric as well as his whatever-goes attitude had no place in national matters. This was more like little children playing around. The Huangfu ancestor glared at Li Qie. At this time, as a virtuous paragon, he was 100% certain that the giant bamboo ancestor absolutely didn't come into being. So without this ancestor, how could this brat ahead be so confident as if everything was under his control? This caused the Huangfu ancestor to be quite vigilant. In his view, Li Qie had no place to compete with him. This brat before him, at best, would only be a heavenly sovereign who had yet to reach the heavenly king realm. There was no difference between this brat and an ant in his eyes, yet said and still dared to act so contemptuously in such a relaxed manner. This made the ancestor feel very strange. During this stare down, everyone else watched with bated breaths as they all looked on in silence. In the eyes of all, the Huangfu ancestor was a beast watching his prey, and Li Qiye was only a little lamb. They believed that a lamb like Li Qiye would be swallowed in one gulp by the ancestor. Li Qiye wouldn't even be enough to be considered a good meal. The Huangfu ancestor was a person who knew his stuff. His eyes narrowed after seeing how Li Qiye was unperturbed by his aura. In his opinion, for a young man like this to not be intimidated by his aura, he had to either be a virtuous paragon or have an unshakable Tao heart. At this time, the Huangfu ancestor asked with an austere voice, "Did your ancestor come into being or not?" Although it was not too sonorous, it was thunderous like a drum next to everyone's ears. The ancestor still hasn't taken action, but his aura alone was enough to scare people here. This was the frightening part about a virtuous paragon. Those who were present could sense the gap between them and a paragon. One demon monarch could no longer bear it and was going to step out, but Madame Ziyan gently waved her sleeve, telling him to calm down. This is too much. A cultivator standing in the distance couldn't help but say, "Where did the giant bamboo country find this weak and incompetent person? They even left him in charge." A rowdy furor appeared among the crowd. Some were even enraged because the majority of the cultivators were still very loyal. Now, when Li Qiye seemed to be agreeing to the Huangfu clan's condition, some of the cultivators here couldn't bear this shame. In fact, even people from the Qin clan and Huangfu clan along with the supporting lineages were caught off guard. This negotiation was a bit too easy. The Qin clan master stumbled a bit after being asked by Li Qiye. He felt a bit dazed because this came too easily. He calmed down and took a deep breath before speaking. "You tricked my son, so this crime is unforgivable. However, Her Majesty even gave you protection. This is not only abusing her power for personal gains in an arbitrary and prejudicial manner against the giant bamboo country's reputation, it is also breaking the tradition of having wise rulers until now, I understand." Before the Qin clan master could finish, Li Qiye waved his sleeve and interrupted him. "You are trying to say that you want the royal lord position of the country, and your Qin clan will enter the imperial court to rule the country. As for me, I killed your son, so I have to pay for it with my life. Am I correct?" The clan master was a bit surprised when Li Qiye said everything he wanted to, causing him to nervously swallow his saliva. However, he still bit his teeth and nodded solemnly to say, "Yes, exactly right. Okay, your request is not surprising." Li Qiye nodded and then looked at the experts from the lineages that were assisting the Qin clan to say, "The Huangfu clan and the Qin clan have made their cases. What are your requests? If you have nothing, then I will resolve the issues of these two clans." Astonishment was the only reaction to Li Qiye's reply. At first it was only giving up territory to the Huangfu clan, but now he even handed the imperial rule over to the Qin clan. Everyone now felt that Li Qiye wasn't the only one who was crazy. Madame Ziyan's group were as well, since they actually let such a crazy person take charge. "We want the territory along the South Stream." An expert from one sect immediately shouted after calming down. Since Li Qiye would even pass away the imperial rule, how could these people not try to latch on to this once-in-lifetime opportunity? "Our Yao clan wants the Langfang region," another expert immediately stated. This scene sent many people into a daze. At this time, they felt that this location didn't resemble a national negotiation of important affairs anymore, it was more like a food market. Actually, it couldn't even be considered a market, it was more like children playing around. This was especially clear when these sects shouted out their conditions and swept away the originally serious atmosphere. They have now become rowdy old ladies at the market, haggling the prices. At this point, even the 18 monarchs felt that this was a little funny. At this time, they finally caught on after seeing this scene. Good, very good. Li Qiye waved his sleeve to stop the haggling lineages and finally nodded his head to say, I have heard your conditions and demands. With that, all of the lineages couldn't help but look at Li Qiye. In fact, all eyes were on him at this moment. They wanted to see how Li Qiye would end this ridiculous scene of exorbitant demands. Many people even wondered if this crazy Li Qiye would actually meet these demands. Once everyone was quiet, Li Qiye finally cleared his throat and slowly said, I am a very receptive person. Everyone has desires, so I have listened. At this point, he paused for a bit before continuing, however, regarding your conditions and demands, I must give my apologies as I really cannot meet them after listening. Now that you're all done, you need to hear my own words as well. There is only one thing I want to say, immediately disappear from my eyes. Scram as far away from me as possible. The moment these words came out, everyone's countenance suddenly turned extremely ugly, especially those on the opposing side who named their demands earlier. At this point, many spectating cultivators felt particularly satisfied, especially after seeing the experts from the Qin clan and the other sects look like they had just swallowed a fly. Some were laughing on the inside, but they didn't dare to laugh out loud since the Huangfu ancestors' aura was still quite threatening. Do you think this is a joke? At this time, the Huangfu ancestor's aura was extremely scary, especially when his face turned cold. His aura could completely freeze the surrounding radius of 10,000 miles, causing everyone to feel as if the entire capital was inside a glacier. There was no doubt that the Huangfu ancestor, at this time, had become angry. The rage of a virtuous paragon could change even the temperament of the sky, causing the world to be without light. At this second, everyone became nervous and completely quiet beneath the ancestor's fury. Li Qiye slightly lifted his brow and said, to me, this is not much different from a joke. Junior, when my Huangfu clan is enraged, rivers of blood will flow. When I make a move, mountains and rivers shall crumble. The Huangfu ancestor coldly said, if you can't be in charge, then have someone else from your country step up and meet my demands as it is still not too late. If you refuse, hurting Hauer and making a fool out of me are more than enough cause for me to destroy your country. That's right, the imperial court needs to show sincerity. If you don't stay true to your words and treat national affairs as a joke, it will lead to the collapse of the country. At this time, the Qin clan master also said in a serious manner, the imperial court set up my son and even protected his killer. Now, it doesn't want to stay true to its words. This discredits the entire country. It is time for a change of leadership. The giant bamboo country should be led by a wise king. All the experts from the sects whom supported the Qin clan rowdily exclaimed, yes, we must overthrow the incompetent tyrant of the imperial court or else our citizens will have to continue to suffer this horrible situation in anguish. Chapter 662, Massacring Clans with a Smile. I will only say it once. I gave you a chance, but all of you did not cherish it. Li Qiye slowly said, so now, there can only be one end, and that is to wash these stairs with your blood. Kill them all. With that, he simply clapped his hands together. Li Qiye's arrogance caused many of the spectating bystanders to become dumbfounded. These words were too outrageous. Before him was a virtuous paragon. Even the monarchs looked at each other. At this time, they didn't know what to do, should they take action or keep watching. The Huangfu ancestor glared at Li Qiye and remained still. He was still waiting to see what the giant bamboo country was hiding up its sleeves. At this time, a heavenly king from the Huangfu clan sneered and stepped forward. His blood energy immediately soared to the sky like a dragon as he shouted, ignorant fool, kneel before me. The moment these words came out, a huge palm instantly headed for Li Qiye, wanting to grab him alive. Li Qiye didn't even bat an eye in the face of this heavenly king's palm, he still sat there motionlessly. At the same time, Madame Ziyan and the 18 monarchs became quite startled. Bah! But before the gigantic palm could catch Li Qiye, a small sound appeared, and this heavenly king was instantly turned into a bloody mist. He didn't even have time to scream and he didn't know how he had died. "Don't you dare!" In a flash, the Huangfu ancestor loudly roared. This roar was capable of shattering mountains and rivers. At this time, he finally took action and immediately took out his true fate weapon. A divine saber soared across the sky, wanting to kill the thing that had just slain the heavenly king. Boom! But before the saber could slash downward, it was immediately shattered as countless little pieces flew everywhere. Next, a little ping came about as this ancestor's body was nailed to the capital's gate. At this time, his eyes were still glaring at his opponent, yet they were filled with fear. He failed to see how the opponent made a move even at the second of his death. Eventually, people clearly saw that the culprit that killed the Huangfu ancestor was only a little bamboo branch with fresh leaves. This branch pierced the ancestor's forehead and pinned him to the gate. The branch immediately destroyed his true fate. One branch, one fatal blow, this was too shocking. This was a virtuous paragon. A great power's ancestor. However, he died just like that without a chance to fight back. How could the spectators not be shocked? At this moment, people were gasping with their mouths opened wide enough to fit an egg. They couldn't calm down and their minds were completely empty. I have given all of you a chance, but you chose not to take it. Everyone only has one life, so I can only apologize. While everyone was still shaken, Li Qiye slowly uttered these nonchalant and carefree words. During the commotion, one person managed to calm down and shuddered with a blanched expression before stuttering, My Qing ancestor is the Pill King, an invincible virtuous paragon. If you dare, at this moment, the Qing clan master's soul had already been frightened out of his body and kept on retreating backward. Qing clan. From today on, there will be no Qing clan in the giant bamboo country. However, I'll give your clan a path for survival. To the elderly and young, all of you get the hell out of the giant bamboo country. Li Qiye smiled dismissively and commanded, destroy the Qing clan and its ancestral ground. Buzz. Up in the high clouds, one could see glimmers of green rays moving from the giant bamboo tree. At this time, a bamboo branch in the shape of an arrow appeared. With a quiet sound, the branch immediately pierced through the sky and traversed the great distance to the Qing clan's grounds. Boom! At this second, a boundless raging flame soared to the sky from the Qing clan, lighting up the entire country. No. However, this raging flame was immediately extinguished in the blink of an eye. A miserable, shrill wail echoed across the world, followed by a loud banging noise. The earth shook once as if something had penetrated the earth in the far distance. Ba, ba. Amidst the confusion, the bamboo branch that crossed the domain earlier had returned. Countless bodies were dropped before the imperial palace. No, ancestor. The moment these bodies fell down, the Qing clan master let out a sad bellow, grandfather, father, uncle, the Pill King. A cultivator yelled out in horror after seeing a very majestic old man among the corpses. This old man's chest had been thoroughly pierced, he couldn't be deader. These bodies were all great characters from the Qing clan, consisting of ancestors, high elders, and elders. All had been pierced by this bamboo branch. From their expressions, one could tell that they were all powerless to resist, outside of the Pill King, and lost their lives in just one attack. At this time, the Qing clan master was drowned with grief. He lost all hope after seeing these bodies because all the experts of the Qing clan were here. Each of them was able to uphold a region by themselves, but now they were all dead. Kill them all, leave none alive. Li Qiye slowly said without batting an eye. Buzz, a green light fell down as a bamboo leaf slowly fluttered down. After seeing this leaf, all the experts from the sects and the Huangfu clan lost their minds in fear. Someone screamed, "Shit, run!" At this time, many turned to flee, but it was too late. Pluff! The bamboo leaf suddenly flashed and decapitated all the fleeing parties, including high elders from the Huangfu clan and the Qin clan master. One by one, a bunch of heads started to roll for a fair distance on the ground. The eyes on all of these heads were opened wide. They couldn't believe it since, in this very instant, they could see a spring of blood spurting from their own necks. These spraying fountains of blood were spectacular beyond words. The streams were brilliantly red and painted the ground, slowly flowing together. Eventually, thuds could be heard as numerous headless bodies fell down to the ground. After seeing this scene, whether it was the spectators or the monarchs or Madame Ziyan, all were standing there looking silly without being able to speak. At this point, all the sects and clans who appeared here were killed entirely. Not even one person managed to leave alive. The verdant bamboo leaf gently flew into Li Qia's palm. Li Qia gently blew on it, causing a drop of blood on the leaf to fall to the ground, permeating the mud. The leaf was still as green and delicate as before. Li Qia gently stroked it as if it was a rare treasure. However, in the eyes of others, this was not a green leaf but the most terrifying weapon in this world. A ferocious weapon of murder. At this moment, all were petrified and unable to calm down, including the madam. There were no thoughts running in their minds, only emptiness could be found. No one thought that things would happen like this or that it would end in such a manner. Prior to this, many had different speculations about this disaster. Some assumed that the imperial court would split, some thought that it would have a peaceful resolution, and some thought that the ruler of the country would change. However, across all of the speculations, no one had thought about the giant bamboo, not even the madam. Although she was very confident in Li Qia, she didn't consider the giant bamboo. Not even in her wildest dreams did she think she would have the chance to see the giant bamboo take action during her lifetime. The country had been named after the giant bamboo since it was their divine guardian. This story had been passed down for millions of years. Ever since the founding of the country, the bamboo had been there and was considered an auspicious symbol and the protector of the country. In fact, the country rarely had wars, it had always been peaceful, so no one had heard of the giant bamboo making a move or killing an enemy. Thus, despite it being referred to as the divine guardian, the majority of people had only considered it to be part of the beautiful scenery, the symbolistic attraction of the capital. Even the capital's inhabitants had forgotten about this tree above their heads that towered into the firmament. To them, the bamboo had been integrated into their lives. The country had viewed the existence of the bamboo as something familiar. However, people finally saw the giant bamboo in action today. One branch killed a virtuous paragon while another destroyed the Qin clan, not to mention that one leaf massacred many heavenly kings and heavenly sovereigns. This illustrious battle record was too terrifying and frightening. Such an existence was indeed worthy of being called a deity, and not just in name. In the yard, no one had expected to see the giant bamboo attacking with its invincible presence, not even in their dreams. Who would have thought that this giant bamboo, that was only considered part of the landscape, was capable of slaughtering ancestors like pigs? The truth was that this should have come as no wonder. For millions of years, very few people dared to offend the giant bamboo country. Existences like the Alchemy Kingdom, the Jianlong clan, even their ancestors who didn't know about the existence of the Dark Crow still knew that the giant bamboo country was a forbidden ground. Through the long and arduous years, no one had dared to attack the giant bamboo country, lest they be destroyed by a dark hand. In fact, for a behemoth like the Alchemy Kingdom, even when their immortal emperors were alive, the emperors had warned their disciples to never offend the giant bamboo country. Existences like immortal emperors knew that although the country was only of average size, it had an extraordinary status in the 9 worlds. Chapter 663, Warning to the World. Just imagine, when the country was founded, even a group of god kings came to celebrate as well as many different races of the 9 worlds. The immortal emperor of that generation came as well. Even the founding of an imperial lineage would not enjoy such grand treatment. Because of the giant bamboo country's mysterious origin, it became a real forbidden ground to many grand characters, giving it generations of peace. The truly invincible people were not willing to invade the country while ordinary characters couldn't cause any big trouble, so the giant bamboo rarely had to take action in the past millions of years. Thus, the world had forgotten that the giant bamboo was an actual divine guardian and instead only saw it as part of the beautiful landscape. But today, the giant bamboo had taken action and immediately shocked the world by slaying virtuous paragons and massacring heavenly kings as if it was nothing. As the blood flowed down the street, the heavy stench permeated throughout its corners without dissipating. The smell just lingered in everyone's noses, making them nauseous. The moment they regained their thoughts, many people threw up non-stop, almost spitting out all the contents within their stomachs. Those who were more cowardly dropped to the ground and defecated their own pants since they were scared out of their wits. Others were frightened and paled. This was a virtuous paragon, but he died just like that. Moreover, an alchemy clan that had stood strong for generations was immediately destroyed. Even with the protection of another paragon, it couldn't escape its fate. The 18 monarchs were completely aghast as well. This scene was too terrorizing. What a pity. At this time, Li Qiye was still sitting in his armchair, feeling at home, as he said, "I love peace and didn't want the fires of war to reach this place, but unfortunately, a few people needed their blood to wash this land before understanding this simple logic." Having said that, Li Qiye gently blew on the bamboo leaf in his palm. It slowly floated up into the air and went back to the bamboo tree. It was still as green and pretty as before. At this time, this leaf didn't resemble a murderous weapon that had killed many heavenly kings at all. It was no different from an ordinary leaf. Many couldn't help but lift their heads to look at the giant bamboo in the sky amidst the clouds. Amidst the gentle breeze, the bamboo leaves slightly fluttered, causing tiny rustling sounds that were quite difficult to hear. Anyone who saw the giant bamboo now had a respectful and awestruck demeanor. No one dared to harbor even the tiniest bit of disdain since they all understood, right now, that this giant bamboo was not a simple tree, it was an invincible deity. Before anyone knew it, some even got down on their knees and stared at the giant bamboo with great piety in their eyes. Li Qiye's eyes slowly drifted towards the spectators as he slowly said, "The giant bamboo country is a peaceful town for its inhabitants to settle and have a good life. Even I don't want to dye this land red with blood, but if anyone dares to offend the country, I don't mind painting this land red, painting the entire stone medicine world red, or even the entire 9 worlds red. No one will be forgiven for breaking the tranquility of the giant bamboo country. This is an ironclad rule that has never changed throughout the eras, no matter whether it is the past, the present, or the future." Li Qiye's remark was very light and calm, but it contained a bloody and ruthless warning. These words were not only meant to warn the people here, they also served as a deterrent to the slumbering giants beneath the stone medicine world. The inviolability of the giant bamboo country was an ironclad rule. After many generations had passed, even if Li Qiye didn't come back to take a look at the country, he would still be concerned about it. At this time, no one dared to utter a sound. Before, they would think that Li Qiye was mentally ill, but now, they understood that this wasn't the case. In his eyes, the Qin clan and the Huanfu clan were not worth mentioning as a source of trouble. Even Madame Ziyan, who was next to him, was shaken. In fact, she was even more shaken than the others because she knew that Li Qiye could communicate or even command the giant bamboo tree. How could she not be astonished by this matter? For millions of years, the only person who could communicate with the tree was their progenitor. While many people were still stunned, Li Qiye clapped and said, "Very well, it is now over. Hang them by the wall so that everyone can see the fate of those who provoke our giant bamboo country." With that, he turned around and left. In everyone's view, Li Qiye seemed to have only done a trivial matter. This was killing a virtuous paragon and destroying a clan. But he didn't even bat an eyelash. Even great characters had to shudder after seeing Li Qia's attitude because they understood one thing: this unknown kid before them was definitely a ruthless character, a killer who committed murder without batting an eyelash. The 18 monarchs quickly escorted Li Qia back to the palace. Of course, they were astounded by him as well. Back when Li Qiya said he wanted to kill the Huangfu ancestor, they all felt that Li Qiya was acting unreasonably. But now, everything happened just like he had said, so how could they not be shocked? At this time, they found Li Qiya to be unfathomable and enigmatic. On the same day, the giant bamboo country released a message: the Qin clan had been destroyed with its ancestral ground completely demolished. All of its heritages had been turned into ashes. Although its young and old were still alive, with all the former destroyed, the Qin clan was finished. From now on, it would be no more in the giant bamboo country. The survivors left the country overnight and disappeared from the world from then on. Prior to this, rumors were spreading everywhere throughout the country. Some lords became quite fickle to the point of dispatching troops, but in just one day, the entire country became silent again, and all the rumors instantly disappeared. The once ambitious lords received news from the capital and shuddered. They instantly sat down with pale expressions as cold sweat ran down their backs. Meanwhile, the sects who took no action found themselves fortunate and were glad that they didn't blindly join in. Otherwise, their end could be easily envisioned. At night time, a group of old men with grey hair all kneeled outside of the palace. Some of them were the heads of their sects while others were high elders and seniors. These were all members of the sects who had voiced their support for the Qin clan. All of them had great status. After these sects received the news from the capital, they were paralyzed. Once they calmed down, these sect masters and senior members all ran to the capital to beg for forgiveness. How could they dare to retaliate? The result of the Qin clan was clear for all to see. An alchemy clan that stood strong for generations disappeared so easily. Even an existence like the Pill King was killed, so sects like them were even more negligible. Thus, the sect's masters and senior members could only prostrate within the capital. As long as this could protect their sects and heritages, they were willing to do so even at the expense of their own life. In one night, the chaotic unrest and rumors were instantly quelled. No sect or cultivator dared to do anything reckless. This was the result Li Qiya wanted: to use a ruthless method to deter the ambitious individuals. He would kill the chickens to warn the monkeys and instantly stop those with mischievous thoughts. As the night curtain fell, Madame Zi Yan asked Li Qiya, "Many sects masters and seniors are prostrating outside, ready to accept their punishment. How will you deal with them?" At this moment, the 18 monarchs were respectful before Li Qiya. They looked at him with eyes full of awe and fear. "Let them kneel, then you can deal with them however you want." Li Qiya answered nonchalantly, "I am not the royal lord, you are, thus, you are in charge of this matter." The madam couldn't help but softly sigh after looking at Li Qiya. In her heart, she knew that Li Qiya would not stay at the giant bamboo country. Another way to put it would be that there was nothing here that could hold him back. "Why is it that you don't want to stay here?" the madam gently asked Li Qiya. She was willing to immediately abdicate if Li Qiya wanted to stay. Li Qiya met her gaze and, after a while, he looked away towards the distance and slowly said, "I am a mass murderer. The lands trodden by me are destined to be paved with dry bones. With me here, the stench of blood will eventually permeate the air. This is a peaceful land, so I won't involve it with scenes of carnage." The madam became quiet. Li Qiya had said similar words before. After a while, she lifted her head again since she couldn't help but ask, "Why did you pick the giant bamboo country? What did you come here for?" She knew that Li Qiya's visit was not a simple coincidence. However, she didn't think that he was here for their treasure since there was nothing here that could tempt him. Regarding this question, Li Qiya only smiled and didn't answer. He continued to quietly look at the horizon for a long time. Of course, he couldn't tell her his secrets. After a while, he gently sighed and lamented the ongoing vicissitudes of time. He eventually turned to look at her and asked, "Why must you participate in this conference?" The madam didn't hide it and revealed the reason: "There is one item that I really need from this alchemy conference. It is crucial for me to break through to the virtuous paragon realm. You are a violet bamboo that took form with the Tao, so it could be said that your roots are quite amazing and rare. Your talents are very high and, with such a great Tao origin, you should have soared to the heavens easily. If I am not mistaken, before you took form, you suffered a lightning tribulation, so your Tao origin had been harmed. Although the wound is now gone, it is difficult for you to continue to take the next step, thus you need a heavenly treasure, correct?" Li Qiye slowly said while looking at her. "Just imagine, when the country was founded, even a group of god kings came to celebrate, as well as many different races of the 9 worlds. The immortal emperor of that generation came as well. Even the founding of an imperial lineage would not enjoy such great treatment. Because of the giant bamboo country's mysterious origin, it became a real forbidden ground to many grand characters, giving it generations of peace." Chapter 664, Huanfu clan's countermeasure. His words caused the madam's face to greatly change. This could be said to be a secret of the country, a secret that very few people knew about. Even those who were privy to this wouldn't reveal this secret, but Li Qiye knew it so well. The madam took a deep breath. She had slowly grown accustomed to Li Qiye's tendency of bringing about surprises. After thinking about it, she realized that ointments for recovery were part of the alchemy Tao, and with his great skill, he should be able to see through her past injury. This should come as no surprise. She wryly smiled and gently nodded to say, "Yes, this is true, I have suffered from a lightning tribulation before." At this point, she sighed again and continued, "The giant bamboo country has not produced a virtuous paragon for several generations. Our ancestor is sealed inside blood era stones, and his situation is not looking too optimistic as his blood energy has withered. We don't know how long he will be able to last underground. Thus, in this generation, I yearn to reach the virtuous paragon realm to contribute to the country. For tens of millions of years, many ancestors and invincible existences were entombed in blood era stones and buried underground. However, many of them still eventually died inside these stones. Although the stones could cover someone for a long time, they were not a cure-all remedy. As time went by, even those within the stones would slowly lose their vitality, and this loss would add up over the years. This was especially true for the ancestors whose lifespans had already depleted. It was even harder for them to persevere. Because of this situation, the near-death ancestors didn't want to come into being because the next time they came out would signal their demise. Li Qiye gave her a look before lightly saying, "Don't worry, I will get you the item you want since I'll be personally going to the Alchemy Kingdom's alchemy conference." He narrowed his eyes after finishing this sentence. The madam gently nodded without commenting. Inside the Huanfu clan, its clan master had received the news from the giant bamboo country, resulting in his sudden exclamation, "What?" He fell down on his chair after listening to this news. The elders that were present all glanced at each other with ugly expressions plastered on their faces. Some were full of anger while others showed shock. An elder couldn't help but angrily shout, "The giant bamboo country is going too far. First they harmed Hauer, and now they even killed our ancestor. This shall be an irreconcilable blood feud." After a while, the clan master calmed down and took a deep breath before speaking in a grave manner to the elders, "This is a great humiliation to our clan. Do you elders have any opinions on this?" The shocked and angered elders naturally found it hard to let this go, unless they were able to obtain their vengeance. Their clan had always thought highly of itself. It was an alchemy clan, and although they had never produced an alchemy emperor, their Tao of alchemy could be said to have branched off from the alchemy kingdom. Their alchemy skill was not something clans like the previous Qin clan could compare to. What made them even more proud was that their clan had been in-laws with the alchemy kingdom for several generations, winning them a pivotal position in the alchemy realm and even the entire stone medicine world. As the old saying goes, even if you don't care for the monk, you still have to give Buddha some consideration. Thus, many great powers were very supportive of the Huangfu clan within the alchemy realm. This only further fueled their pride. However, he was still not convinced since he was different from the high elders who were usually in isolated seclusion. He was responsible for communicating with the great powers, especially the alchemy kingdom. He was very clear about their relationship with the alchemy kingdom. Although the alchemy kingdom's descendant, Fairy Ming, was related to the Huangfu clan, in reality, the relationship was very distant and spanned across several generations. In fact, he himself had only seen Fairy Ming once. This was back when she still had yet to become the main descendant of the alchemy kingdom. When she eventually obtained this position, using the Huangfu clan's thin relationship to arrange a meeting was harder than reaching the heavens. The truth was that he and the entire clan had always tried to use this relationship as a vantage point. If Fairy Ming herself accepted this relation, then their Huangfu clan would be able to climb up high and gain a great backing. The problem was that they had never been able to do so. He had tried to meet Ming Yeshue several times before to no avail. The reason why Huangfu Hao spent a great sum in an attempt to buy that heavenly cauldron was so that he could use this item to build on that thin connection. Clan Master, even though it is very difficult to meet the imperial family, we do have such ties with Fairy Ming. We just need to prepare and have the World Pillar Monarch pave the way for us. It is still possible. Many elders strongly endorsed this plan. The clan master took a deep breath and became determined. No matter what, they must communicate with the alchemy kingdom. Very well, I will personally take a trip to the alchemy kingdom to get revenge for our ancestor, he said gravely. Another high elder contemplated for a moment before speaking. The giant bamboo country has a divine guardian, so if we want to fight them in the future, shouldn't we ask for Sacred Ancestor Gu's permission? Sacred Ancestor Gu was one of the 3 fortunate ancestors of the Huangfu clan that remained. He was the oldest and also the strongest one. The Huangfu clan master nodded and said in a formal tone, I will go visit Sacred Ancestor Gu and ask for his opinion. There is no need to come see me, I already know what happened. At this time, a deep and hoarse voice appeared inside the room. Although they couldn't see the person, the voice itself was full of authority. Sacred Ancestor Gu. After hearing this voice, everyone in the room instantly prostrated. The old voice continued, I have understood the current situation after listening. The clan master can go to the alchemy kingdom not to convince the alchemy kingdom to represent us, but to build on this relationship instead. If we are backed by its imperial family, nothing could be better for our clan than this. This disciple understands. The prostrating Huangfu clan master complied. However, one thing is forbidden. The old voice said, all Huangfu disciples are forbidden to step inside the giant bamboo country for revenge, not a single step. If anyone disobeys, expel them from the clan. The words from the ancestor left the elders present in shock. They didn't know why their ancestor would say such a thing. But, ancestor, the clan master was dumbfounded by this. Their descendant almost died in the giant bamboo country, and they also lost one ancestor, 3 high elders, 5 elders, and numerous experts. It was simply impossible to tell them to let go of this enmity. This is my decree, no one is exempt from this. The old voice sounded, no one dared to oppose his prestige. Yes, although the clan master was unwilling, he still decided to follow Sacred Ancestor Gu's command. Chapter 665, Leisurely Cultivation. I know all of you are feeling indignant. The old voice spoke, but there is no other way about it. The giant bamboo country is not considered strong, so even if they are listed amongst the first-rate powers, it would still be at the bottom. However, in the minds of all the great existences, it is a forbidden zone in our stone medicine world. Forbidden zone. All the elders were stunned since this was their first time hearing this. The clan master couldn't help but ask, "Why is that?" "Don't ask me, for I do not know either. In short, it is a forbidden zone. If this wasn't so, then why does that country occupy a huge amount of worldly energy from the entire elegant azure grand vein, and no one has ever dared to object to this since the ancient times?" The voice of the sacred ancestor continued, "Even the alchemy kingdom would not easily step into the giant bamboo country. Their 100-grass alchemy emperor had once coveted the immortal nectar, but even he didn't dare to try and seize it." After hearing this, all the elders became confused. Could it be that this little country had something that even the alchemy kingdom was wary of? Is it because of their divine guardian? The clan master asked. The ancestor's voice answered, "I'm afraid no one knows. At least, I don't. In short, don't think about attacking the giant bamboo country. That peaceful land is a forbidden zone. Breaking its tranquility will only invite a disaster." The elders and clan master became silent. Since their sacred ancestor Gu had said so, they didn't bring it up again. "But the blood of our Huangfu clan will not be spilled in vain." The ancestor spoke again in a grave tone. "Clan master said that this whole matter is because of a junior named Li Qie. That's fine then, death will be repaid with one's life. Use his blood to wash away this humiliation. Do not step inside the giant bamboo country. Wait until this junior leaves, then take your time to deal with him. Let the people of this world know that those who oppose our Huangfu clan will not have a good end." The clan master bowed and said, "This disciple understands. Bring Howard here, I will treat him." At this time, the voice spoke again. The clan master became ecstatic. Their sacred ancestor Gu not only had a profound cultivation, he was also an amazing alchemist. With his help, their Howard would definitely be fine. At this time, the giant bamboo country was completely quiet. The Qing clan had been destroyed, and those who supported them accepted their sentence one by one. The imperial court was just as unshakable as before, perhaps it was even more stable after this event. The giant bamboo tree inside the capital became even more awe-inspiring as well. At this moment, anyone who entered the capital and looked up into the clouds to see the giant bamboo would carry a sense of respect in their heart. There were even those who bowed and prayed for the tree to protect their homes and families. After slaughtering the Huangfu ancestor along with numerous experts, Li Qie wasn't asked to take care of any matters of the giant bamboo country. All the work had been handed over to Madame Ziyan. She was still the ruler just like before, taking care of the big picture. In fact, she and the 18 monarchs truly wanted Li Qie to stay and even take the position of royal lord, but Li Qie had no intention of doing so. Because of this, they didn't dare to bring it up again. Li Qie remained in the palace and had never stepped outside, he only cultivated behind closed doors. He painstakingly trained and, with his effort, his cultivation advancement speed was quite ideal. For cultivators, the heavenly sovereign realm was very important since this was the realm where one communicated with the grand Tao to derive their own profundities. This was to build a great foundation for becoming a heavenly king or even a virtuous paragon in the future. Only by truly communicating with the Tao and deriving its mysteries would one be able to reach the sublime culmination. From doing so, one would be able to go even further in the virtuous paragon realm and create their own grand Tao that belonged to them alone. Communicating with the Tao and deriving its mysteries was a piece of cake for Li Qie. No one in this world was more versed than him with regards to understanding the Tao and deriving the mysteries to its ultimate state. Of course, this was needless to say. Li Qie had 13 fate palaces, the one and only person to achieve this. The 13th palace loomed above the high heavens and encompassed myriad laws. With such an unparalleled advantage, these issues were trivial to him. Despite that being the case, Li Qie still calmly cultivated step by step and derived each merit law and grand Tao to its ultimate evolution, then he went one step further. It could be said that Li Qie was polishing all of his merit laws and techniques that were already outstanding to begin with. Under such training, even the most common art in his arsenal became incomparably enigmatic. A single gesture was enough to incite harmonization with the grand Tao and myriad laws. Outside of Tao cultivation and strengthening his foundation, Li Qiye used his spare time to refine his world seal. At this moment, his true fate treasure had taken form, so it needed even more blood energy in grooming from the Tao. During this period where he had nothing else to do, Li Qiye would take out the stone left behind by immortal Emperor Wan Shi for a look. At other times, he would think about the other treasures. For example, the item taken out from inside the alchemy fowl. Speaking of the alchemy fowl, it was very comfortable and free. It could even be said that it loved Li Qiye's alchemy field to death. This alchemy field housed the ancestor ginseng, the reincarnation heavenly soul vine, the immortal injury peony. All kinds of great immortal medicines. To the chicken, these were the medicines that it loved the most. It easily considered itself as the guardian of the field and took care of prepping the soil, watering, fertilizing, and catching insects. Of course, the fertilizer was its urine and stool. Although Li Qiye's alchemy field was indeed extraordinary, the alchemy fowl was born for the Tao of alchemy. Its excrement was the best fertilizer, even for immortal medicines. Because of this, the chicken was very welcomed in the alchemy field. Each of the immortal medicines really liked having it around. Its hard effort eventually bore fruit. Since it was born for the Tao of alchemy, it was the best medium for medicinal effects, so by staying in this field, it was nourished by the immortal medicines, causing its cultivation to become even stronger. Its body also underwent an innate change. At the same time, when its body was improving, it could do an even better job of benefiting the alchemy field. Li Qiye had too many treasures, so he didn't spend too much energy on cultivating these immortal medicines. The chicken watching the alchemy field in his stead saved him a lot of work, removing some stress from his agenda. In the blink of an eye, Li Qiye had stayed at the giant bamboo country for almost half a year, and the Alchemy Kingdom's conference was approaching. One day, Madame Ziyan came to see Li Qiye and said, "The conference is almost here. I plan on going to the conference after the birthday celebration of the Alpine Tree Father." Alpine Tree Father? Li Qiye paused for a moment after hearing this. He then looked at the madam and said, "Is the Alpine Tree Father you speak of the old man from the Alpine Grand Vein?" "Yes, the Tree Father from the Alpine Grand Vein." Madame Ziyan hurriedly responded, "His 500,000th birthday is coming up soon. At the moment, all the great powers and even emperors' lineages from the Grand Realms will send people there to pay respects. Our giant bamboo country was also invited, so I plan to personally go to express our good wishes." Li Qiye couldn't help but recall a few things after the madam brought it up, so he murmured and chuckled to himself, "The old geezer from the Alpine Mountain young noble knows the Alpine Tree Father." The madam couldn't help but ask after noticing Li Qiye's expression. Li Qiye only smiled and didn't answer this question. Instead, he said, 500,000 years, truly difficult. This world is quite merciless after all. 500,000 years definitely deserved a grand birthday milestone. Although there were many existences in this world that had survived since the ancient times, these existences were all entombed in blood-era stones underground. This type of cultivator couldn't be considered to be alive. Even if one was sealed for 1,000,000 years, this didn't mean that they were 1,000,000 years old. Their real age would be counted by the time they actually spent in this world. 500,000 years was absolutely a very old age. Although cultivators could live even longer, for the majority, living for 100,000 years was already extremely difficult, let alone 500,000 years. In fact, even a god king wouldn't live to his 500,000-year birthday. It could even be stated that in the 9 worlds, not even immortal emperors could live that long. Madame Ziyan nodded and said, "This is indeed the case. In the stone medicine world, outside of our giant bamboo divine guardian, I believe no one else is older than the Alpine Tree Father." The Alpine Tree Father and our Divine Guardian are known as the two great demon forefathers of the stone medicine world. That would be incorrect. Li Qiye smiled and gently shook his head to say, our giant bamboo is not a demon forefather. The madam was taken aback for a bit and said, not a demon forefather. Our Divine Guardian has been called a deity, so it must have reached the Tao. Besides, I'm afraid no one in the stone medicine world has lived longer than our Divine Guardian. Do you what defines a demon? Li Qiye explained with a smile, a demon obtains intelligence from the Tao, but the giant bamboo has yet to achieve this. These words frightened the madam. She had always thought that the giant bamboo tree had become a demon, especially after its actions this time around. The recent events strengthened her belief that it had reached the apex and become a god king. Now, Li Qiye's response took her by complete surprise. She couldn't help but ask in a daze, our Divine Guardian didn't become a demon. For an existence like the giant bamboo, becoming a demon was an easy thing, but it didn't become one. This was truly a cause of bewilderment. No. To be exact, it is still just a green bamboo tree. Of course, you can also call it an immortal bamboo or divine bamboo, but it absolutely is not a demon. Li Qiye responded. Chapter 666, Mysterious Carriage. This prompted the madam's inquiry, why is it that our Divine Guardian chose not to become a demon? For plants, birds, and animals, as long as there was an opportunity, they would immediately turn into a demon and obtain intelligence. This was their ultimate pursuit. Why should it turn into a demon? Li Qiye replied with a grin, wisdom is not necessarily a good thing. Whether you are human or demon, there is too much trouble and sadness, too much responsibility as one gains strength. Even immortal emperors have moments of weakness and fatigue. At this point, he couldn't help but gently sigh. The madam noticed his expression and was jolted for a moment. Looking at his countenance that seemed to be worn out by the vicissitudes of time, she felt an unexplainable pain in her heart. She gently reached out and took his hand while gazing at him with her most tender and sincere pair of eyes to soothe him. Finally, Li Qiye smiled and gently raised her alluring chin. She looked back at him quietly with her eyes as gentle as water. He eventually smiled and withdrew his hand before letting out a faint smile. What is so bad about being a bamboo tree? Shouldering the 9 heavens while looking down on everything. Hundreds of thousands of years would simply be a snap of the fingers to it. Madame Ziyan was startled. She was initially a violet bamboo, so after hearing this, she couldn't help but have an inexplicable feeling. Back when she was still a bamboo, she was cultivated by the country. After she gained the slightest bit of sentience, she yearned to become a demon. Her congenital conditions were quite favorable due to the giant bamboo country's cultivation. After she gained intelligence, she kept on cultivating hard, aspiring for the day where she could reach the Tao. The high heavens didn't let her down, and eventually, after 20 or 30 years, she finally became a demon. But now, after Li Qiye said those words, she couldn't help but recall the days when she was still a violet bamboo. Inadvertently, she became lost in thought. After a while, her mind returned and she couldn't help but wryly smile. She shook her head and didn't want to think about this matter. After I leave, the demon monarchs will be under your command. Madame Ziyan said, for the Alpine Tree Father's birthday milestone, the entire stone medicine world will go to celebrate, so I'm afraid it will last for a while. No. Li Qiye interrupted her and gently shook his head to say, you don't have to leave the national affairs to me, just leave it to the monarchs. I also intend to leave. He had spent a long time waiting at the giant bamboo country, and Sure Hao had finally settled in. If it wasn't for the alchemy conference, he would have left already. Young noble wants to leave. The madam was frightened after hearing his wish. Li Qiye couldn't help but laugh and say, you don't need to be so alarmed. I already promised to attend the alchemy conference, so I will go. I have a place I want to visit and I also have a few things to do. You can go to the birthday milestone, after I'm done with my business, I will take a trip to the Alpine Mountain as well. The madam let out a sigh of relief after hearing Li Qie. She was still very unwilling regarding Li Qie's departure, but she knew that she couldn't prevent him from leaving. In that case, after we meet each other, we can go straight to the Alchemy Kingdom. We should have plenty of time to go to the conference after the birthday celebration. Madame Ziyan told him of her decision. Not necessarily, maybe we will be very busy after entering the Alchemy Kingdom. Having said that, Li Qie revealed a smile with narrowed eyes. Right now, the madam knew a bit about Li Qie. She couldn't help but feel a bit jumpy after seeing Li Qie narrowing his eyes. Young noble, don't tell me, the madam was indeed feeling nervous. In short, she was very disturbed after seeing his expression and felt that something big would happen. Li Qie smiled after noticing her anxiety. With a glance, he said, "Don't worry, I do have a sense of propriety." The madam paused for a moment before whispering, "Young noble, although the Alchemy Kingdom's imperial family rarely shows itself, their power is unimaginable." She had always felt that Li Qie's trip to the Alchemy Kingdom could herald a bloody mess, so she couldn't help but worry for him. In the end, they would be facing the behemoth that is the Alchemy Kingdom. "I know that." Li Qie smiled and said, "I'm going to the Alchemy Kingdom for the conference, not to kill people. Of course, if people don't mess with me, then I won't mess with them." Madame Ziyan sighed softly. She could only pray that those other people would grow a pair of eyes. Otherwise, some would die miserable deaths. In the end, Li Qie was the first to leave the giant bamboo country. Madame Ziyan still had a lot to do before leaving for the birthday celebration, unlike Li Qie who could leave as he pleased. Li Qie left the capital and after deciding on a direction, he immediately soared into the sky. However, as he was not in a hurry, he would frequently stop. Sometimes, he decided to cross over rivers or stop at a solitary peak. Sometimes, he stopped in a small village to take a break. As he traveled towards his destination, he passed by a few places and couldn't help but recall the past. In the beginning, there were no problems at all. However, after a few days, Li Qie noticed that there was a carriage right behind him. There was nothing special about this carriage. At a glance, it seemed to be very common, and the curtains were closed so no one could see who was inside. The driver was a very old woman. Her hair was gray and her face was covered with wrinkles. This old woman had average looks as well. However, from her tidy clothing, it was clear that her master was not a nobody. She sat on the carriage as her whip gently met the back of the horse. Her head was hanging loose as if she was fairly drowsy. This carriage had not been following Li Qie the entire time in the last 2 days. Sometimes, it was not able to keep up, but after some time, it once again appeared behind Li Qie. If it was only 1 or 2 days, then perhaps they were going towards the same destination. However, after 2 days, it still continued to appear behind him. Although Li Qie had always been calm like the water in a well and didn't even bother glancing at the carriage behind him, one must keep in mind that despite his numerous stops, when he was moving, his speed was extremely frightening and even faster than many flying treasures. It didn't matter if he moved fast or slow, the carriage always followed behind him. This was impossible for an ordinary carriage. Of course, Li Qie's courage stemmed from his skill, so even if the carriage was purposely following him, he was not the least bit afraid. He also didn't care about this horse-drawn carriage. But after the 6th day, this carriage began to appear in front of Li Qie. It was no longer following him but was speeding ahead. Oddly enough, it seemed to know where Li Qie wanted to go. Along the trip, Li Qie was still taking breaks, and no matter where he chose to go, the carriage would appear before him time and time again. Whether it was in front or behind him, Li Qie continued to ignore it. The same could be said for the carriage's master. Despite their close proximity, the master didn't bother Li Qie and maintained a distance between the two of them. This situation continued for some time until Li Qie entered Celestial Peak Mountain. The carriage then disappeared and never showed up again. As he entered this mountain range, a gust of cool air blew into his face. This was a desolate place with many rolling mountain ranges and tall trees that had old vines coiled around them. There were many wolf packs and eagles flying in the sky. After taking a look, no signs of humans could be found in this land. Li Qiye emotionally said after entering this mountain range, Celestial Peak. Although the Celestial Peak was not one of the 8 grand veins of the stone medicine world, it was still quite large and spanned over 100,000 miles across a vast expanse of different sceneries. Despite its immense size, there were very few sects here. Even if there were some sects, they would be outside of the mountain range. However, a very long time ago, there was an extremely huge lineage in this place. Moreover, it was established by humans. Because of this, a legend once told that this was the gathering place of humans in the stone medicine world. Li Qiye became a bit emotional after seeing the rolling hills and lush trees inside the Celestial Peak. Who would have known that this beautiful and majestic landscape ahead used to be an ancient battlefield? An epic war had taken place here as blood flowed like rivers and mountains were made of corpses. It could even be said that many ominous things had happened here until an invincible god-king of the human race took over and established his lineage. After a long period of change, this place finally became magnificent, as one could see before them in present times. Future generations were unaware that this once invincible god-king was a brave general under the Dark Crow, a general that had once swept through this world. They didn't know that a great war against the ancient Ming took place here. In this war, the most powerful sector of the ancient Ming during its era was wiped out in one fell swoop in the stone medicine world. They didn't know that because of this victory, there was the stone medicine world that everyone came to know of today. Without this victory, the masters of the current stone medicine world wouldn't be golems or demons, but the ancient Ming instead. After this great war, many terrible things happened in this location. Afterward, Li Qiye commanded this god-king to protect this area and build a lineage. Eventually, after the god-king's efforts transforming this place for tens of thousands of years, this battlefield gradually calmed down and the Celestial Peak of today appeared. However, the lineage of this god-king had fallen a long time ago. Eventually, it disappeared from this land, along with its past brilliance that evaporated into smoke. Chapter 667, Yuan Saiha. Li Qiye silently walked across the mountain range while measuring the earth. This land was calm without any commotion. Li Qiye knew that this was the result of the god-king's countless efforts. He didn't fly while he was in the Celestial Peak, he only slowly trod towards his destination since he needed the measurement. The Celestial Peak, at the moment, was quite hilly and sparsely populated. It was a garden for beasts and birds. At the same time, due to the dangerous and steep terrain full of unknowns, many spirit medicines flourished here. There was even a rumor that there was a king medicine around, but until now, no one had been able to catch it. As Li Qiye walked alone on his path, he had not seen a single person. It might be difficult to find even a single cultivator in this place. It wasn't until one day when Li Qiye went through a deep valley that he saw a woman picking herbs. Moreover, she was a human. It was not easy to meet a member of the human race in the stone medicine world. It was even rarer than meeting a charming spirit, especially at an area like the Celestial Peak. Within the radius of 100,000 miles, almost no people could be found, so meeting a human here was even rarer than meeting a king medicine. This woman was nailing sharpened pieces of thorn into the ground all around the valley. She was trying to pick a particularly rare spirit medicine that was hiding underground, so she had begun to seal the valley. After she had done so, she began to pour alchemy water into the valley. This special strand was specifically created by her. When poured onto mud, it would act like little serpents that drilled into the ground. The woman was using it in order to chase the spirit medicine underground and bait it into a trap she had prepared well beforehand. Li Qiye was standing above the mouth of the valley and quietly watched this woman's every move. The woman also knew that Li Qiye was here, but she only turned and smiled at him before completely focusing on chasing the medicine underground. Li Qie watched this scene with a smile and took another look at the woman. She wore a commoner's dress that was embroidered with pure lotus flowers, giving a very fresh and elegant appearance. She was elegant and refined with beautiful features and a pair of bright eyes without any cloudiness. Her body exuded the aura of a lotus in a valley, lucid and delicate. She carried herself with a calm demeanor, giving off the gentle feeling of jade. In the eyes of others, this woman would be a gem adored by all. She would give off a serene feeling to anyone who set their gaze upon her. Li Qie just stood there, watching while enjoying her every move. He had seen too many beauties in this world, whether they were fairies or arrogant noble daughters, but he appreciated this type of warm and elegant lady the most. Inside the valley, the spirit medicine underground finally appeared after being driven around by the woman. This was a spirit root with a smoky purple color. The moment it came out, it turned into a wisp of purple smoke that erupted from the ground and bloomed to take form. This was a 7 petals 1 flower spirit medicine. However, the moment it got out from the ground, it fell into the trap that the woman had prepared well in advance. With a popping sound, it was immediately sealed. Any attempt at escape would be in vain. The woman couldn't help but reveal a smile after seeing the trapped spirit medicine. She quickly approached and wanted to put the flower into her treasure container. Slow down, slow down. When she wanted to act, Li Qie started to speak, watch out for the murderous aura under the 3rd petal. After hearing Li Qie, the woman paused and took a careful look at the 3rd petal on the flower. She couldn't help but feel a chill after seeing the situation of this petal. She then took out a medicine bottle and moved it closer to this petal. The moment it got close, the medicine bottle spewed out a blue mist that quickly surrounded this petal. With another popping sound, a poisonous insect as thin as a cicada wing fell into the bottle. The woman quickly sealed the bottle and heaved a sigh of relief. After determining that everything was fine, she finally put the spirit medicine flower into her container. After she confirmed that the flower had been secured, she finally relaxed. "Thank you, Dao brother, for the reminder." The woman came out from the valley and approached Li Qie, expressing her gratitude. Li Qie smiled in response and said, "It is nothing much. With your alchemy skill, it wouldn't have made it hard for you, it would have just been a little troublesome." The woman couldn't help but give off a smile that radiated a peaceful glow. She spoke, "I didn't think that I would meet a kinsman at the Celestial Peak, this is quite a rare occasion. I am Yuan Saihe from the Serene Garden, may I have your name?" Li Qie smiled and calmly answered, "Li Qie." Yuan Saihe was a bit surprised to find Li Qie acting so calm. Li Qie smiled and continued, "I know the Serene Garden, it's a famous alchemy heritage in the stone medicine world that was started by alchemy Emperor Tianwang." Among all the women Li Qie had met, her smile was not the most beautiful and enchanting, but it carried a tranquil force that soothed the hearts of others. Li Qie shook his head and smiled to say, "No, the Tao of alchemy is only a hobby of mine. To understand the location where this purple flower ambushes its predator so well, you must really like your hobby." Yuan Saihe smilingly responded. Li Qie chuckled and said, "I do some research on rare occasions, but I can't compare to the #1 plant cultivation arts of the Serene Garden." Yuan Saihe laughed and gently shook her head to say, "Your praise is too much. Brother Li shouldn't mind that matter from earlier." Li Qie didn't say anything else, he only smiled. If someone who knew Li Qie were here to witness this, they would be shocked to see such a scene. Li Qie acting so humble was the same as the sun rising from the west. Those who knew him were well aware that Li Qie didn't know what the word modest meant. Li Qie's rare modesty was due to the Serene Garden truly having a brilliant take on plant cultivation and also because Li Qie appreciated girls like Yuan Saihe. He was in a particularly good mood, so his speech became correspondingly gentler. They began to walk together. Yuan Saihe didn't ask where Li Qiye was going, she only followed along while discussing how to grow different types of plants. Yuan Saihe was a very dedicated person regarding the Tao of alchemy and plant cultivation. She put all of her energy into growing different types of vegetation. It could even be said that she was the authority in this regard, and no one else in the stone medicine world could compare to her. If it was someone else, even alchemists, they wouldn't be able to keep up with her on this subject because she really was the best. Her views on alchemy plants were insightful and detailed, but who was Li Qiye? If he claimed to be number 2 regarding the Tao of alchemy, then no one else would dare to claim to be number 1. Even the 4 alchemy prodigies were lacking compared to him. Because of his great knowledge on this topic, Yuan Saihe was very excited, especially when Li Qiye revealed some of his thoughts on the subject that caused her eyes to light up. As a very devoted woman, she got along very well with Li Qiye and regretted that they had not met sooner. She couldn't help but tell Li Qiye everything she knew, even her most precious knowledge that shouldn't be revealed to outsiders. However, for someone like Yuan Saihe, a friend who could keep up with her was hard to meet, it was lonely at the peak. Other alchemists couldn't maintain a long conversation with her on this topic, but now, after meeting this new friend, she told him all her insights and questions regarding the Tao of alchemy. Li Qiye also gave her some ideas on this matter. After countless years of accumulating plant cultivation knowledge, his ideas were priceless. He wouldn't easily pass it down to someone, but he still told Yuan Saihe. Meanwhile, some of her long unsolved questions had been answered today, so she was both happy and frightened after hearing Li Qiye's thoughts. Yuan Saihe. Chapter 668, Heavenly Peak Divine School. Brother Li's achievement in plant cultivation can only be better than mine. You are the one who deserves to be one of the 4 alchemy prodigies. Her elegant face was glowing red from excitement after saying so. Li Qiye chuckled and gently shook his head. The Tao of alchemy is only a hobby to me. You are the one who had devoted all of your energy on this subject, only a pure person like you can truly be called an alchemist. This was Li Qiye's honest belief. Yuan Saihe had a pure obsession for plant cultivation. In this matter, she was very similar to the alchemy god in the past. She didn't look at plants and spirit medicines just because of their preciousness, she also had a side that cared for the medicines as no one else did. Along the way, they met a spirit medicine that had been dug up. Its fruits had been plucked by someone, and even the roots were exposed above the soil. Poor little thing. Seeing this spirit plant that was on the verge of death, she quickly used her alchemy water to save it and replanted it in its original location. This spirit plant's energy quickly recovered. After seeing it flourishing again, Yuan Saihe heaved a sigh of relief and became very happy. Li Qiye quietly watched her actions on the side and couldn't help but chuckle after seeing her look of relief. At the beginning of their journey, the celestial peak was very quiet, but in recent days, people had begun to show up. Thunderous sounds appeared in the sky every day as great carriages soared across the horizon. Some experts also flew here, including some weaker ones. It was clear that they were in a rush. Another boom resounded in the sky. A group of huge golems flew right over Li Qiye's head and disappeared in the depths of the mountain range. The Draco bulls want to cross the river, so many alchemists are here to catch some immortal sulfur. Yuan Saihe commented after seeing so many cultivators and alchemists flying in the sky. After calming down, she looked at Li Qiye and asked, "Is Brother Li also here for the immortal sulfur from the Draco bulls?" Along the way, she didn't ask where Li Qiye was going, and he didn't ask her either. Inadvertently, they had an inexplicable and tacit understanding. You can put it that way. We can go take a look at the river. Li Qiye gently nodded and said, "But I didn't come for the immortal sulfur, I'm more interested in the Draco bulls themselves." Then we share the same destination. Yuan Saihe calmly smiled and said, "I also want to go to the Celestial Peak River. Recently, I have been refining a type of pill and am in need of an aged immortal sulfur that isn't available on the market right now." This is the season for the Draco Bulls to cross the river, so I came here to test my luck to see if I can find some aged immortal sulfur. Li Qie nodded and said, that shouldn't be a problem. There will be a scary amount of Draco Bulls going to the river, so there will definitely be an older bull among them. A Draco Bull was a type of spirit beast that appeared in very few locations in the stone medicine world, and the Celestial Peak just happened to be one of them. Thus, whenever it was the season for Draco Bulls to come out, many alchemists came to obtain some immortal sulfur. Li Qie and Yuan Saihe moved on. Their trip was supposed to be fairly smooth, however, when they wanted to cross a giant mountain, they found that the road was blocked. A group of armored experts barricaded the path into the mountain, so when Li Qie and Yuan Saihe got close, they were immediately blocked by these experts. Fellow Taoists, please take the long way around. Our Golden Leopard Prince is picking some herbs at this location. Please excuse us. The experts who stopped Li Qie and Yuan Saihe spoke in a serious manner. Li Qie glanced at the mountain and lightly asked, is there a need to seal off the path just to pick some herbs? The expression of one of the experts quickly turned cold as he spoke in a rude and unreasonable manner. Our Golden Leopard Prince is picking medicines for the Supreme Celestial Being. This is of the utmost importance and there is no room for errors. No one can handle the responsibility of messing this up. Li Qie's eyes narrowed as he slowly responded, is that so? Until now, only Li Qie played around without restraints. Others were certainly courting death by doing so before him. To Li Qie, this so-called Golden Leopard Prince and Supreme Celestial Being were not worthy of consideration. Compared to Li Qie's aggressiveness, Yuan Saihe didn't want to compete with others, so she quickly tried to persuade him, brotherly, we can spend more time walking around, it isn't so bad. Li Qie looked at this expert once and was too lazy to say more words, so he left along with Yuan Saihe. If it wasn't for her, Li Qie would have crossed the mountain. Brotherly, don't pay it any mind. The Supreme Celestial Being they referred to was the world-famous Yi Qingqing. Anyone would give him some face in the stone medicine world. After taking the long path around, Yuan Saihe consoled him. Li Qie didn't really care for such trivial matters. He only took the long path around because of Yuan Saihe's urging. He smiled and sarcastically asked, oh really? No one can stop Yi Qingqing's momentum at the moment. Not to mention the younger generation, even the older people treat him with respect. Yuan Saihe noticed that Li Qie was not too familiar with the stone medicine world's events, so she explained a few things to him along the way. Yi Qingqing is considered the #1 man in the stone medicine world with no peers among the younger generation. Countless young geniuses and even heavenly kings from the previous generation joined under his banner. It could be said that presently, he has many supporters as well as great prestige. No one can match his momentum right now. Yuan Saihe explained. Yi Qingqing was a compelling name in the stone medicine world. There were very few people here who didn't know who he was. People referred to him as the Supreme Celestial Being, or the stone medicine world's #1 man. Many great powers and imperial lineages believed that Yi Qingqing would become the immortal emperor of this generation. Even imperial descendants were very cordial to him, many of them even decided to join his camp. Yuan Saihe explained Yi Qingqing's situation to Li Qie. Li Qie, on the other hand, only smiled at these matters and didn't care too much. In his mind, as long as Yi Qingqing didn't oppose him, it would all be fine. However, if he or anyone else dared to do so, then whether they were geniuses or ordinary men, they would be killed without mercy. After walking for quite a while, Li Qie and Yuan Saihe finally reached some vast ruins that spanned for thousands of miles. This place was covered in weeds and gigantic trees. Despite its current state, one could still see bricks and broken tiles on the ground everywhere. Among them were treasure jades and bricks from walls that had collapsed for who knew how many years. All of these treasure bricks had lost their divinity. Judging from the scale of the ruins and the debris on the ground, one could tell that this used to be a gigantic citadel, one that could only be described as mighty and extravagant. The Celestial Peak Divine School. Li Qiye's mind went absent as he stood on top of these ruins. Its past appearance flashed before his eyes as if it was only yesterday. After so many years, even the most long-standing heritages would fall into decline and eventually be unable to escape the fate of destruction, only to become ruins from then on. Brother Li also knows about the Divine School. Yuan Saihe was surprised to hear Li Qiye because along the way, from their conversation, she knew that Li Qiye was not too familiar with the stone medicine world situation. Therefore, she didn't expect him to know an existence like the Celestial Peak Divine School. Keep in mind that this heritage had perished a very long time ago. In the contemporary era, very few cultivators knew about it. I have heard a thing or two about it. Li Qiye smiled while looking at the ruins ahead. How could he not know about it? The Divine School was created by an invincible God King under his banner. In the past, he personally chose the location for the school's establishment, but now, it was in ruins. The Divine School used to be the pride of our human race. Yuan Saihe couldn't help but passionately say, legend states that at its inception, its fame spread far and wide. During that era, humans from all over this world came to ask for favors from the Divine School. The human cultivators looked at it with pride. Yes. Li Qiye gently nodded. Although he was the one who selected the site, he didn't stay here for long. At that time, the flames of war incinerated the entire sky as all of the 9 worlds were in the middle of a great war. In the generations after the death of the God King, Li Qiye, in his dark crow form, didn't return to this place. However, he had still heard of its decline. After so much time had passed, the once illustrious Celestial Peak Divine School had turned into ruins. Yuan Saihe continued, tales told that the old Celestial Peak Divine School was not weaker than any imperial lineage in the stone medicine world as it dominated the lands for an era. What a shame that with the passage of time, the strongest lineage of our human race in the stone medicine world collapsed. Even imperial lineages will fall one day, so it is not strange for the Divine School to collapse. Li Qiye said. He had seen these types of things too many times and had become numb to it. For tens of millions of years, countless unbeatable characters had answered his call. Countless unbeatable characters established their own lineages afterward, and eventually, all of these lineages fell before disappearing from everyone's minds. Such things happened in every era, so Li Qiye had grown accustomed to it. However, I heard that the Divine School's decline was due to a different reason. Yuan Saihe said. Different reason? What would that be? Li Qiye was intrigued to hear this. Rumor has it that although the Divine School was very powerful, it seldomly made enemies in the stone medicine world. It could even be said to have very good relationships with many lineages. Moreover, since it was situated at the Celestial Peak, it rarely had conflicting interests with the other great powers. Yuan Saihe said. So you are saying that the collapse of the school was not due to it being destroyed by enemies? Li Qiye said with a light smile. Yuan Saihe replied, yes, there was a belief that was very widespread for some time during that era, but after the Divine School was completely destroyed, no one ever talked about this belief again. Then something extraordinary must have happened at the Divine School, correct? Li Qiye's eyes became serious. After the God King progenitor of the Divine School died, Li Qiye didn't come back to take a look. He didn't return when the school was in decline either. Chapter 669, Legends, Yes. Yuan Saihe said, legend states that something happened at the Divine School. At that time, it was extremely prosperous with immense might. Some believe that the school, at that time, was no weaker than when it was back during its inception with its progenitor still present. Perhaps this was destined, an inevitable decline from being too magnificent. Many people initially thought that the school would be able to reach the next level, but who would have thought that in just one night, an unexpected event occurred at the school? Legend states that all existences near the God King level died miserably overnight. After hearing this, Li Qia's expression quickly changed because he thought about a certain something, a matter that he didn't want to happen the most. It was said that something was dug out from the school's grounds. Yuan Saihe didn't see Li Qia's change of expression and continued to speak as she gazed at the ruins. Because of the unearthing of this item, a disaster befell the divine school, killing all of their most powerful existences. Li Qie couldn't help but touch his chin and murmur, "Unearthed." At this time, he knew what the school had dug out. However, no one knew what the school had unearthed. People only heard that this thing carried with it misfortune as the calamity spread across the school in one night. Yuan Saihe said, that night, countless powerful characters from the school died, which is why the school started to decline. Eventually, it was unable to rise up and collapsed completely. What about the whereabouts of that thing? Li Qiye asked with a serious expression. He hadn't thought that such a thing could have happened because it was essentially impossible. Of course, he knew that it existed underground and just how terrifying it was. There was a reason why the ancient Ming chose to fortify this place with such a mighty force in the past. This was also why he commanded his most powerful God King to preside over this territory and transform it. At the same time, he warned the God King to never dig out the item or else it would bring about a calamity to their divine school. The God King also made a grand vow. Moreover, he forever sealed this secret and suppressed this ground. It could be said that the item underground never had the chance to see the light of day again. After the transformation to turn this place into an auspicious ground, it became quite majestic. Especially after the death of the God King, no one knew that an item was being suppressed underground at this location. In fact, the God King never told this secret to his descendants. This was the reason why Li Qiye could leave with peace of mind. He knew that there was no way the item could come out since no one else knew about it. But now, it seemed that the divine school failed their duty and personally unearthed the item. They didn't know that this action was akin to courting death and bringing them onto the path of no return. After hearing Li Qiye's question, Yuan Saihe shook her head in response, no one knows. By the time the outside world learned about this matter, the divine school was virtually deserted already. Later on, others found out that after the unearthed calamity, the school's elite forces were annihilated and the survivors fled to elsewhere in the world. As for the location of the item, this remains a mystery. Li Qiye sighed softly after hearing this. He didn't expect for this thing to eventually be excavated. If he knew that this would happen, he would have paid more attention before and perhaps would be able to find out its whereabouts now. However, it came as a surprise. The God King kept his promise that year and the land was sealed, so after the death of the God King, that should have been the end of it. Ultimately, all the calculations of man cannot overcome the whim of the heavens. The divine school somehow dug it up and caused a disaster. Li Qiye looked towards the distance with a serious gaze. He knew what had been underground. In fact, he had thought about taking it out to put an end to it once and for all. However, back then was a period of endless war in the 9 worlds, and he didn't have time to deal with this matter. Afterward, everything went as planned with the creation of the divine school and the God King's promise, so he no longer wanted to take it out. Perhaps it will come out again one day. Li Qiye murmured as he gazed towards the horizon. If there was a chance to find it again, he absolutely wouldn't let it go. It is possible. Of course, Yuan Saihe didn't know what Li Qiye was thinking about, so she misunderstood his intention and said, I heard that item is extremely ominous. Although it had disappeared, people had searched for it during that era. Such a monstrous and evil item wouldn't just disappear, it will surely come out again one day. As for when, I'm afraid we'll never know. Let's go, we'll head for the Celestial Peak River. Li Qiye took one last look around and gently shook his head before burying his thoughts. He had to go to the river to find a certain something before contemplating this matter again. This time, Li Qiye came to find a certain thing, a living creature, to be exact. However, Li Qiye was not too certain about whether this creature was still alive or not. After all, so much time had passed. Nevertheless, he still had to find it because he had a certain plan for going to the Alchemy Kingdom. It was not just simply to participate in the alchemy conference. After traveling through the extremely vast ruins, some pavilions and palaces could still be found standing. One could imagine just how majestic and extravagant this place used to be. Alas, even the most powerful lineage would collapse in due time. One couldn't help but become emotional when gazing at this scene, including someone who was numb like Li Qiye. However, before they made it through the ruins, a rustling sound appeared and a figure emerged from the ground. This thing immediately stopped Li Qiye and Yuan Saihe while shouting, "This is my mountain and these are my trees. If you want to pass, you must pay the toll." Li Qiye had yet to truly see the appearance of this thing that came out from the ground, but he was already speechless after hearing such bandit-like words. What generation was this to still have robbers hanging around? The thing that blocked their path was a very old-looking demon. It was clear that he was from the demon race because his entire body had taken human shape, with the exception of his left hand which retained its ant-like features. People would be able to immediately guess his origin just by looking at his left hand. This had to be an ant demon. This demon bandit had just finished speaking, but he choked on his words the instant when he saw Yuan Saihe, showing a very embarrassed expression. The old demon scratched his head with his left claw and said, "So it is Fairy Yuan, I didn't think someone as great as you would come here. You know this fella?" Li Qiye was going to teach this blind bandit a lesson, but after hearing him, Li Qiye stopped. "You are," although this old demon recognized Yuan Saihe, she didn't seem to remember him. The old demon hurriedly said, "Fairy Yuan doesn't remember me. I am Tai Yi, the one who went to the Serene Garden 5 years ago to ask for medicine." "Oh, I remember now." Yuan Saihe responded, "You are that old demon who came with the sacred cure water." Having said that, she couldn't help but take another look at him and found something strange. "In my opinion, your wounds that year were impossible to cure, but you are now completely fine. What immortal medicine did you find?" This is all because of you." The old demon quickly said, "You handed me a bunch of medicine that was able to buy some time for my injuries. Yeah, maybe I had good luck. After a period of hardship, I found more amazing medicines and actually managed to heal the old wounds." Yuan Saihe was not a meddlesome person, so she didn't pursue it any further after hearing this answer. Meanwhile, Li Qiye, who was standing to the side, gauged this old demon and leisurely said, "For you to stay at such a desolate place to be a bandit, it seems that life must be really tough right now. It is more difficult to find a fat sheep here than to be hit by a pie from the sky." The old demon, Tai Yi, blushed after hearing Li Qiye's sarcastic remark and gave a dry chuckle. "It is just a misunderstanding, really. Young noble misunderstood me. I am only hiding here to scare people a bit. There is no other intention. It is not like I really want to rob them. This is just a joke, nothing more." The more Tai Yi tried to explain himself, the more people would feel that he was truly a bandit. Li Qiye only glanced at him and replied without pressing the issue, "Is that so?" This old demon Tai Yi looked honest, but he was a bit sly as well. His red face didn't want to discuss this matter any further, so he quickly changed the topic. He spoke to Yuan Saihe, "Is Fairy Yuan here to pick some herbs? I am very familiar with this area of the Celestial Peak, so if you want, I can lead the way." Although Yuan Saihe's background was illustrious and many great powers were very respectful to her, she was easy to get along with and wasn't the type that put others at a distance. She gently shook her head and said, "The main reason I came this time is for the Draco Bulls. I'm just picking some herbs along the way." So Fairy is here for the bulls." The old demon clapped his hands and excitedly said, "I almost forgot until you reminded me. It is now the season for the Draco Bulls to go out to the river, the best time to gather immortal sulfur. I know of a path to the river, so let me lead the way for Fairy and this young noble." "Yes." Yuan Saiha said, legend states that something happened at the divine school. At that time, it was extremely prosperous with immense might. Some believe that the school, at that time, was no weaker than when it was back during its inception with the progenitor still present. Perhaps this was destined, an inevitable decline from being too magnificent. Many people initially thought that the school would be able to reach the next level, but who would have thought that in just one night, an unexpected event occurred at the school. Legend states that all existences near the God King level died miserably overnight. After hearing this, Li Qia's expression quickly changed because he thought about a certain something, a matter that he didn't want to happen the most. It was said that something was dug out from the school's grounds. Yuan Saiha didn't see Li Qia's change of expression and continued to speak as she gazed at the ruins. Because of the unearthing of this item, a disaster befell the divine school, killing all of their most powerful existences. Li Qia couldn't help but touch his chin and murmur, unearthed. At this time, he knew what the school had dug out. However, no one knew what the school unearthed from the ground. People only heard that this thing carried with it misfortune as the calamity spread across the school in one night. Yuan Saiha said, that night, countless powerful characters from the school died, which is why the school started to decline. Eventually, it was unable to rise up and collapsed completely. What about the whereabouts of that thing? Li Qia asked with a serious expression. He didn't think that such a thing could have happened because it was essentially impossible. Chapter 670, Old Demon Tai. This old demon volunteered and immediately led the way for Li Qia and Yuan Saiha with great enthusiasm. With the old demon ahead, Li Qia and Yuan Saiha walked side by side while looking at the old demon. Li Qia revealed a mysterious smile then told Yuan Saiha, you know this fella? Yuan Saiha slightly shook her head in response and replied, I don't really know him, but he came to the Serene Garden in the past for medicine and even brought the extremely precious sacred cure water in exchange for ointments. At that time, I examined and helped his injuries, but they were extremely fatal and I was powerless. I gave him some ointments and let him leave. Without some immortal medicines, I thought he wouldn't survive for another half a year. Who would have thought that he could persevere for so long and is actually still alive to this day? While recalling the event, she couldn't help but look at the old demon in front of them once more. This was a cause for astonishment. Although she was not versed in refining ointments, the Serene Garden had a unique Tao of alchemy, and it also had some very precious ointments. Although Yuan Saiha's healing techniques were far from comparable to her plant cultivation skill, in her eyes, the old demon's wounds that year were not curable by anyone in the entire stone medicine world, unless he managed to find some immortal medicines. She was a kind person and although she knew that he would not last much longer, she still gave him some ointments. She guessed that without immortal medicines, he wouldn't make it past half a year, so who would have thought that the old demon managed to persist and even fully recover? She found it very strange, but she was not a nosy person. This was the old demon's personal matter, so she didn't question him despite her curiosity. So it is like that. Li Qia stroked his chin and smiled while looked at the old demon's back as he walked on. Brotherly thinks something is amiss. Yuan Saiha couldn't help but ask. Of course, she also found it strange as well. Well, only he knows. Li Qia smiled, but a little glimmer could be found in his narrowed eyes. The celestial peak was a wild area with dangerous hills. It could be said that there were dangers everywhere in the form of ferocious beasts and vicious birds. Although these creatures had yet to become enlightened, they were powerful beyond imagination and capable of rending the earth with their claws and destroying the sky with their wings. There were poisonous insect kings all over the place. There were creatures so vile that a mouthful of toxic fumes spat from them could kill everything in a 1,000-mile radius, terribly shocking. Because of this, ordinary cultivators didn't dare to intrude on the celestial peak. Only the strong would dare to show up here. Its dangers also meant that there were many great treasures here that were untouched by man. Thus, this vast and majestic land was full of spirit medicines and herbs. Along the way, Li Qie and Yuan Saihe, accompanied by old demon Tai Yi leading the way, found many spirit medicines and herbs. Of course, the good ones had their own awareness, so it was a bit difficult to pluck them. In fact, herb picking was also part of the Tao of alchemy. With greater skill, one would be able to pick even better medicines, maybe even immortal medicines. Of course, this was no issue for Li Qie and Yuan Saihe, they managed to pick many along the way. Meanwhile, old demon Tai Yi also got some leftovers from Li Qie and Yuan Saihe. When they were picking medicines, he also managed to get some scraps in the form of herbs. This harvest left him beaming with a delighted expression. It seemed that this old demon was a vagabond, so just a small batch of spirit medicines was enough to excite him. Wow, a nearly 1 million-year-old young king medicine. The old demon started to salivate and he saw Li Qie pick a root from a ravine. The Golden Leopard Prince was their first prince, thus his status was quite high. However, his status was far from being comparable to Yuan Saihe's. People who were in a similar position to the Golden Leopard Prince in the entire stone medicine world numbered in the thousands, but Yuan Saihe was one of the 4 alchemy prodigies, someone with great fame. Very few among the younger generation could be considered her peer. At times, many great powers and imperial lineages would require the aid of a young genius such as her. She was a very easygoing and amiable person. Without any arrogance, she nodded and said, "Golden Leopard Prince said too much. There will always be some complications as we tread the outside world, so Golden Leopard Prince doesn't have to worry about it." The prince bowed again and said, "Thank you for your tolerance." After apologizing, the prince's gaze fell upon Li Qie. To be more exact, it fell on the young king medicine in Li Qie's hand. To the prince, an unknown nobody with such an ordinary appearance like Li Qie was not worthy of his glance. In his eyes, this nobody was not worth mentioning. What attracted his gaze was the root Li Qie was holding. In fact, a 1 million-year-old young king medicine, to any cultivator, would be a precious treasure and was worth coveting. At this time, the prince asked Yuan Saihe, "This is?" If it wasn't for the fact that he really wanted the root in Li Qie's hand, someone with a great status like him would be too lazy to ask about an unnamed junior. "This is brotherly, he's also an alchemist." Yuan Saihe only did a simple introduction without going into great detail. Alchemist Li is truly lucky to be able to pluck a young king medicine, this is a rare occasion. The prince said. He felt that speaking to Li Qie was already doing this nobody a great honor due to his great status. Because of this, he didn't even refer to Li Qie as Dao brother, only alchemist. However, Li Qie was too lazy to even interact with someone like the Golden Leopard Prince, he simply stood there leisurely in complete indifference. The prince's attention was not on Li Qie but the young king medicine in his hand, so the prince clapped his hands together and spoke to Yuan Saihe, "To tell the truth, I came to the Celestial Peak this time in order to find a king medicine in addition to immortal sulfur. I see that the young king medicine in this alchemist Li's hand is just right for me, so I wonder if alchemist Li is willing to do a trade." At this time, Li Qie shifted his eyes and glanced at the prince. He still didn't say anything, but the prince continued on, "As long as alchemist Li is willing, you can just name the price. Whether it is refined jades or treasures, this prince will try my best to satisfy you." At this moment, Li Qie slowly put away the young king medicine in his hand and shook his head to say, "My apologies, but this young king medicine is not for sale. I'm keeping it for my personal usage." In his eyes, a young king medicine was no different to a weed. However, he wouldn't sell it to someone like this Golden Prince Leopard. Alchemist Li should reconsider, as long as you name the price, this prince will try to meet it. Li Qie didn't even bat an eye as he coldly refused, "Not for sale." The Golden Leopard Prince's expression immediately sank because Li Qie's attitude annoyed him. How could he remain cool when Li Qie, this nobody, was acting in such a haughty manner towards someone as great as him? Chapter 671, Tai Yi's Secret. This time, I was entrusted a task by young noble Yi to find materials for a refinement batch. At this time, the Golden Leopard Prince's voice deepened. Young noble Ye's prestige runs far and wide, and he has the support of the entire stone medicine world. The material gathering process has been quite successful so far as all the sects in the world were willing to lend young noble Yi a hand. Even if Alchemist Li is not willing to sell it to me, how about you sell it for young noble Yi? In the future, this prince is willing to put in a good word for you to young noble Yi. The young noble Yi the prince was talking about was the supreme celestial being, Yi Qingqing. This was an awe-inspiring name since he was not just famous, the rest of the world treated him with respect, either due to their desire to support him or fear. In short, very few people in the stone medicine world wouldn't give the name Yi Qingqing some face. Even people from the previous generation would show him some consideration. Yes, in the stone medicine world, countless people were willing to support him, including young geniuses, older experts, and even sect masters and rulers. These great characters were willing to work under Yi Qingqing's banner as well. It was clear that the Golden Leopard Prince was using the name of Yi Qingqing with the intention of threatening Li Qie. Even if Li Qie didn't give him face, he had to give Yi Qingqing some. Not to mention, a prince like him asking a nobody such as Li Qie to sell him the young king medicine was already quite considerate. In fact, the prince was very confident that when he stated the great name of Yi Qingqing, very few people wouldn't give him face, especially a junior like Li Qie. Not for sale. However, in Li Qie's view, Yi Qingqing's name was no different from a random dog on the street. Not to mention the prince using his name, even if Yi Qingqing himself was here, Li Qie still wouldn't give him any face. His answer left the prince with an unsightly expression. He felt he was doing Li Qie a favor by not simply snatching it from him. But now, after bringing up Yi Qingqing's name, Li Qie still didn't give any face, so the prince's eyes turned cold while flashing a murderous glint. Golden Leopard Prince, brotherly also needs this young king medicine, so it is a bit inconvenient. I hope you can understand. Yuan Saihe spoke at this time in order to help out Li Qie. After hearing Yuan Saihe, the prince withdrew the murderous glint in his gaze. He didn't care for a little character like Li Qie, but Yuan Saihe was someone he didn't dare to offend. A person like Yuan Saihe would have countless great powers willing to work for her the moment she made the request. In that case, I won't ask anymore. The prince clasped his hands together once more towards Yuan Saihe and said, "Fairy Yuan, I'll be going then." With that, he left with the other experts. Li Qie gave a faint smile after the prince left and said, "You didn't have to help me, earlier. I actually wanted to see if he would dare to rob me or not." He licked his lips after he finished speaking. Yuan Saihe gave off a wry smile and shook her head to say, "There is no need to give him a hard time, brotherly, Yi Qingqing, his backer, is not easy to mess with. Many people in the world are quite apprehensive of him. I've never cared for the master when I beat the dog." Li Qie smiled and said, "Even if that Yi Qingqing guy comes and dares to provoke me, I'll kill him all the same." If other people were to hear this, they would definitely laugh at Li Qie for not understanding the immensity of the heaven and earth and how he was simply courting death. Who would dare to say such a thing in the stone medicine world? Not even the previous generation would dare to utter these words. Yuan Saihe couldn't help but glance at Li Qie again. In the end, she didn't say anything and only smiled, the same calm and natural one as always. Still not crawling out yet? After the prince left, Li Qie stamped the ground, causing the terrain to shake. With a crashing sound, old demon Tai Yi crawled out from the ground and carefully looked around before nervously asking, "Did they leave yet?" Yuan Saihe didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this scaredy cat Tai Yi and said, "Don't worry, the prince has left already. Plus, they only came to greet us, there were no other intentions." The old demon got out from the mud and cheerfully smiled, saying, "The young nobles, especially those from the great powers, treat human lives like insects. If they don't like the way you look, then they'll kill you instantly as if it was no different from crushing an ant. Li Qiye gave him a look and said, "Where is your courage as a bandit? Someone who dares to act as a robber is still afraid of a single prince." After being exposed again by Li Qiye, the old demon couldn't help but blush. He cleared his throat to say, "Young noble, please don't tease me. Earlier, I was just kidding, I only wanted to scare a few people, I wasn't going to do it for real. I am a cultivator who adheres to moral codes, a man of culture, so how could I be a robber? I was only messing with you too." "Really?" Li Qiye glanced at him and said, "If you are what you say, then why did you crawl underground the moment you caught sight of someone? That is something a suspicious person would do." The blushing old demon coughed and quickly responded with a grin, "It is all a misunderstanding, young noble. I am only a nice little demon with nothing to be suspicious about, right? I only crawled underground because it is part of my instinct, yes, my instinct. I am an ant who reached the Tao and loves to crawl underground daily, it has truly become a habit." "Is that so?" Li Qiye smiled while looking at Tai Yi and said, "Then what type of ant are you?" "There are fire ants, earth ants, ghost ants. Which one are you?" "Oh, just like my name, I am an iron ant who has reached the Tao." Old demon Tai Yi quickly answered, "As an iron ant, I am a bit special and rare, so because of this, I was able to reach the Tao. Although iron ants do not like crawling underground, young noble, you are a grand character while I am but a little character, you don't know how hard it was for someone as insignificant as me to reach the Tao." At this point, the old demon revealed a sentimental and tragic demeanor while saying, "Young noble, as you can imagine, I am an ant, no, an iron ant without any backing, just a little nobody. In the eyes of all the big shots, I can be killed with a single stomp of their foot, so how could I have reached the Tao so easily? Because of this, for my own survival, I had no choice but to crawl underground each day and hide in order to stay alive." The more he talked, the more miserable he appeared. After saying the last sentence, he even shed 2 drops of tears, resulting in a very sympathetic image. Brotherly, don't make it hard for the old demon. After all, everyone has their own problems. Yuan Saiha smiled elegantly and gently shook her head, saying, "Let us move on. We might miss out on a good chance to watch the Draco bulls going to the river if we are late." The group resumed their journey. However, Li Qiye purposely let Yuan Saiha lead the way this time and created some distance between them. At the same time, old demon Tai Yi slowed down as well after seeing Li Qiye's glare. When Yuan Saiha was in front of them, Li Qiye finally leisurely looked at the old demon and slowly spoke, "Not a bad actor at all, but we all know in our minds, don't we? Saiha is a good girl, but I'm not so nice. I am the type who murders people without batting an eye." The old demon was going to say something, but Li Qiye interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Li Qiye gave him a look and nonchalantly said, "I don't care if you were an iron ant or a fire ant or whatever the hell else. I also don't care if you came for me or for Saiha or whatever you are thinking. You just need to know that when I am in a good mood, I am quite easygoing, but when I am not, then I can be quite difficult." At this point, Li Qiye's eyes narrowed as he gazed towards the old demon and slowly declared, "Remember well, do not carry any crooked ideas about me or Saiha. I will not ask for your origin or your goal any longer, but it is best that you do not have any thoughts about me or Saiha. If not, I trust that I can show you what the most horrifying death in this world is." "Ha ha ha, young noble is really funny." The old demon awkwardly scratched his head and hurriedly replied, I am only a little demon, so how could I dare to do anything against young noble or Fairy Yuan? Plus, Fairy Yuan saved my life before, all I want to do is repay the debt. How could I have any malicious thoughts against her? Young noble, you can rest assured." At this point, the old demon patted his chest in a heroic manner and stated, "Since Fairy Yuan saved my life, if anyone dares to make things difficult for her, it would be the same as causing trouble for me." Li Qiye interrupted the old demon and dismissively said, "Good, stop bragging though. Mark my words, otherwise, no matter who you are, even if you are an invincible god king, I will show you a fate worse than death. Huh, for sure, promised the old demon as he patted his chest. This time, I was entrusted a task by young Noble Yi to find materials for a refinement batch. At this time, the Golden Leopard Prince's voice deepened. Young Noble Yi's prestige runs far and wide, and he has the support of the entire stone medicine world. The material gathering process has been quite successful so far as all the sects in the world were willing to lend young Noble Yi a hand. Even if Alchemist Li is not willing to sell it to me, how about you sell it for young Noble Yi? In the future, this prince is willing to put in a good word for you to young Noble Yi. The young Noble Yi the prince was talking about was the supreme celestial being, Yi Qingqing. This was an awe-inspiring name since he was not only famous, the rest of the world treated him with respect, either due to their desire to support him or fear. In short, very few people in the stone medicine world wouldn't give the name Yi Qingqing some face. Even people from the previous generation would show him some consideration. Yes, in the stone medicine world, countless people were willing to support him, including young geniuses, older experts, and even sect masters and rulers. These great characters were willing to work under Yi Qingqing's banner as well. It was clear that the Golden Leopard Prince was using the name of Yi Qingqing with the intention of threatening Li Qie. Even if Li Qie didn't give him face, he had to give Yi Qingqing some. Not to mention, a prince like him asking a nobody such as Li Qie to sell him the young king medicine was already quite considerate. In fact, the prince was very confident that when he stated the great name of Yi Qingqing, very few people wouldn't give him face, especially a junior like Li Qie. Not for sale. However, in Li Qie's view, Yi Qingqing's name was no different from a random dog on the street. Not to mention the prince using his name, even if Yi Qingqing himself was here, Li Qie still wouldn't give him any face. His answer left the prince with an unsightly expression. He felt he was doing Li Qie a favor by not simply snatching it from him. But now, after bringing up Yi Qingqing's name, Li Qie still didn't give any face, so the prince's eyes turned cold while flashing a murderous glint. Chapter 672, Water Outlet. After a while, Li Qie caught up to Yuan Saihe and, of course, old demon Tai Yi volunteered to walk at the front to make way for them. What did you two talk about? Glancing at the old demon ahead, Yuan Saihe smiled towards Li Qie. This was a serene smile that was incredibly pretty. Yuan Saihe never competed with others, so she was always quiet and amiable with a kind heart. However, this didn't mean that she was a fool. On the contrary, she was extremely intelligent, so it was not an easy task to hide things from her. It was just that she normally didn't want to make it difficult for others. Li Qie looked at the old demon and cheerfully replied, "Just some small talk." He didn't say anything, but not much could elude his gaze. Yuan Saihe smiled quietly and didn't pry any further. She was not a meddlesome or talkative person. Li Qie couldn't help but look at her. He gently brushed the hair on her shoulder and said, "You are really a beautiful girl." This type of action would be quite frivolous and offensive if done by others, but Li Qie did it in such a natural and comfortable manner. In terms of beauty, we have to talk about the Alchemy Kingdom's Fairy Ming. Yuan Saihe replied with a smile. Li Qie only chuckled and didn't say anything else. The three of them eventually made it to the Celestial Peak River. The moment they arrived at the outlet of the river, they found that there were many cultivators ready and waiting. The Celestial Peak River, 1, was also known as the Celestial Peak Great River, 2, as it crossed the entire Celestial Peak mountain range. Its surging stream crossed this land and spanned for millions of miles. Naturally, if Yuan Saihe were to leave, then it was an entirely different matter. As long as Li Qie was alone, the prince would definitely rob him of it. There are quite a lot of people here now, not bad, not bad. At least no imperial lineages are here, otherwise there won't be anything to see. Old demon Tai Yi took a look around and heaved a sigh of relief as he patted his chest with a cowardly look. At this time, several thousand experts were gathered next to the outlet. The majority consisted of golems and demons that were in all shapes and forms. Some golems kept their rocky bodies, while there were also those who had complete flesh and blood bodies. Of course, the demons were even more varied. Some had the body of a serpent and the head of a human, while others were in a humanoid form with antlers. Among the experts here, some took control and claimed their own peaks, while others seized the shorelines. There were also those who hovered high in the sky. Most of the cultivators here had an alchemist with them as they waited. Although immortal sulfur was very precious and rare, the source was not limited to just the celestial peak Great River. Because of this, only a few of the great powers came here for it. Wuxia lightly said after seeing the cowardly appearance from the old demon, "Since you are so afraid of imperial lineages, did you do something unforgivable? Young noble, you are misunderstanding me again." The old demon immediately explained himself as if he was making a vow and said, "Think about it, young noble. I am but a little demon, so how could I afford to offend imperial lineages? Ha ha ha, this little ant demon has never seen the world before, so I only got a bit nervous after bringing up imperial lineages." Of course, whether Wuxia believed it or not was unknown, since he only responded with a grin. However, the moment the old demon finished his words, a huge ship directly landed from the sky. It was extremely domineering as it forcefully took the most advantageous shore. This shore was initially occupied by a big sect, but the ship directly landed without any regard for the cultivators below. "Get back!" The experts from the sect that were occupying this area were both frightened and furious. Among them, one great master carried all of his disciples away with haste. Boom! The ship landed on the sandy shore and, just like that, it easily occupied this area. This style was extremely overbearing and completely disregarded everyone, easily enraging others. In fact, the sect that used to occupy this shore was uncontrollably furious. Their seniors all wanted to come forward and demand an explanation from the other side, but the moment they saw the flag on the ship, they had no choice but to swallow this anger. The crystallized sea sect. The experts from this sect couldn't help but become astounded after seeing the flag that hung on the ship. At this time, many people stared at this giant ship and saw that there was a group of people standing above in an extremely mighty manner with surging blood energies. They all came from the demon race. There was an eagle, a tiger, a snake. They all stood around a woman with quite a beautiful and charming appearance. She was slim and graceful with many different colors. Her waist resembled a snake as it gently moved back and forth, causing quite an alluring scene. Radiant Sea's Dragon Princess. Many changed their expressions at the sight of her. Although the giant ship was extremely overbearing, no one dared to say anything. "It seems that I am not late," the woman called the Dragon Princess smilingly said as she looked at the surging river. Although they were extremely aggressive without any care for courtesy, no one dared to accuse them of such at this time. The reason was quite simple: the crystallized sea sect was a famous imperial lineage in the alchemy realm. Its force was quite mighty after being established by immortal Emperor Jingyu. With more than 10 countries under its wing, its territory was vast, thus one could easily imagine its strength. Chapter 673, Dragon Princess. The Dragon Princess was, of course, not from the dragon tribe but just a draconic dynasty. She was the princess of a serpent monarch's dynasty under the control of the crystallized sea sect. Not only was she a princess, she also had great talents. She joined the crystallized sea sect and was the junior sister of their main descendant, the famous young noble Peiyu. Her wrath was now fully incited. Someone had actually sneak attacked her right after being slapped by Wuxia, blowing her away. How could she restrain this extreme fury any longer? However, the moment she saw the person standing there, her expression suddenly changed. At this time, a woman could be seen standing in the sky like an arrogant phoenix, catching the attention of everyone. A woman like this would be at the center of attention no matter where she went. This woman was noble from birth, so there was no need for her to put on an act. She was a phoenix that had flown out of its golden nest and exuded an indescribable nobility. Not only was she noble, she was also extremely arrogant and had an aggressive temperament. She held all in disdain while others didn't dare to look straight at her. Her nobility might be innate, but her contemptuous attitude was intentional. The golden daughter of the Jian clan. Many were astonished to see the woman as noble as a phoenix ahead. The golden daughter of the Jian clan, Jian Wushuang. Her name reverberated loudly across the entire alchemy realm, not just because of her noble upbringing or how she was an extraordinary genius, but because her fame was inseparable from her incomparable arrogance. She was arrogant to the point of being quite harsh and tyrannical no matter how she acted, and she held no consideration for others. Everyone knew that Jian Wushuang's feigned arrogance was not reserved for the weak. In fact, she acted that way towards everyone, no matter if they were supreme geniuses or the lord of an entire domain. It could even be said that when she was in a bad mood, she would not give anyone face. "Princess Jian, you. What are you trying to do?" They were both arrogant, but before Jian Wushuang, the dragon princess's bullying momentum was suddenly cut in half. She didn't have matchless confidence like Jian Wushuang, who was always brimming with fearlessness no matter who she met. At this time, the dragon princess was both angry and nervous. However, she didn't dare to air her anger before Jian Wushuang. If one were to call Jian Wushuang a noble-born phoenix, then the dragon princess was only a poseur bird. The two were completely incomparable. Jian Wushuang looked at the dragon princess with one eye and harshly declared, "His dog life is mine. Do not interfere with my business." At this time, Jian Wushuang had a haughty attitude that showed she held no consideration for anyone. Many people in the crowd, however, didn't dare to act up since none of them wanted to mess with Jian Wushuang. In fact, the entire alchemy realm knew that the Jian clan had always been very doting towards Jian Wushuang. They only had one little daughter like this, so of course, she was the apple of their eyes, the brightest star in their sky. Who would dare to provoke Jian Wushuang, who was the focus of all the Jian clan's adoration? The dragon princess was, of course, not from the dragon tribe but just a draconic dynasty. She was the princess of a serpent monarch's dynasty under the control of the crystallized sea sect. Not only was she a princess, she also had great talents. She joined the crystallized sea sect and was the junior sister of their main descendant, the famous young noble Peiyu. As the princess of a serpent tribe's dynasty and the junior sister of an imperial descendant, her status was quite prestigious, so ordinary great powers didn't dare to provoke her. Because of this, it was no wonder why she had such an arrogant and unreasonable style. The crystallized sea sect is here as well. Many experts here shuddered after seeing the group of people around her. In fact, everyone here was unwilling to see an imperial lineage arrive because the moment one appeared, most of the sects here had no choice but to run. They essentially didn't dare to compete against one for immortal sulfur. Shit, the crystallized sea sect. Old Demon Tai Yi's expression changed after seeing this. He wanted to crawl underground due to fear, but he was gripped by the collar by Li Qie, who pulled him up. "Young noble, this is the dragon princess from the crystallized sea sect. Everyone is afraid of her here at the alchemy realm." The old demon told Li Qie with a dejected look. Yuan Saihe chuckled at this poor old demon's appearance and told Li Qie, "Brotherly, stop picking on him. It isn't his fault that he can't do anything against an imperial lineage." At this time, the dragon princess standing atop the big ship looked towards their direction. The moment she saw Yuan Saihe, her countenance turned cold, and she started to walk over. Chapter 674, Draco Bulls leaving the water. Good, nothing could be better if Princess Jian wants his insignificant life. I'll spare him so Princess Jian can take it. After being slapped by Li Qie, the princess felt extremely humiliated. There was nothing she wanted to do more than to peel off his skin and tear out his tendons or even drink his blood. However, she couldn't afford to offend Jian Wushuang, so despite her desire to kill Li Qie, she could only obediently return to her ship after Jian Wushuang made her intentions known. At this time, Jian Wushuang coldly glared at Li Qie while he leisurely stood there without batting an eye. His feud with Jian Wushuang had been going on for a long time, but such a trivial matter didn't bother him. All the cultivators near the water outlet held their breaths while looking at Li Qie. Many of them felt that this brat was too unbelievable. Offending the dragon princess was one thing, but he even dared to mess with the daughter of the Jian clan. Who in the alchemy realm didn't know that the Jian daughter was not to be provoked? Back at her ship, the dragon princess coldly glared at Li Qie and inadvertently revealed a smirk. At this time, she wanted to see Li Qie's pitiful state after being killed by Jian Wushuang. Although she couldn't personally deliver the punishment, being able to watch him die miserably would still be an enjoyable matter. Meanwhile, the Golden Leopard Prince found the whole thing to be quite regrettable because Li Qie had a young king medicine that he really wanted. However, with Jian Wushuang standing over there, he wouldn't even dare to fart or try to use Yi Qingqing's name. How do you want to die? Jian Wushuang coldly glared at Li Qie with her always arrogant demeanor. In her eyes, Li Qie was already a dead man. Die. Li Qie gently waved his sleeve and said, if you want to die, then I can help you. However, I am not in the mood and have no interest in doing so since I am here to catch Draco bulls. If you want to die, then wait and find me afterward. Li Qie's incredible response caused many people to become speechless. This fellow was truly too much. He actually dared to say that to Jian Wushuang. However, he had just slapped the dragon princess without a care, so it was not strange for him to provoke Jian Wushuang as well. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed and seemingly became two sharp arrows. At this time, she was surprisingly not angry and instead coldly said, very well, I will give you time to prepare a coffin. I'll wait for you to catch a Draco bull and get a coffin before I take your dog life so that others won't say that I didn't even give you time to prepare a funeral. Jian Wushuang had quite a sharp tongue as well, but this time, she didn't throw a tantrum and didn't carry out a verbal bout against Li Qie. In fact, she didn't want to waste time talking to Li Qie because she had already tasted Li Qie's sharp words. She felt that she didn't have any advantage in this regard. Then wait. Without batting an eye, Li Qie lazily responded and proceeded to ignore her. The arrogant Jian Wushuang was also too lazy to look at Li Qie any further. She turned around and made her way to the top of a peak. She was in no hurry to kill Li Qie since, in her eyes, he would be dead sooner or later. After she left, Yuan Saihe looked at Li Qie and smiled wryly before softly whispering, why must you make this so difficult? Sometimes, you can take a step back in order to see the boundless open vistas. Finally, when the high tide came again, roaring sounds appeared as the river surface fluctuated. At this time, everyone could feel the earth shake. They all sensed that a gigantic gate that reached all the way down to the deepest parts of the earth was slowly opening. The tide is coming. No one knew who shouted this out, but at this moment, all eyes were on the suddenly rising river. The alchemists were even more focused because they had to use the shortest time possible to determine which bulls had immortal sulfur the moment they come out of the water. Moo! At this time, bull roars appeared, shaking the entire earth as if a giant drum had been struck. Numerous dense shadows emerged from within the high tide. All these bulls came out of the water surface from the depths of the river. The Draco bulls are here. Someone shouted, and immediately, everyone here prepared themselves like winding arrows, poised to fire at any time. Splash! The sounds of water splashing resounded everywhere as the bulls left the water. At this second, flocks of bulls left the water, and even more were coming one after another. A Draco bull looked like an ox except much sturdier. The main difference was that dragon scales covered their bodies as if they were adorned with armor. Their horns were thick and considerably sharp and flashed lights as if they could pierce through everything in this world. Rumble! When these Draco bulls left the water, they immediately ran like crazy, creating an extremely spectacular scene. It was even more moving than the mobilization of a great army. They rushed outside of the river, intending to hunt for food to get full in the shortest amount of time so that they could return to the water. After a brief moment, an alchemist recognized one that had sulfur and immediately shouted, "That one." In an instant, a group of shadows rushed towards the herd in order to capture the one that the alchemist pointed out. Ah! However, among the thunderous explosions was wailing screams. Some of those cultivators who tried to catch the bulls were immediately blown away. Some were even pierced by the sharp horns of the bulls in the blink of an eye. The Draco bulls were not gentle beasts and instead rather ferocious. Ordinary cultivators were no match for them and would be attacked once they were close. At this time, Yuan Saihe also picked her target. In an instant, she shifted her body and stepped towards one bull like a goddess intending to mount it. Go! Right when Yuan Saihe was approaching the bull, the dragon princess also shouted and commanded the experts next to her. Two of these experts immediately rushed after Yuan Saihe in order to steal that bull from her. The truth was that the dragon princess didn't want this particular bull, it was mainly to disrupt Yuan Saihe's plans. Ah! However, the moment these two experts swooped out, they immediately screamed as their blood spurted due to the two arrows that pierced through their skulls, causing their bodies to fall to the ground. At this moment, Li Qiye was armed with the 9 words true bow, and he killed the two experts with 2 arrows. This sudden change left the astonished dragon princess with an unsightly expression. However, she couldn't do anything about it since Jian Wushuang had already claimed Li Qiye's life. The princess couldn't harm Li Qiye. At this time, Jian Wushuang was also gazing intensely at Li Qiye. Keep in mind that the Jian clan was considered to be the most skilled at archery, and their immortal emperor patriarch used the Tao of the Bow for his ascension. So now, when Li Qiye took action, Jian Wushuang also immediately took note of Li Qiye's archery. Good, nothing could be better if Princess Jian wants his insignificant life. I'll spare him so Princess Jian can take it. After being slapped by Li Qiye, the princess felt extremely humiliated. There was nothing she wanted to do more than to peel off his skin and tear out his tendons or even drink his blood. However, she couldn't afford to offend Jian Wushuang, so despite her desire to kill Li Qiye, she could only obediently return to her ship after Jian Wushuang made her intentions known. At this time, Jian Wushuang coldly glared at Li Qiye while he leisurely stood there without batting an eye. His feud with Jian Wushuang had been going on for a long time, but such a trivial matter didn't bother him. All the cultivators near the water outlet held their breaths while looking at Li Qiye. Many of them felt that this brat was too unbelievable. Offending the dragon princess was one thing, but he even dared to mess with the daughter of the Jian clan. Who in the alchemy realm doesn't know that the Jian daughter was not to be provoked? Back at her ship, the dragon princess coldly glared at Li Qiye and inadvertently revealed a smirk. At this time, she wanted to see Li Qiye's pitiful state after being killed by Jian Wushuang. Although she couldn't personally deliver the punishment, being able to watch him die miserably would still be an enjoyable matter. Chapter 675, Secrets of the Draco Bull. Amidst the commotion, Yuan Saihe rode her Draco Bull and instantly disappeared towards the horizon. That one. At this time, the dragon princess didn't have time to trouble Li Qiye as the alchemist standing next to her shouted and picked a bull. The princess shouted out a command and brought a group of experts to chase the target. Meanwhile, Jian Wushuang also marked her prey. She slightly shifted her figure and immediately went for one of the bulls. It was clear that she was also highly skilled in the Tao of alchemy. She was stronger than the majority of the people here. The moment she soared towards it, this bull immediately pounced forward. However, she immediately flipped it over. The bull knew that it had met a frightening opponent, so it decided to flee to a different direction. Jian Wushuang roared and gave chase immediately at an alarming speed. Suddenly, figures fell down one after another. The rapid steps of the Draco bulls were accompanied by a melody of screams. Li Qiye's gaze glossed over each of the Draco bulls that left the water as fast lightning. Of course, he was not looking for sulfur but something else entirely. Eventually, he set his gaze on a particular bull and gradually walked towards it. It was at this time that a group descended from the sky and instantly blocked his path. They were the Golden Leopard Prince's faction. "We also want this Draco bull, so step aside," the prince said as he blocked Li Qiye's path. Meanwhile, that Draco bull had escaped far away in the blink of an eye. Li Qiye narrowed his eyes and gazed towards the prince only to be met with a snort from him along with a cold response, "Don't make this hard for yourself. If you want to get the immortal sulfur, just hand over that young king medicine root. If not, then you won't be able to catch that bull." However, before he could finish his sentence, a shadow flashed forward and, amidst his confusion, Li Qiye had him gripped by the neck and held in the air. How presumptuous! The experts who accompanied the prince were shocked and instantly rushed forward to protect their master. Clank! But at this moment, Li Qiye's body became a giant lock. In just a split second, a bright flame and gusts of wind appeared, preventing these attacking experts from getting closer to Li Qiye. Then, red chains with the color of flames pierced through all their chests, incinerating them to death. Their miserable wails caused all listeners to shudder. Poof! Plumes of green smoke arose. All the experts that were pierced by the red chains were immediately burnt to a crisp without even leaving ashes behind. Under the 9-sun locking heaven law, these experts couldn't withstand the fire and were killed instantly. There were many cultivators who still hadn't left the water outlet. After seeing this murderous scene, many of them felt a chill. You dare to do this? The prince didn't expect to run into a steel wall. At this time, he was pale from fear and soiled his pants. He raised his voice and shouted, I am a follower of young noble Yi Qingqing. If you dare to touch a hair of mine, the young noble will absolutely not, clack. Before he could finish, Li Qiye had already crushed his skull. The prince's eyes remained wide open. Even at the time of his death, he didn't know why his monstrous backing didn't deter Li Qiye. Yi Qingqing. I don't know him, but so what? If he dares to stop me, then he'll be killed without mercy. Li Qiye nonchalantly threw the prince's skull to the side and wiped his hands. The cultivators here couldn't help but shiver after seeing Li Qiye's leisurely state after murdering the prince's group of people. They all knew that this seemingly inconspicuous human junior was a ferocious man. If it was anyone else, then they would definitely show some consideration for Yi Qingqing. The unyielding bull, once again, charged towards Li Qiye, but it was blown away time and time again with no chance to compete. Eventually, the bull was covered in blood and lied on the ground, gasping for air. It was no longer able to stand up. Li Qiye smiled and said, "This is more like it. Even if you have 10 lives, it still wouldn't be enough if I really wanted to kill you." At this time, he stood in front of the bull and used his hand to tap on its forehead again and again. Banging sounds reverberated from the bull's head like the echoing of a valley. Buzz. Eventually, a faint sound appeared. The bull's head finally had a reaction after Li Qiye's continuous tapping. Pop. Strings of crimson light came out from this bull's forehead. The streaks of light continuously increased until they were as vast as an ocean. Among this vast ocean, a huge mountain appeared. Bah! This huge mountain flew out from the crimson light inside the bull's forehead. Moo! This bull was shocked by this sudden change. Even it didn't know that there was such a thing in its head. After the huge mountain flew out from its head, the bull ignored all else and ran away despite its injuries, instantly disappearing without a trace. Li Qiye didn't chase after it since his goal was not the bull, but the thing ahead. His eyes were fixated on the mountain. This mountain before him was emitting a huge amount of crimson light as if it was a sea of blood. However, this monstrous landmass was not a mountain, it was formed from many Blood Era stones stacked on top of each other. These Blood Era stones were without flaw and were absolutely of top quality. Even characters of the God Monarch level might not be able to enjoy such amazing Blood Era stones. These stones were covering a ray of light. After a pealing sound emerged, the stones opened up, creating a dazzling brilliance. In the blink of an eye, the light rushed out from the stones. Inside was a dragon, a golden dragon. Roar! This golden dragon roared towards Wuxia. It was so powerful that it was as if a true dragon had descended to the mortal realm. The aura of an extremely tyrannical divine beast filled the sky. Even heavenly kings would tremble before this horrifying atmosphere. "Hold on, old golden bull, it's me!" Wuxia shouted with a thunderous voice while spewing out mantras. With sonorous sounds, these mantras seeped into the head of the golden dragon. The initially attacking dragon halted after hearing Wuxia's words and changed its mind. At this time, Wuxia's forehead opened and a brand flew out. This brand immediately struck the golden dragon's body and disappeared inside. There was a sudden change to the golden dragon once Wuxia's brand entered its body. All of the bright lights disappeared. The moment the golden dragon landed on the ground, it turned into a water buffalo. It was a sturdy-looking buffalo without any special characteristics outside of being stronger in appearance compared to other buffaloes. Chapter 676, Imperial Draco Bull, This is More Like It. Wuxia came over while this buffalo was still gazing at Wuxia. However, it didn't attack him. "Take it easy, it's me." Wuxia placed his palm on the beast's forehead. At this time, his forehead opened once more and out came an endless sea of memories. In this instant, a ray of light from inside quickly entered the buffalo's head. A buzzing sound came about the moment Wuxia's ray of light disappeared inside the buffalo's head. A halo with a very sacred feeling appeared above it as if nothing in this world could stain it, as if this halo was empowered by the gods and capable of repelling all evil. Moo! The moment this halo appeared, the buffalo finally recognized Wuxia and became extremely excited. It mooed at Wuxia and used its head to rub against him, looking quite familiar. "There we go. Although you have left me for a very long time now, I'm still here." Wuxia gently tapped the buffalo's head while smiling. The buffalo was ecstatic. Its nose spewed out hot air and it kept on rubbing against Wuxia as if it was seeing a loved one. Wuxia patted the buffalo while lightly sighing and said, "It seems that, the descendants of the Celestial Peak Divine School are no longer here, and the God King's branch is all but gone. So many years have passed, but no one came to find you. That means my promise with the God King also ends here." This normal-looking buffalo was not a common one. It was a Draco bull, but ordinary Draco bulls were nothing compared to it since it had the bloodline of a true dragon flowing through its veins. Although it had yet to reach atavism to turn into a true dragon, it was definitely a divine bull. Wuxia named it the Imperial Draco Bull, and it was once his mount, following him from one dangerous location to another. If the Tetrawar Bronze Chariot was Wuxia's carriage to fight against the world, then the Imperial Draco Bull was Wuxia's preferred mount to enter ominous grounds. Later on, when Wuxia let the God King protect the Celestial Peak Mountains, Wuxia wanted to make up for the God King's effort, so outside of granting him many treasures, he also gave the Imperial Draco Bull to this God King. Later on, the bull followed the God King and became the school's divine guardian. Wuxia looked at the halo above its head and noticed how dim it was compared to before. He gently tapped the bull's head and said, "Don't worry, although the divine school is no longer here, I'll find an even better lineage with sufficient power to nourish your divinity for you in the future." Moo, the bull understood Wuxia and affectionately rubbed against his palm. In fact, this bull was already extremely mighty and could have turned into a demon a long time ago. However, it didn't walk on this demonic path since it wanted to become either a true dragon or a divine bull. It chose not to gain intelligence using the Tao. Let me take a look and see what actually happened back then to the divine school. Li Qiye placed his palm on the bull's head, and a radiance flashed. At this time, the bull's sea of memories appeared, allowing Li Qiye to look at the past events of that year. Many scenes appeared inside the bull's sea of memories. Just like Yuan Saiha had said, the strongest existence of the divine school dug out the item underground during that time. The moment it saw the light, it brought doom to the divine school. Overnight, many people died a pitiful death. Even an existence as powerful as a god king was still unable to avoid such a fate. Back then, the slumbering imperial Draco bull was the divine guardian, and it woke up from its slumber in astonishment. It rushed out from its cave, but it was too late. In just one night, countless experts had fallen. It then sealed that item again and went back to sleep, covering itself in blood-era stones, awaiting its next awakening. However, the majority of the divine school's experts were dead. Later on, the school fell into decline, and not long after, the once monstrous existence collapsed. From then on, the lineage that presided over this territory that spanned millions of miles disappeared from the world. Because of this collapse, the God King no longer had any descendants, and no one ever woke up the imperial Draco bull from its hibernation until today. At that time, Li Qiye made a promise to the God King that the bull would act as the divine guardian for the God King's main branch. Because of this, although the divine school had collapsed later on, Li Qiye still didn't come back to wake the bull up. Millions of years had passed, but no one came to wake up this bull. This meant that the God King's line had ended, so Li Qiye's promise with the God King would end here as well. Li Qiye withdrew his palm from the bull's forehead and couldn't help but lament. One might be able to survive an act of God, but no one can survive a self-brought calamity. The God King left behind an edict, yet his descendants chose not to obey and eventually brought about this disaster. In the past, he let the God King suppress this land for two reasons. Outside of not letting the item underground see the light of day again, he also wanted to see this land be turned away from evil. The God King obeyed his order and suppressed this ground as well as preventing the world from knowing about the terrible item underground. At the same time, he continued to purify the land, allowing it to be a land of peace as well as building a powerful lineage on top of it. Unfortunately, his descendants didn't listen to his words and dug this thing out, creating a disaster for the school. Li Qiye sat on the bull and ordered, "Come, we'll go to the old location to take the carriage back." The bull opened its mouth and swallowed all the blood-era stones. Then, with a loud moo and great excitement, it raised its hooves and immediately headed for the remnants of the divine school. The bull was as fast as lightning, and it hadn't been this happy since a very long time ago. It flew around everywhere, sometimes up to the 9 heavens, sometimes down to the great river, while at other times, it rode the wind in the sky. Li Qiye couldn't help but smile while riding the beast, noticing its excitement. In this instant it was as if he had returned to the past. The imperial Draco bull could be said to be the best mount in this world. Although Li Qiye's Tetrawar bronze chariot was also heaven-defying, Li Qiye found that its potential was more suited for a battlefield. It was not without reason that Li Qiye thought that the bull was the best mount. It could endure hardships, but more importantly, it was able to dispel poisons and avoid dangers. It could predict ominous events and evade them. At the same time, it could tread through any terrain. Nothing could compare to it. If one wanted to enter burial grounds or ancestral earths, then the bull was the best candidate. Even if it couldn't bring one to the deepest parts or the most mysterious parts in these dangerous locations, it would still bring you a fair distance. Once inside these locations, the bull would avoid danger and try its best to take you out from those places. Illusions and other sinister crises wouldn't be able to impede it. It excitedly rushed forward and was trying to find the same feeling as before when it brought Li Qiye everywhere in the past. Eventually, it took Li Qiye back to the old site of the divine school. The once powerful lineage was now in ruins, the glory of that year was no longer present. The bull took Li Qiye to a particular location inside the ruins. Heavy bursts of explosions came about when the bull stomped on the ground, splitting it apart and causing an old pavilion inside the crack to float upward. With a squeaking sound, the old pavilion opened its doors. One could only see a carriage inside, a carriage with a very obsolete and ancient appearance. One wouldn't be able to count how many moons it had experienced. This common-looking old carriage, unbeknownst to others, had been empowered by countless invincible existences. This old carriage could take someone and escape from even ominous grounds. The bull connected the carriage's reins to its body and dragged the carriage away. Li Qiye faintly smiled and sat inside the carriage to sniff a smell that couldn't be any more familiar. Squeak, the bull slowly pulled the carriage at a familiar pace just like in the past. Meanwhile, Li Qiye closed his eyes and let the bull leisurely pull the carriage forward. At this time, Li Qiye suddenly felt as if time was endless. Despite the vastness of the world, he could go as he pleased. The endless ages could only allow him to cross through them. The creaking of the carriage was heard. At this moment, this creaking sound was the most beautiful and pleasant noise to Li Qiye. The bull was pulling the carriage in a very particular rhythm, not too fast, not too slow. This carriage with one bull and one man seemingly had an eternal and never-changing rhythm. It was as if nothing could be more intoxicating than its cadence. Eventually, the bull stopped as it was now standing in the centermost location of the divine school. The moment the carriage stopped, Li Qiye, who was resting with his eyes closed, immediately opened his eyes. He jumped down from the carriage and looked at the ruins in front of him before asking the bull, "It is at this place?" "Moo," the bull let out a deep cry before slightly nodding its head. Meanwhile, Li Qiye couldn't help but become serious while staring at this sight. Hopefully, the thing has been refined, or else it will be a bit problematic. Li Qiye gazed at the ground as if he wanted to see right through this land. Eventually, he took a deep breath and assumed a dignified expression before commanding the bull, "Take it out. Regardless of whether it has been refined or not, we must bring it away." Back in those times, it was not illogical for the ancient Ming to covet this item so badly. So now, we'll dig it out and take it away. Having said that, a series of explosions appeared. One treasure after another emerged above Li Qiye's head, the yin-yang immortal mirror, the declivity bell, the green lamp, the heaven-sealing pentagate. These treasures poured down extremely powerful universal laws to protect Li Qiye. Chapter 677, Challenge. At this time, Li Qiye was prepared for the worst. He hoped that after a period of millions of years, that item would have been refined. However, he had to ready himself just in case. Rumble, a burst of roaring sounds emerged when the bull opened up this ground. Waves of formations came out from below along with radiant lights as if they wanted to illuminate this entire area. This was a great formation meant for suppression. Back then, when the Imperial Draco Bull woke up, it forcefully threw the thing into this formation. Eventually, an item appeared inside the great formation. This was an old urn that was very coarse with rough lines. It seemed to be from an extremely ancient era. Li Qiye couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after seeing the urn intact and murmured, "It seems that thing didn't break out of the urn just yet." Having said that, he went forward and picked it up with his hands for a meticulous examination. He felt the changes inside and found nothing. This made him nod approvingly as he mused, "Very good, it seems to be very effective." This old urn was left behind by Li Qiye for the Imperial Draco Bull in the past. Although Li Qiye was confident in the God King protecting this area, he was still preparing for the worst. The God King wouldn't have dug the item out, but he couldn't be sure about others. Because of this, he left this pottery urn to the bull. This urn had a frightening origin, it was from an extremely ancient era and held amazing power. If one day the item underground was dug out by someone, then the bull could use this old urn to suck in that thing and suppress it underground once more. The truth was that the tension from the war was quite high, so Li Qiye couldn't observe the thing underground in detail. He was unsure whether the urn could suppress it or not. However, he didn't have sufficient time back then, so he couldn't prepare further. After leaving this urn behind, he immediately left. I have to look into it a bit if there is time later. Since there was no activity in the urn, Li Qie planned to take this thing along with him. He activated the pentagate. With a thunking sound, the gates fell down and began to seal this old urn. At this time, the gates turned into a bronze box and suppressed the urn inside. This was also a precaution in case the worst happened. If the thing inside the urn still had its power, then it could still escape from within. However, under the suppression of the pentagate, it would be prohibitively difficult for it to run out. Do note that the pentagate claimed to be able to seal the heavens. In fact, it had indeed sealed a heaven in the form of an entire world before. Because of this, Li Qie was able to relax after putting the old urn inside the pentagate. Even if it could escape the urn, Li Qie was confident that it wouldn't be able to escape the suppression from the pentagate. If it could do so, then there wouldn't be too many things in this world that could imprison it. Li Qie happily put away the pentagate, then went back to his carriage and ordered the bull, "We'll go back and take a look at the Celestial Peak River." Of course, he was going back not to find old demon Tai Yi, but to meet up with Yuan Saiha again. In fact, he didn't give a damn about the old demon. The Imperial Draco Bull took its time pulling the carriage towards the Celestial Peak River while the squeaking sound rang in Li Qie's ears. While sitting in the carriage, he closed his eyes, immersing himself within the rhythmic sound, causing him to be lost in time. However, he gently sighed inside since he knew full well that he would never be able to return to those days. Although he was now sitting inside the carriage of the past and his mount was still the Imperial Draco Bull, many things had been lost and many events had dispersed into fleeting clouds and puffs of smoke. For example, the sword goddess that once served him, or that arrogant heaven's proud daughter, or those peerless generals that waged war in all the domains for him. Everything vanished in the long river of time. His carriage, his bull, and he himself were still here like before, but those who stood beside him with the utmost loyalty and will to serve him for an entire lifetime, were all gone. For tens of millions of years, the people who stood by his side kept changing from one group to another, but he was still the same as he moved forward. On the cruel path of the Grand Tao and the endless river of history, there seemed to only be the accompaniment of an unspeakable loneliness. Eventually, he smiled wryly and shook his head to chase all of these old scenes out of his mind. Ever since he arrived at the giant bamboo country, he had become quite sentimental. Perhaps Yennefer had made him remember too many things in the past, or maybe it was her tenderness that was something he couldn't forget. While he was recalling the past in his seat, the carriage slowly came to a halt. He thought that they had arrived at the river, but after opening his eyes for a look, he only saw one person blocking his path. The person standing in front blocking the way was the Jian clan's golden daughter, Jian Wushuang, who was as proud as a phoenix. Seeing Jian Wushuang's imposing and extremely arrogant attitude, Li Qie couldn't help but narrow his eyes and slowly utter, as the saying goes, a good dog does not block the street. Get out of my way. Li Qie, there is no need to show off your capable tongue. I won't be wasting words with you, I am only here to take your dog life. Jian Wushuang glared at him with her always aggressive demeanor that didn't change no matter where she went. It was as if there was no one in this world that was her equal. No matter who it was, she would always look at them with contempt while showing off her superiority. No one could enter her sight. She was supercilious to the extreme, as if no one had ever been able to make her bow her proud head. After hearing her words, Li Qie finally remembered what she said back at the river. The truth was that he never paid her any mind, so he didn't bother to hear what she was saying before. Do you want to fight? Li Qie didn't bother batting an eye and slowly said, no problem, we can fight. However, I have to meet someone first. Yuan Saiha, right? Jian Wushuang sneered and said, don't worry, she is fine and is still chasing that one bull. However, it is better if you don't see her. Being separated by life and death is ultimately a terrible thing. Do you really want a girl like Yuan Saiha to see your dying figure? Li Qiye couldn't help but glance at her after hearing her response and quipped, this is truly rare, an uneducated and uncultured girl like you still has a little bit of compassion. This is really a first, is the sun rising from the west today? Li Qiye's remark made Jian Wushuang angry to the point where her pretty eyes were spewing out glints of fury. However, this was not her first time experiencing Li Qiye's razor-sharp tongue. His words were capable of enraging people to death. Jian Wushuang harshly said, I'm not wasting my breath on you. She had always been good at verbal jabs, but before Li Qiye, she never held the advantage, so she decisively chose to quit while she was ahead to not bring about further humiliation. She coldly stared at him and said, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape. Now that you are in my sight, there will be no chance to run. I suggest for you to face death head-on. At the very least, I will give you a fair chance for battle. Although you will still die in the end, at least you tried. It had to be said that her unique arrogance was very straightforward and upright. Although she had wanted to kill Li Qiye for some time now, even to the point of torturing him, she still chose to meet him in the open in a direct confrontation despite her hatred. Even though Li Qiye's foul mouth was truly vicious, she still gave him a chance for battle. This was the demeanor of an imperial descendant. No matter how annoying Jian Wushuang was, in this regard, she was worthy of being someone who came from an imperial lineage. Li Qiye looked at her for a moment. Suddenly, a flash ran through his eyes. He revealed a smirk and leisurely said, since you want to kill me so badly. Fine, I'll die then. You can watch. This reply caused her to be startled. Li Qiye had always been arrogant and put up an aggressive front whenever they fought before, so now, him suddenly going along with her caused her to look at him suspiciously. Li Qiye smiled and nonchalantly said, don't worry, there is no scheme or anything. Since you want me to die, I'll die for you to see. No matter what Li Qiye was planning or what scheme he concocted, Jian Wushuang was confident in herself as always. She looked down at him and laughed before aggressively declaring, since you didn't bring along a coffin, I will show mercy and give you a chance. You can pick the location, one that you'll want your grave to be located so that you can't complain about me not even giving you a chance to die with a burial. Very well, I also want to die at a pretty location. Li Qiye smiled calmly and said as if he was at home, people only die once in their lifetime, so if I were to die, then of course it has to be at a beautiful landscape. This should, at least, be a memorable event for me. Li Qiye's carefree and cheerful expression made it seem as if he was talking about someone else. Others would lose their mind at the thought of death, but Li Qiye was talking about it as if it was completely trivial, as if he was simply tired of living. At this time, Li Qiye was prepared for the worst. He hoped that after a period of millions of years, that item would have been refined. However, he had to ready himself just in case. Rumble, a burst of roaring sounds emerged when the bull opened up this ground. Waves of formations came out from below along with radiant lights as if they wanted to illuminate this entire area. This was a great formation meant for suppression. Back then, when the Imperial Draco Bull woke up, it forcefully threw the thing into this formation. Eventually, an item appeared inside the great formation. This was an old urn that was very coarse with rough lines. It seemed to be from an extremely ancient era. Li Qiye couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after seeing the urn intact and murmured, it seems that thing didn't break out of the urn just yet. Having said that, he went forward and picked it up with his hands for a meticulous examination. He felt the changes inside and found nothing. This made him nod approvingly as he mused, very good, it seems to be very effective. Chapter 678, Star-Shattering Bow. Even the haughty Jian Wushuang couldn't help but stare suspiciously at Li Qiye. This sudden change was extremely strange and unlike his usual style at all. In this short period of time, she didn't know where the problem was, but she still arrogantly smiled and said, come, let us pick a nice location for your burial. Li Qie ignored her and prodded the bull before closing his eyes to rest in the carriage, leaving the bull to take him away. Jian Wushuang also didn't care for whatever Li Qie was plotting as she followed behind him. In her mind, no matter what he was planning, it was not worth mentioning since she could easily crush his schemes. Eventually, Li Qie found a place that was not only beautiful, but also remote without signs of others on their way. After arriving, Li Qie took another look around and was quite pleased with himself. Good, this is the place. A beautiful scenery, quiet and elegant without any disturbance. Nothing could be better than this for my resting place, said Li Qie with a leisurely smile after jumping down from the carriage. He patted the bull's head, then the bull dragged the carriage away, disappearing instantly. At this time, Jian Wushuang was standing on top of a hill, looking down at Li Qie as she coldly sneered, "You have found your grave, so get ready to die." She had always been a proud person who enjoyed standing on the high ground. Looking down on all existences with disdain gave her a sense of superiority. Li Qie also stopped on a peak and took a look around. He took out the 9 words true bow and slowly said, "Okay, I am ready, but do not disappoint me. If you can't kill me, then I would have to jump off a building to kill myself." Li Qie's words made no sense and caused others to think that he was tired of living. Even Jian Wushuang found it strange. Her eyes became serious and seemed like 2 sharp arrows locked onto Li Qie. "You don't have to worry about that since you will die to my arrow. However, since you are so compliant, I will leave your corpse intact," said Jian Wushuang with a sneer. With that, she slowly took out a long bow. The moment this long bow appeared, it was as if a star had fallen from the sky. The bow appeared to be a star in her hand, taking in and spewing out cold starlight. Although the starlight was not dazzling, it gave off the feeling that it could illuminate the entire sky. Each individual streak of starlight was like a divine arrow that was capable of piercing gods and firmaments all the same. All of the arrows had a merciless intent that sent chills deep into people's bones. The star-shattering bow. Li Qie smiled after seeing the bow in her hand and freely smiled. "It seems that you really are the favorite daughter of the Jian clan. To think they actually passed down this bow to you. This is truly a good bow." When immortal Emperor Dai Jian was young, this was his weapon of choice while battling the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This bow was refined using the deepest star in the sky of the mortal emperor world. A star that spanned for tens of millions of miles was turned into this one bow. Although it didn't come from your patriarch, it still accepted the nourishment of his blood energy on top of being powerful already. Li Qie mused after seeing this bow. Jian Wushuang was surprised to hear Li Qie's knowledge regarding the origin of her bow. She sneered and said, "You do know a lot." Li Qie didn't mind at all and continued, "That's not all I know. Although people say that immortal Emperor Dai Jian used the bow to prove his Tao, this was actually not the case. Before shouldering the heaven's will, your patriarch had once thrown away the star-shattering bow and trained with a different type of weapon until he finally became an emperor. Thus, your emperor didn't use the bow to prove his Tao. So what?" Although Jian Wushuang was slightly stunned, she still harshly said, "Since the start of time, my ancestor alone was invincible with regards to archery. His archery skill was number 1. I will not deny that." Li Qie said with a relaxed smile, "Immortal Emperor Dai Jian, after becoming an emperor, had done one thing that many emperors did not do. He cut off part of his body and burned it down to form a bow. Just like that, the number 1 bow across the eons was born. Its power was no weaker than your patriarch's true fate weapon. It could even be said to have surpassed the limits. Only with that bow in his hand was your patriarch's archery considered unbeatable, becoming capable of looking down on all the other emperors." Li Qie's tale left Jian Wushuang in a daze for a while because not too many people knew about this story. How could a no-name junior like Li Qie recall it so well with such familiarity? This was outside of her expectations. Li Qie happily said, "Unfortunately, the bow in your hand is only the star-shattering bow. If you were wielding your patriarch's bow, then I would actually not try to court death so carelessly. However, this is a good thing since killing me with the star-shattering bow is quite appropriate. Don't worry, I will be using a different bow very soon. Jian Wushuang sneered and drily said, wait until I kill you, then I will replace it with the bow in your hand. She was indeed worthy of being the golden daughter of the Jian clan. She never cared about other people's weapons since, to her, they couldn't compare to her own. However, she was tempted this time. Although she already had the star-shattering bow, she was still moved by the 9 words true bow in Li Qia's hand. Intuition told her that his bow was even better and more powerful than her own. You have a very keen vision. Li Qia laughed and gently stroked the bow in his hand as he leisurely said, this bow is the best bow throughout all of eternity, it is completely peerless. In the future, this bow of mine will be even stronger than your patriarch's bow. Even a better bow would only be rotting in your hands. Jian Wushuang arrogantly declared, only in my grasp will it become the #1 bow in all of history. Although she was an arrogant bully and was quite annoying, it was still quite cute. At the very least, she was frank about it, unlike some other geniuses who only made up excuses to satisfy their greed for the possessions of others. Are you saying that I should be happy for my bow now that it has met you? Li Qia relaxingly said, however, I am in a good mood this time, so I won't hold that comment against an ugly girl like you. If you actually manage to kill me, then I'll fulfill your wish, I shall give this bow to you. Chapter 679, Watch Me Die. Li Qia's demeanor left Jian Wushuang vomiting blood from anger. His carefree attitude was simply an affront to her. She might not be the best genius in the stone medicine world, but she could still look down on the entire younger generation. But now, Li Qia was treating this life and death battle so indifferently that it caused her to want to tear him apart. Die! Her eyes narrowed and turned into a sharp glare like an arrow. In this moment, the star-shattering bow in her hands lit up instantly and unleashed a shot. This arrow was incredibly fast and completely beyond one's imagination. Space suddenly shattered as it traveled through the void. Not only was it fast, it was absolutely domineering. Under this arrow, heaven and earth cried out as if even the stars in the distant horizon would shatter if struck by this arrow. Li Qia was still carefree in the face of this arrow. He only casually shot out one arrow in response as if he was courting death. The result was not surprising at all. Poof! Li Qia's arrow was instantly destroyed by Jian Wushuang's arrow, and her arrow maintained its previous velocity while heading straight for Li Qia. Whoosh! This arrow penetrated his chest, causing his entire body to be blown away, ultimately resulting in him being nailed to the side of a mountain. It shot through his chest, causing his blood to spurt everywhere. It was as if Li Qia had died as his eyes suddenly closed. However, in a split second, a gray matter appeared in the middle of the penetrated and bloodied chest cavity of Li Qia. In a flash, all the separated flesh and blood that was splashing everywhere receded back in place like a tide at an unbelievable speed and went back to Li Qia's body. Next, Li Qia's penetrated chest suddenly healed. A gray mark appeared in front of his chest, then it disappeared into his body. This scene was extremely strange and inconceivable because this was absolutely impossible. Unless one could reverse time itself, this could never happen. However, Jian Wushuang was absolutely certain that this was not time reversal. This development left her with a shocked expression. She was 100% confident in her arrow, that it would not only destroy Li Qia's body, but also his true fate. However, not only did he not die, his wounds immediately healed in a split second. No one would believe such an incredible tale if told. Did you forget to eat breakfast? Li Qia stood up with a slightly pale countenance, but he was still quite spirited as he smilingly said, "Your arrow had no force at all. It couldn't even destroy my body, let alone my inner physique or true fate." This comment left Jian Wushuang shaking with anger. Her pretty eyes turned fierce as she cried out, "Die!" In just a moment, 3 arrows tore through space. These 3 were even more powerful and dominating than the previous one. What was even more frightening was that these arrows aimed straight for Li Qiye's weak points. No matter how he tried to dodge, they would penetrate the weak points predetermined by Jian Wushuang. They were simply unavoidable. Pluff! 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 However, Jian Wushuang overplanned things. Li Qiye didn't even try to dodge as the 3 arrows penetrated his body in the blink of an eye. Deep bloody holes appeared on his body as flesh and blood spattered about. However, the same frightening event happened. In just a moment, the wounds and spattered flesh and blood were infused by a gray shade and receded like a tide back to its original location. Li Qiye's wounds immediately closed, and the same gray seals appeared once more. Die! With an astonished look, Jian Wushuang caused her blood energy to erupt. The star-shattering bow became a sun, and countless gigantic arrows flew out like stars. In this moment, the heaven and earth was bombarded by countless gigantic arrows. The sun and the moon lost their brilliance. With this arrow formation, she could massacre saints and gods with an extremely overbearing style. This endless rain of arrows struck Li Qiye's body. In just a second, his flesh blew everywhere. However, the tiny remnants of Li Qiye's body all turned gray and came back again as he instantly healed. The arrow formation continued its barrage on Li Qiye, annihilating his body over and over again. However, his recovery ensued right afterward each time. What was even more terrifying was that after each time he was killed, more gray matter would appear around Li Qiye's spattered remains and become even thicker. Moreover, the gray seals became increasingly larger as his wounds closed time and time again. However, the thing that frightened Jian Wushuang the most was her discovery that after each time she shot Li Qiye, the effectiveness of her divine arrows on Li Qiye continuously lessened. In the beginning, she could penetrate and destroy his chest with just 1 arrow, leaving behind a huge hole. However, as time went on, she could still penetrate his chest, but it only left behind a little bloody dimple. It was as if the more injuries he received, the stronger his body grew. He could now withstand even more shots from the divine arrows. She didn't know that he wasn't getting stronger from having more wounds, it was that he was accumulating even more death energy after suffering grave injuries. Because of this, his death seal became even stronger. The death seal was one of the 4 great techniques of the death scripture. It was able to transform injuries into death energy. The greater the wound, the greater the amount of converted energy. Of course, as the death seal garnered even more energy, it became increasingly powerful, making it harder for others to hurt Li Qiye. Because of this, Jian Wushuang's onslaught became less and less effective due to the increasing efficacy of the death seal. Of course, Li Qiye chose Jian Wushuang for a reason. The death seal was able to convert injuries into energy. However, when applying this art, one would be greatly affected if they couldn't find a suitable opponent. For example, if the opponent was much weaker than Li Qiye, then even if they could hurt Li Qiye when he was using the death seal, this injury would be too trivial and it wouldn't help the gathering of death energy. On the contrary, if Li Qiye picked a far too powerful opponent like a great virtuous paragon, then although the death seal could still withstand the terrifying damage as well as accumulate a monstrous amount of death energy, the critical injuries would leave behind an incalculable trauma. An injury of this level would be eternal and would persist even after rebirth. Under this permanent damage, even if one could recreate everything and come back from death, they would need to spend countless efforts and take a long period of time to completely treat such a wound. Picking a strong opponent like that was very unwise, even for a death seal user. Li Qiye picked Jian Wushuang because her strength was very appropriate. She was able to cause enough damage and even kill him. However, she was unable to inflict an eternal wound. Because of this, she was the most suitable person for Li Qiye to accumulate his death energy. Whoosh! 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 The giant arrows kept on pouring down like rain. Jian Wushuang was furious, and her blood energy was blaring loudly as she concentrated all of it into her star-shattering bow. She crazily pulled her bowstring with her most violent stance, mustering her most ferocious attack to kill Li Qie. Under the assault of endless giant arrows, the earth was being torn to many pieces. It could be said that under such a crazy offense, Li Qie himself was being blown into little pieces with his body parts flying everywhere. His head was penetrated time and time again. However, the death seal that belonged to the death scripture, one of the 9 grand heavenly scriptures, was peerless even across the long thread of time. There was no merit law or secret law in this world that was stronger than these scriptures. Under Jian Wushuang's bombardment, Li Qie's broken body healed at an unbelievable speed. The more injuries he received, the more energy he gathered, causing the damage that she inflicted to greatly lessen over time. Die already! In the end, Jian Wushuang crazily roared. Her pretty eyes were glowing like a scorching sun. With a buzzing sound, the entire arrow formation disappeared in a split second. All of its energy gathered into one arrow that seemed to be heralding the arrival of an immortal emperor. It was as if an emperor himself was pulling on the bowstring. Although the star-shattering bow was not refined by immortal Emperor Dai Jian since it was created during a much more ancient age, it had followed him for his entire life, so it was bathed in a very powerful imperial aura. This one arrow instantly obtained invincibility the moment it was shot out. Time itself moldered and myriad worlds shattered. This arrow would annihilate even immortals and gods since it had already achieved supremacy. Against such an arrow, layers of barriers appeared before Li Qie's true fate, such as the Kunpeng jumping in the sky with floating stars. There was also an endless sea that contained countless tidal waves blotting out the sky along with a great continent that empowered his momentum. In this split moment, the Kunpeng's 6 variants transformed into a mighty defense for Li Qie's true fate. This could be said to be Li Qie's true first move, as layers of powerful defenses protected his true fate. Bang! Jian Wushuang's impeccable arrow was absolutely capable of massacring a heavenly king with ease. Thus, Li Qie's multiple barriers could not withstand this arrow. All of them shattered one after another. Ultimately, this arrow shot through Li Qie's last barrier that protected his true fate. However, after piercing through this barrier, the power of this arrow had been significantly reduced. Pop! Even though Li Qie's true fate derived countless laws and had a moon and sun orbiting around the last barrier, this arrow still shot through these laws and bypassed the moon and sun. Due to the momentum of the arrow, Li Qie's true fate was penetrated. Pluff! Li Qie's body, that had already come back together, fell to the ground after his true fate was shot by the arrow. His body immediately fell flat on the ground with his legs kicked upward. His eyes immediately closed as he tasted death on the spot. Chapter 681, Mantra Arrow. Over the years, countless people praised her beauty with all sorts of compliments. But today, she was only a grindstone to Li Qie. This was even more rage-inducing than him calling her an ugly girl. At the very least, an ugly girl was still a person, a sharpening stone was hardly anything. Jian Wushuang couldn't bear it any longer and he angrily shouted, "Li! If I don't kill you, I vow to cease being human." Cease being human? Li Qie couldn't help but laugh before retorting, "Ugly girl, you weren't a human from the start. Your Jian clan are all golems, yet you think you are human." Li Qie didn't give chase after seeing Jian Wushuang being carried away by this encompassing light. He only watched as she disappeared into the horizon. After she was gone, he rubbed his nose and murmured, "The Jian clan, they're worthy of their name. They're actually able to bring someone back from near death, what a truly extraordinary act. Although it is a bit worse than rebirth, it is already heaven-defying enough." Li Qie was well aware of the power of his arrow, it was capable of killing gods and devils. Very few existences could withstand such power, no matter how tough their body or true fate might be. When struck, death was the only outcome. However, Jian Wushuang was the golden daughter of the Jian clan after all, so all of their adoration and love was focused on her. She was their beloved jewel, so the clan used an extremely heaven-defying method to protect her. Once she received a fatal blow, it would instantly save her as well as bring her back to the Jian clan. The Jian clan was still ultimately an imperial lineage with a great heritage, so it was not strange for them to possess such a magnificent ability. Li Qiye put away his bow and turned around to leave. However, before leaving, he narrowed his eyes and gazed towards a direction in the far horizon. He didn't say anything and only chuckled before leaving. Outside of the celestial peak mountain in a very secretive spot rested a very ordinary-looking carriage. This was a carriage that wouldn't garner attention no matter where it went. An old woman with an indeterminable age was seated outside in front of the carriage. She gave off a feeble feeling as if her sun was about to set in the west. At this time, a soft sigh came from inside the carriage. Although it was very brief, it had a particular rhythm that was very pleasant to the ears. Others would immediately know that the person inside was a girl. Although they couldn't see her appearance, her sigh was already charming enough. After hearing the sigh, the seemingly sleeping old woman immediately woke up and asked, "Young miss, how is it going?" "It is over, he has already left." An answer came from inside. This was a girl's voice, a voice with a very melodious touch that couldn't be described by words. This voice was capable of bewildering people, and it alone was enough to charm them all even when they didn't know what she looked like. "Who won?" The old woman couldn't help but ask, "The girl from the Jian clan?" "No," the girl's voice from inside the carriage appeared again, "Li Qiye won. If it wasn't for the Jian clan protecting Jian Wushuang with an extremely heaven-defying spell, I'm afraid she would have died already." "That brat is quite capable then." The old woman was a bit surprised and said, "Although the girl from the Jian clan is arrogant and doesn't put anyone in her eyes, she is indeed talented. I'm afraid not many from the younger generation would be her match. He's more than just capable." The girl from the carriage answered, "I'm afraid this Li Qiye is absolutely terrifying, more terrifying than anyone else." "Young miss, that is too much. He only defeated the Jian girl, nothing more." The old woman couldn't help but say. Both of them had astonishing origins that were capable of scaring the rest of the world. "No." The girl in the carriage deepened her tone and said, "Although I couldn't see the battle with my own eyes, I more or less felt it. Li Qiye didn't actually fight seriously and only used Jian Wushuang to train himself. If he actually fought for real, then it would be very hard to tell." You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.